Thanks for visiting Timeless Audiobooks. Please remember to like, comment, share and subscribe for our latest audiobook uploads.
Section 1 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Oogie's Ragdoll. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Section 1. In a little house at Demonica, perched upon low yellow cliffs that overhang the Razoo River, dwelt Ruth Malyon. Villa St. Joseph, with its white walls and purple roof, peeped from a perfect bower of palms and orange and tamarind trees. Mrs. Malyon's attendants were the Ethiops of that sunny land. Her ever-present companion was the music-making stream that flowed beneath. Sometimes, in seasons of drought, the Razoo would dwindle to a mere silver ribbon, winding among the great boulders in its bed. But after heavy rains, a roaring torrent of yellow water, crowned with foam, flooded that exquisite valley, and, dashing seawards, widely stained the blue waters of the Caribbean. Mrs. Malyon was the widow of a Demonica coffee planter. Coffee, however, had begun to fail before her husband's death, and one of the open and always interesting questions in Demonica society, at the time of this narrative, concerned her real position and possessions. Some said that the old lady's wealth must be very considerable. Others denied the assertion. Nobody really knew anything at all about the matter, not even her own heirs. The brothers, Roger and Noel Warren, had equal claims upon their aunt, but whilst the elder was in every way an admirable youth, and a credit to his native island, it is to be regretted that very little in his favor could be said of the younger. These lads vied with one another in attention to their aged relative, and the secret rivalry of years accumulated in something very like discord when Mrs. Malyon began to favor Noel openly. Her lack of judgment in such a course formed matter for universal debate, and people arrived at the conclusion that, if her intelligence was not absolutely failing the woman, at least she no longer knew a good nephew when she found him. For truly Roger Warren, considering his age, could point to a very exceptional record. He was staid, sober-minded, self-contained. He had identified himself with a small Moravian movement at Demonica. He conducted his store in the town of Razoo with equity and ability. He never tired of inculcating noble principles among the blacks. He promised to be a burning and a shining light before very long. His younger brother, Noel, had nothing to recommend him, so Demonica declared. Never were two more opposite natures than his and Roger's. He led an idle, dissolute, nocturnal existence, favored no religious body at all, lived on a trifling patrimony, the capital of which was fortunately beyond his reach, and only in one direction approached any regularity of conduct. He did not neglect Aunt Malyon. To her he paid every attention and kindness, and the old lady enjoyed his society, delighted in his comic chronicles of events in Demonica, found his light-hearted nature a pleasant sauce to the quiet autumn of her life. Noel Warren was a jovial, reckless, good-hearted, thoughtless wight. He fluttered through the pleasant places of life like a butterfly. He loved beauty and sentiment, and the poetical side of things generally, but no Negro ever hated work more cordially. Many expressed regard for Noel. None ever pretended respect. Mrs. Malyon liked both the young men after a fashion, but she felt more at home with her naughty nephew. Roger made her nervous. He was so very good. His sentiments tickled her sense of humor, too. It was, in some measure, absurd to see so old a head upon such youthful shoulders. But while Roger was cold and unsympathetic, Noel suited her exactly, for he appreciated her little jokes and her old-world reminiscences of the prosperous days of Demonica. Though Mrs. Malyon was quite alive to Noel's sins and wickedness, yet she let them go rather easily by. He was such good company, and while thoughtless for all the world beside, always considered her. "I find him very lovable and warm at heart," she said once, when her grave elder nephew expostulated from a sense of duty. "He is a creature of sunshine, and I, who have seen much sorrow, enjoy to have him by me, for I want sunshine. Noel means well." "Like many others, Aunt Ruth, who will some day find themselves in a place that is paved with good intentions. You might help him, but you make no effort to do so. You might speak a word in season, but you never do. Oh, how I wish, Aunt Ruth, you would occupy your own thoughts a little more with the future. Yes, Roger, I really must begin. You see, life, even in a venerable woman like myself, is so very entertaining and interesting. You have already passed the allotted span, said the model with a sigh. But I don't think I'm so very bad, as old ladies go, answered Mrs. Mullion. Her little brown face puckered up, and her bright eyes twinkled behind their glasses. At any rate, she continued, I will say the word in season. Noel is naturally good, but weak, like his father. Roger retired. He wanted to save his aunt if possible. There was still hope for her, but he feared his brother had gone beyond redemption. That afternoon, Mrs. Mullion chatted with Noel in her little garden at Villa St. Joseph. The young man smoked a cigar, drank claret, and peeled a mango for his aunt. True to her promise, she touched upon the subject of Noel's delinquencies, and he admitted the magnitude and extent of them without hesitation. I am exceptionally bad. There's nobody that can doubt that, Aunt Ruth. But I have a theory which completely explains it. I should be pitied, not blamed. You see, all men, as a rule, have their share of the old Adam. But look at Roger. He hasn't got any old Adam in him at all. Nature found out her mistake too late, and made up the balance by giving me double my portion. You're not really bad, only frighteningly thoughtless. I wish you could see more of Roger. It makes me feel so wicked to be in his society. He is so very elevating, rather depressing perhaps, but still very elevating, and extremely good for us both. Wouldn't be fair to him, answered Noel. You cannot touch pitch without getting dirty, Aunt Ruth. He's such a particularly spotless young chap that any contact with me shows. He told me so himself, so it must be true. He has made 1 or 2 final attempts to reform me by letter, but they've all failed, I regret to say. The Moravian people here liken him to St. Paul, and fancy that I'm his thorn in the flesh. It may be so. I wish you would make an attempt to turn over a new leaf, for my sake, Noel. I turned over so many lately, but they all get to look alike in a week or 2. I will have another try, though. I don't vividly remember the former occasions, my dear boy. Oh, I do. Worse luck. No matter. I'll have another shot. Today's Thursday. I'll begin next Monday. But Noel's renewed experiments toward cleaner living proved even less happy than alleged previous efforts in the same direction. In fact, he fell more extensively than usual, and less than a month after his recorded conversation with his aunt, Roger brought to that lady a sad tale of the most discreditable escapade. Henceforth, he said, all decent doors must be shut against Noel Warren. He is my brother, but I assert that no man or woman who values his or her reputation should know him. Albeit Mrs. Mullion, as a West Indian of the old-fashioned sort, hardly looked upon Noel's latest adventures in the grave light that Roger did. Yet he was strong, she was weak, and finally he extorted from her a promise that, for the present at least, if only as a punishment, she would deny the hospitality of Villa St. Joseph to her younger nephew. The promise once given, Ruth Mullion spent all her time and efforts to escape from it. But Roger, though it wrung the young man's heart to do so, found his sense of duty assist him in keeping the old lady firm. He had got in the thin end of the wedge, and he prayed that it might still be possible to save her soul alive. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Doug Fajardo. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Chapter 2. Roger Warren was really a very good young man, and better than most young men. But then he belonged to that fortunate, fishy sort of youths who always drink water from choice, and whose blood seems too thin to get very hot, even in the tropics. He felt strong, chiefly because he had never been gravely tried as yet. But he had a practical weak spot, too. the mammon of unrighteousness fascinated him. This he hardly knew himself as yet, but the devil did. I say again, he was a good young man, though not as good as people thought, and not as good as he honestly believed himself to be. A humbug always humbugs himself sooner or later. Then his actions are worth watching. Noel, on the other hand, was really weak and vicious, but he knew it, and after his last fiasco he made yet another attempt to struggle from the slough. Finding that his unassisted efforts towards better things never produced the smallest results, he cast about for aid, and boldly sought the same in a high quarter. Bishop Muldoon of Dominica was always ready to lend a helping hand to black sheep from any fold, or no fold at all. Noel was the sort of youngster he liked to tackle, and he willingly gave him the benefit of much excellent advice and admirable counsel. The sinner, weak as water, sentimental, good-hearted, impetuous, found it a comfortable and happy thing to have a complete new program thus mapped out for him. He obeyed the good bishop to the best of his ability, joined the Roman Church as a preliminary, and started on the new steep road. His reformation was not instantaneous, far from it, but people who took the trouble to watch Noel Warren carefully detected a change from the first. He was good oftener than formerly, and apparently with deliberate intention. Noel wrote once or twice to his aunt during this period, but received no answer. Then, about 5 months after the estrangement, he met his brother. Instead of passing as usual, Roger stopped him. "I desire to speak with you," he said. "Would you mind turning down this lane for a few moments? Here we shall not be interrupted, and not seen, eh? Oh, come on." They proceeded over a rough, grass-grown road, flanked by mean negro huts. The place was lonely and almost deserted. At one door sat an old insane negro playing with a cat. Here and there in the road naked black babies and goats amused themselves. "You must prepare for sad news," began Roger, opening the conversation. "Aunt Ruth has become much weaker since last you saw her. She cannot be with us long now." "Poor old lady! I'm very, very sorry to hear it. Bitterly sorry. Is she happy? Does she ever mention me?" "More in sorrow than anger. She forgives you everything, even this monstrous act of joining the Romans. She desired to see you a month or more ago, but I did not support her in the idea." "You? What business was it of yours? Discuss calmly." "In a measure, it was my business. Our aunt has put herself in my hands, body and soul. I have no fear now for the latter. What touches you is the future of the property she leaves behind her. Concerning that, I am but little wiser than yourself. She has, however, appointed me as her executor, and allowed me to learn that all her securities have long since been realized. Her money, how much or how little I know not, is actually within the walls of village St. Joseph. When I heard this, I considered it my duty
to take up my own abode there. Our joint interests pointed to such a step. Aunt Ruth was glad that I should do so. You must not accuse me of even a selfish thought in this action. Our good aunt's will was made long ago. I am as ignorant of its contents as you are.
But what is this objection to my seeing her? She is as much to me as you. I exercise my own judgment in the step. I cannot think that the presence of a Roman Catholic at her deathbed, or near it, is desirable.
Oh, you're a broad-minded man.
Thank God, no. The broad-minded are to be found in the broad path, as a rule. You must have narrow views if you would tread the narrow way.
Well, you seem nicely calculated to soothe anybody's declining hours, that's certain.
Aunt Ruth must have aged rather rapidly since I last saw her. But if you've been turning your attention to her soul, it is easily accounted for.
Roger sighed. We need not prolong this conversation, I think, he said, and then the brothers separated. But the next morning they met again, for Noel, brooding upon the matter, determined to get more information at all costs, or even force an interview upon his aunt if opportunity offered. The truth was that, with the noblest possible motives, Roger Warren had, in reality, adopted a course likely to shorten his Aunt Million's life. As he told his brother, he had at last prevailed upon the old woman to turn her thoughts to the next world. But his method of performing that feat induced in the patient a semi-hysterical, semi-religious, semi-terror-stricken condition that kept her nerves forever on the fret and jar, that brought her gray hairs with increasing speed and increasing misery to the grave. She was very grateful to her hard-featured nephew, and very frightened of him. It seemed as though an angel from above had come down to ensure her eternal welfare. Roger's strength lay in his pictures of the world to come. He did not paint heaven as a particularly attractive spot, but his descriptions of the other place were terrific. They would have reformed a satyr. Sometimes, in feeble moments, Miss Million begged Roger to send for Noel, but his stern sense of duty made him equal to the task of refusing her. For the same reason, he had destroyed Noel's letters, and had not mentioned them to his aunt. His conscience told him that it must be done, for Ruth Mallion's eternal welfare was at stake. End of chapter 2. Section 3 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Doug Fajardo. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Chapter 3. Noel swung along on his pony next morning, and presently rode boldly up to the door of Villa St. Joseph. It was a quaint, beautiful portal, fringed with a great canopy of yellow and purple convolvulus, flanked by flaming red crotons, shadowed by a lofty mahogany tree, and approached up a short flight of red brick steps. At the top of these, a grey-headed negress of ample proportions,
clad in spotless white, with a brilliant turban over her dwindling wool, grinned with pleasure at the sight of the horseman.
"Lord be praised! That you, Massa Noel?"
"Yes, Martha, I rather think so. How's my aunt to-day, and how's your old man?"
Massa Million, she plenty good now. She thinks 'bout nothing but de Lord now. She make her peace with him, and frown over all other things. Massa Roger, he talk about hellfire, and cheer Miss Million up. There's no fear she no go to heaven, sah. But I's sorry, 'cause I don't know what comes of me and my old man."
"But isn't anything being done? What's the matter with her? Does she see a doctor?"
"No, sah,"
answered an elderly negro who came up at that moment.
"She did use see Massa Smith, but he Roman Catholic gentleman, and Massa Roger, he say no Roman Catholic to fret her, and the old lady, she say all right. The Lord's doing for her now, Massa Noel. But I am damn glad to see you again all the same, sah."
"Yes, that's jolly fine, Gerard," burst out Noel. "But what did the Lord give us doctors for, do you suppose? It's wicked, this sort of thing. She's only 78, or something like that. There's a chance for a doctor yet. I call it murder, shutting her up like this, and worrying and frightening her into her grave." As he spoke, the thin form of his brother appeared at the door. Roger was as angry as his convictions permitted him to be. His righteous wrath gave an unpleasant expression to his eyes. "What is this? How dare you set foot here?" he asked softly, keeping his voice well in control. "Have you no consideration even for a dying woman? She hears you. Your past returns to her mind. Her heart almost breaks to think of what you are. Take your presence from this house, and do not dare again to criticize me or my actions." "You use the word murder, Noel Warren. Have a care. My patience is only that of a man." "Curse you and all your canting Hussites!" cried the other hotly. "A self-righteous brood, absorbed in contemplating of its own holiness. Stand out of the way. My patience is gone too. Now I am here, I will see the old woman, and take the consequences. You don't stop me, anyhow." "With the Lord's help, I will," answered Roger stoutly. He barred the way, but no miracle was performed. Noel, his temper free, his passion red hot, was a handful for stronger men than his brother. He collared Roger by the scruff of the neck, shook him till his teeth rattled, and then flung him head first down the steps into the garden. The conqueror hastened forward towards a room on the other side of the house, which he knew his aunt occupied. He stopped for a moment on the threshold of it and knocked, but there was no answer. Again he knocked without reply, and then, with a sudden sense of fear he could not explain, Noel pushed the door open and went in. A little figure in grey lay upon the ground. Mrs. Malyon had started from her couch by the window to separate her nephews when she heard their voices in anger. There death had overtaken her, and now she was gone forever. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Doug Fajardo. Loup Garou by Eden Phillpotts, Section 4. This sudden and unexpected tragedy quieted the brothers' feud. Noel, as a relief to his feelings, got upon his pony and galloped back to Rosso for a doctor. Roger picked up his little dead aunt and carried her back to her couch. Great weeping and wailing arose from the black domestics, but beneath their sorrow lurked satisfaction of a sort and gloomy excitement, a weird, flesh-creeping pleasure which they extract from the circumstance of death. Convincing himself that his aunt was really past all aid, Roger Warren put the whining blacks out of the room, closed the jealousies of the chamber, and waited quietly for the return of his brother with a medical man. All was over now, and he felt that the relief of knowing what Aunt Melian had really done with her money would be great. Not, of course, that he cared overmuch himself. He looked at a massive brass-bound bureau of black oak which hid the secret. It struck him that it might be well to roughly acquaint himself with the position of affairs. Here was an opportunity. In a work-basket by the dead woman lay a bunch of keys. He opened the main door of the bureau to find that it contained no documents, only little bags and rolls of paper. Locking this again, he made a further search, and suddenly chanced on what he sought, with the will and testament of Ruth Melian writ large on the top of it. He just glanced through it to gather the general idea. This was quickly grasped, and the intelligence turned Roger Warren very white and cold, and set a strange, hazy mist dancing in his eyes. The rumoured wealth of his aunt existed only in imagination. Her total fortune amounted to slightly more than £5,000, and every penny of it was left to Noel. Villa St. Joseph and a beggarly acre or two of land had been willed to Roger. He put his hands over his wet forehead and walked to the window. Then he turned and gazed at the grey face upon the bed. Its eyes had opened again. It almost looked at him and laughed. All your care and attention and anxiety wasted, it seemed to say. Roger sat down to reflect, and the devil came to take his share in the argument, only he disguised himself. It was a fiery trial, bursting upon a disposition ill-armed to withstand this particular assault. My reward is not of this world, thought Roger. Then a voice spoke to him, and it said, Here is a case in which the Prince of Darkness must be fought with his own weapons. You do not want money. You never think of worldly wealth. But a great responsibility rests on your shoulders now. This ancient woman was twice a child, anile, imbecile, altogether incapable of conducting affairs. Fortunately, you can rectify her sad error. Providence has given you an opportunity to do so. Cast now this mad document into the flames, and possess yourself of the money. Hold it in trust for your brother if you will, but do not suffer it to pass into his hands now.
It is like giving it into the keeping of Belial. Do a grain of evil, that vast good may come. And so on, and so on. The voice spoke at some length, and its arguments finally became very sophistical and subtle. Truly, the spectacle of the struggle would have edified a third person. Roger thought that his conscience was speaking. He knelt down by his dead relation and forgave her for her sin, and made the position a subject of prayer. Then he rose refreshed, locked up the bureau again, and put the keys where he had taken them from. But Miss Mallion's will he placed in his pocket for the present. A moment afterwards he was summoned by a big deputation of negresses who thronged around the little entrance of Villa St. Joseph, and all spoke together in wild excitement. Roger bade them be silent, and then old Martha, the woman already mentioned, explained their errand. "Dese ladies come to know about singing to-night, massa. They sing to keep Loup garou from the poor soul that gone. Loup garou, him terrible busy just now, and the jumbies, they busy too. Don, he see Loup garou when Marse Jackson die, and Tom Wilson see him when his boy die. So dese ladies come sing dis night." Loup garou and jumbies, it must be explained, are horrid monsters, akin to the vampire and werewolf. They are held to be particularly active at times of death. A corpse will drag them out of their secret hiding places, and any dead person not sung or prayed for prior to burial will most surely be partially devoured or mutilated by the creatures. Singing, however, keeps them away, but nothing can kill them save a bullet consecrated in some place of worship. Weird and frightful tales are told of these demons, and the legends concerning them, while French in origin, have been greatly added to and improved upon by the mystery-loving negroes. They are a very terror to ignorant minds, and few blacks would care to speak lightly of them. In times of death, therefore, the silence of the night that succeeds is often broken by sobbing, wailing melodies, begun at sunset and continued until dawn, at which time the power of these monsters is held to cease. Roger Warren reflected a moment before answering the eager crowd of women. Another time he would have preached a little sermon on the sin of such superstitious imaginings, but on this occasion he did not. "Do you say something has been seen?" he asked seriously. "Yes, massa, plenty Loup garou seen. Him awfullest black, wicked Loup garou. Dan and Tom, they see him." "You may sing here to-night, but not in the house. You can meet in the garden. Be careful and do no damage. That is all." The women marched chattering off to prepare for such a scene as they loved. To sing all night at a mournful occasion of this kind gives one a certain amount of distinction, and when it is a white man or woman for whom you sing, then you stand a reasonable chance of becoming celebrated. Soon afterwards Noel arrived with Dr. Smith of Rosso. "I can't hurt her soul now," said the medical man mournfully, "and I can't mend her poor little body either. She's gone for good. Syncope settled the matter. She probably made a sudden effort, and it was too much for her. Poor old lady, gone.
Ruth Malyon was a landmark in time here, a link with the far past of Dominica. God rest her. End of section 4. Section 5 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts, Chapter 5. That afternoon the brothers held solemn converse together. "Our aunt's will is naturally in your thoughts," said Roger. "Tomorrow we shall read it, after the funeral." "Do you know the contents yourself?" "I told you yesterday that I did not." "Well, I don't want to see it. I expect nothing," said Noel. "The bureau, I understand, holds all there is. But I think it would be well to moderate our expectations. I have reason to believe that poor Aunt Ruth's wealth has been greatly exaggerated. It would not surprise me to find she was really living on her capital." Here a further deputation of negroes waited upon Roger, to ask if they too might sing in the garden that night. He refused angrily. "We don't want the place turned into a pandemonium because a good woman has gone to her rest," he declared. "In a weak moment I granted permission to about 50 of you. That is more than sufficient." When the disappointed blacks had retired, Noel asked for an explanation. "They come to sing and make night hideous here. You know their ridiculous and pernicious beliefs." "Yes, but often those old superstitions have some backbone," answered Noel. His brother sneered. "Does your creed accept other devils than its own?" he asked. "Do you believe in Negro fetish as well as Roman Catholic?" "Strange things happen," answered the other. "Very strange things happen, and have done so only recently. I credit fantastic vampires no more than do you, but late occurrences here had something besides pure imagination behind them." "Yes, strong drink. If you can believe tipsy negroes, your faith is remarkable. Has any responsible person ever seen one of these alleged demons by the dead? I think not." Noel made no answer, but turned to look for the last time at the woman who was gone. Necessary offices had been performed. Miss Malyon lay on a plain bier, shrouded with white, in the centre of the room where she had died. The windows were open, and through them a soft wind breathed, laden with the odour of stephanotis. Over the distant hills an afterglow of sunset still trembled. Nature was calm and peaceful, and in a hat mood, though not so calm as the little figure on the bier. Ruth Malyon looked a tiny mite of a creature now, but death is solemn even in a baby. Noel, being of sudden impulses, was deeply moved. He went to the window and plucked a handful of the sweet white flowers that trailed round it. Then, placing them on the breast of the dead, he knelt down beside her where Roger had knelt. Without, dark figures were already flitting among the palms. Women called to one another and made final preparations for their night of music. when the last gleam of sunset light had faded away, they would begin to sing. Noel, hearing his brother approaching, rose quickly and stood by the window. Roger, who came for his aunt's keys, was leaving the room again, when Noel turned and held out his hand.
"Be friends now,"
he said huskily.
"Shake hands and forgive me. I'm sorry for what happened this morning. Forget the past. She'd like us to. You've got nothing to blame yourself with, but I have so much. Be generous to one whose load is very heavy tonight."
"We make our own burdens," answered the other, extending a cold hand. "God is aware I wish you no ill." That was all he said, and Noel choked down his emotion pretty quickly. Then Roger locked the door of the death chamber and went into another room.
"Do you stay here tonight?"
asked the younger brother.
"No. Those people will begin their singing almost immediately, and sleep must prove impossible. I return to my own house. I need rest, for tomorrow will be a trying day. Our aunt is to be buried in the Moravian cemetery at 11 o'clock. I know not if your views will permit you being present. Indeed, it is a question whether it would be decent for you to attend."
"I shall ask no man's opinion on that point."
"Remember the nature of the occasion. That is all."
Then Roger proceeded to the outer gate, where a negro was waiting with his horse. He turned, however, first to see Noel off the premises, and also to give the old servants, Garrard and his wife, a final word of instruction.
"Lock up everything," he said, "and admit nobody after the undertaker has departed."
Noel, on foot, watched the retreating form of his brother with mingled emotions. His reflections, however, were speedily centred in a recent idea which was now growing into determination. He felt it a rebuke that his dead relation should pass the lonely hours of her last night above ground unwatched and uncared for. No chance would ever offer of giving substance to a kind thought for her again. The act of a vigil by Aunt Millian's little body was in keeping with his new creed also. She had been very good to him until his own sins closed her doors against him. Besides, there was comfort in the thought of watching by her, comfort for him, and he felt sore and wanted comfort that night. Another argument for such a step presented itself: the alleged demons. Noel would have denied any impeachment of credulity, but an element of superstition formed a deep ingredient of his unstable character. He was irrational upon more points than one, too prone at all times to give imagination the rein, and hold reason back. His subsequent actions testified clearly to this fact. On reaching his home, he armed himself for the contemplated vigil, and, as if this were not enough, he entered the Roman Catholic chapel on his road back to the Villa St. Joseph, and performed an act of superstition, pure and simple. The chapel was empty, save for an absorbed worshipper with her back turned. So Noel, approaching a little shell of holy water, immersed 2 pistol bullets in it. Having thus sanctified the missals,
He produced a heavy, old-fashioned weapon and carefully loaded it with them. Then, rather ashamed of himself, he went on his way.
Garrod greeted the young man with some pleasure, and admitted him at once. "Terrible sad and creepy crawly in dis house dis night, sar," he declared. "Me and Marfa, we's all alone wif Missy Malyon. Dey sing out dar, and dat good, but Loup garou him plenty near, for certain sure." The door of the apartment where the dead lay was locked, and, not caring to force it, Noel went round into the garden, from which he entered by the window. Then he threw back the jalousies, sat him down by the bier, and fell into a deep trance of thought. End of chapter 5. Section 6 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Section 6. The night had now closed in, and the singing women were hard at work in the garden, their quaint, whining melodies rising and falling and sobbing through outer gloom. Sometimes the music rose in a great crescendo of sound that echoed far into the night-hidden land. Sometimes the wild song sank into a long, sustained drone, like the wail of Scottish pipes. But there was no moment of absolute silence. The mourners never stopped for an instant. Did they do so, Loup garou would seize the opportunity for which he waited. Presently the distant mountains were fringed with light, and the dark hills clothed with a veil of silver-grey gauze as the moon rose, raining brightness upon the quiet world. Wondrous harmonies trembled out of the darkness. The palms were set in pearls. Beneath them the torches of the singers flashed with a glow of ruddy flame, and round Noel, as he sat by death, there shone a radiance of soft glory also. Moonbeams kissed the small white face beside him, twined bright fingers in Ruth Malyon's grey hair, outlined her outstretched form, explored the dark corners of the chamber, gleamed with pencils and splashes of light on the metalwork of the old bureau. The locked desk in the corner brought Noel Warren's own fortunes back to his mind. He expected nothing, deserved nothing, and yet there was a possibility that his aunt had not wholly forgotten him. But personal matters occupied a very few moments of his time. His reflections had already drifted back to the dead woman when the value of his vigil became manifest. The moon was stealing onwards and upwards. The mournful chant of the negresses still rang upon waking ears. Fireflies danced their intermittent fires dim under the moonshine. Tree frogs maintained a ceaseless chirrup in the palms. Then a woman's shrill, sudden scream cut the air like a knife. It was followed by another and another, and, hastily approaching the window, Noel saw a vision of dark, hurrying figures and waving torches under the trees. The music stopped for a moment, to instantly burst out again in deafening, agitated chorus, where the terrified crowd had herded together in a mass, as cattle before a beast of prey. In another moment, beneath him as he stood before the window, the listener heard something rustling in the foliage, and almost before he could start back into the room, a silent, black, and hairy hand was upon the sill. Noel, with his heart beating like a hammer, knelt behind a chair in the darkest corner and cocked his pistol. As he did so, a shadow fell across the bier, and, looking to the window, the man's hair bristled up, his breath was caught in his throat, he shook at what he saw. Framed there stood an inky silhouette, a misshapen, living thing, half man, half ape. The moonlight showed its hairy body, outlined its shaggy ears, and played like white fire in its round eyes as it turned to listen. Then, with slow and deliberate movement, it dragged itself over the window ledge and fell, silent as a spider, upon the floor. Crawling onwards, it stopped by the feet of the dead, and Noel, his nerves at the last pitch of tension, was about to shoot. But the thing moved away again, and, suddenly getting upon its feet, walked over to Ruth Mallion's bureau. Man or demon, it wanted money, not blood. There was the tinkle of a key, and the heavy-set doors turned back. Not stopping to think, his past horror turned to rage, the armed man lifted his pistol, aimed between the eyes of the great bull-like head before him, and fired. A streak of tawny flame flashed from the darkness. A puff of smoke caught the light of the moon and made the room bright. The black figure, leaping into the air, turned with outstretched hand, and vainly endeavoured to stagger back to safety. But it did not reach the window. Bending under the smoke, Noel fired again, and, with a great groan choked in its head, the dark being fell crashing down. Once it struggled to its knees, but only for a moment. Then it rolled over, scratching the matting with its nails. In the window a torch smoked and sputtered over a crowd of struggling women with shiny black faces and frightened eyes. At the same time Gerard forced open the door behind Noel and entered with lights. A crowd from the garden trod upon his heels, peeping over his shoulders and under his arms with hysterical excitement and a screaming jabber of words. The room grew full of hurried forms in the mingled light of torch and moon, and a smell of burnt gunpowder tainted the air. The rabble made a semicircle around the dead black creature humped up in a corner. There it lay, silent as the little white form on the bier, but nobody dared go near it, save only Noel. He, taking a light, pushed through the negroes and approached his victim. Man, brute, or devil, the thing was dead enough now. It had fallen on its back, and its open, goggle eyes glimmered up at Noel as he bent over it. A dark stream wound over the floor from its side, seeing which young Warren guessed at the truth, or part of the truth. "This is a mask," he cried. "One of the carnival demon masks painted black. Help me quickly here. I've shot a man. It must be a nigger. See if anybody knows him." They tore the grinning mask off and found no negro, only all that was left of Roger Warren. He had acted from the best possible motives, but been unfortunate. End of chapter 6. Section 7 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Section 7. A few curious facts came to light after Ruth Malyon and her nephew were laid to rest, and Noel Warren had been duly acquitted of the terrible charge brought against him. There was no shred or scrap of evidence to show why Roger had taken a venerable carnival costume from a lumber room in his store, and, having donned it, had sallied forth to steal the property of his dead aunt. In reality, he had made an attempt upon money which would soon enough have become his own, for Ruth Malyon's last will duly appeared in the old bureau. With the exception of a small bequest to Noel, from whom, with bitter sorrow, I am constrained to turn my face, Miss Malyon had left everything to Roger, but as sole residuary legatee, the dead man's brother became possessed of the entire estate. Noel, a gloomy, haunted man now, could only believe with the rest of his little world that Roger, at the inscrutable will of the Everlasting, had most sadly taken leave of his senses. His thoughts grew a burden to him, his life a curse. His brother's blood hung like a red pall between him and all realities of life. Anon he set about leaving Dominica to seek some spot where the tragedy was not known. But whilst looking through Roger's effects, winding up his brother's estate, and putting all things in order before his departure, Noel came upon an ancient document in one of his brother's coats. It was a will of Ruth Malyon, nearly 6 months old, dated considerably before her last testament. "Thank God I found the thing, and nobody else," said Noel Warren to himself. Then he burnt it. End of chapter 7.
Section 8 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tracy Duckett. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. John and Jane. A negro lay at full length upon the little wharf of Kingstown, St. Vincent, in the West Indies. He chewed a sugar cane pensively, and gazed with unspeculative eyes at the blue waters of the Caribbean. John Diggle was a full-blooded African, and rather an exceptional specimen of his race, for he enjoyed the advantages of fine physical proportions, and good looks also, judged from an Ethiopian standpoint. As he basked and blinked in the hot sunshine, his black skin, shining with a rich chocolate gloss, peeped from many a rent and rift in John's raiment, for he wore what he was pleased to consider his working clothes, albeit Mr. Diggle did extremely little work at the best and busiest of times. Now that emancipation has made all men free in the fertile islands of the Western Indies, Quashie's labours are very limited. 2 days of toil a week are sufficient to provide him with every necessity, and he has no ambition for luxuries. Give him a thatched cottage peeping from between the great tattered leaves of plantain trees, Add thereto a patch of land where he may grow his sweet potatoes, throw in a cocoanut palm, sufficient sugar cane, and a wife to cherish or thrash according to his humour, and your negro asks for nothing more. But John Diggle, while he owned most of these good things, and was the proud possessor of 2 mango trees into the bargain, yet lacked a helpmate, and while he sat upon the wharf and watched a shoal of flying fish flashing like little silver meteors in the bay as they fled and flew before greedy pursuers in sea and air, John sighed with the gravity of his reflections and shook his woolly head and set down his sugar cane, for the sweetness had gone out of it that morning. Mr. Diggle was in love with the blackest, straightest, prettiest little negress in St. Vincent, but his dear one had 2 strings to her bow, and she harped with great success upon each, to the extreme discomfort of the other. His present uncertainty first reduced John to despair, and then determined him to take definite action. He felt that when his mental condition became such that sugar cane no longer tasted sweet in the mouth, it was high time to make a move and press for a decided answer from Jane Smith. He had not proposed yet, excepting through the vague medium of great bunches of bananas or presents of land crabs and other delicacies. Nor had his rival made absolute offer of love so far as he knew, and now, while poor John lay sighing and whining to himself under the blazing sun, he was screwing his courage to the sticking point, and framing ardent sentences calculated to express the height and depth of his affection. He wished he could write a letter setting forth his sentiments, but the extent of Mr. Diggle's education did not embrace the possibility of such a performance. "Specs I'll hab to say it," he thought, "and dat other nigger'll hab to say it too. He don't know nothing 'bout writing, thank the Lord." This reflection comforted John for a moment. Then another took its place. What if his rival had spoken? Of course he might do so at any moment. Mr. Diggle knew very little of love, except that it was a most unquieting, distracting condition. But he suspected that considerable delay in matters of the heart must be dangerous, and more especially when a tertium quid like Jeff Solomons had taken up a strong position. Solomons was a newcomer in St. Vincent. Nobody knew anything about him beyond the fact that he possessed more money than most of his kind, and that he had a very hateful and superior way of treating his fellow men, but managed to make himself highly popular with the ladies. There was a strain of white blood in him, upon the possession of which he took unreasonable credit to himself, and claimed relationship with some exalted putty-coloured people at Barbados. But the sole evidence of this lofty lineage in Mr. Solomons appeared from the fact that, instead of being a mahogany-hued negro, he was a snuff-tinted one. He gave himself great airs and graces at all times, and had become pretty generally disliked by his own sex in consequence. Lastly, of him it may be noted that his impudent face had a strange deep scar upon it, the origin of which was a much debated mystery among his acquaintances. So John Diggle, feeling that further delay must be useless, if not absolutely dangerous, rose up from his hard couch on the wharf, gave the remains of his sugar cane to a small boy who angled hard by, and then returned home to his cottage. The negro's preparations for his pending proposal were of a most elaborate nature. He rummaged out his Sunday clothes, polished up his best hat, a venerable white beaver of obsolete design, put on a sky-blue tie, which his friends very rightly considered among the wonders of St. Vincent, and finally got into a pair of boots, articles which he cordially disliked and rarely wore, but felt were that day demanded by the dignity of the occasion. Then, taking a big walking-stick with a metal knob, he started, the admired of all beholders. His acquaintances were proud to know Mr. Diggle that afternoon. Indeed, John's progress presently amounted to a sort of triumphal procession, for a dozen ragged black girls and boys marched proudly in front of him, and an inquisitive adult or two brought up the rear. The central figure felt highly gratified at the ample attention he was commanding. Even white men stopped and admired. He felt that he amounted to a pageant, and the idea gave him confidence. Jane would surely be bound to strike her colours before his blue tie. She might not care particularly for the man, but John quite failed to see how she could resist the clothes. All a negro's love of admiration and importance thrilled in Diggle's veins that afternoon. He felt that he was somebody, and his heart beat high with sanguine hope. He reflected, moreover, that a staunch ally already watched his interest in the camp of the enemy. Jane lived with her aunt, an ancient, much-married negress who had survived 3 husbands, accumulated small worldly possessions from each in turn, and now spent a quiet Indian summer of life in peaceful widowhood and comfortable circumstances. Aunt Elvira knew men pretty thoroughly, and had rather a low opinion of them, taken as a sex, but she thought well of John Diggle. Him, probably in consideration of his extended property and 2 mango trees, she considered as an eligible, if not absolutely desirable, suitor for Jane, and she had secretly assured him that she was on his side and would exercise her influence. But very few aunts, whether black, white, or any other colour, have much authority or carry great weight with pretty young maids whose feet stand upon the exciting threshold of womanhood. Jane was a beauty. She had a strong will of her own, and a perfect belief in her judgment of male character. She proposed going her own way, wherever that might lead her, and 1,000 widowed aunts would have made no difference to this determination. Mr. Diggle's Black Diamond lived inland, a mile or more out of Kingston, and presently, leaving his juvenile bodyguard in the rear at the outskirts of civilization, he proceeded to climb the hills that rose beyond. Noble hills they were, fringed and gemmed with palms, richly wooded to their topmost heights, crowned with clouds of pearl that hung in the deep blue sky above. Nature triumphed in savage verdure on their towering sides. Here glowed the fiery bells of the flamboyant. Here vast, weird cacti thrust upwards their thorny heads. Here tamarind, mango, lime, and palm struggled in luxuriant rivalry, linked and chained each to other with creeping tangles and twisted ropes of delicate foliage. Here the jagged boughs of frangipani broke the undergrowth and scented the air with sweet white blossoms. Here blazed the crimson spikes of the coral tree. John stood awhile to rest by the shattered trunk of a dead giant, whose bleached, lightning-smitten branches towered above the living woods. Beneath him, billow upon billow of tawny forest extended, rolling downwards to where emerald plains of sugar-cane and arrowroot lay between the mountain above and the little town below, while beyond the colony of red roofs and grey that glimmered under tropic sun, there stretched away to the dim horizon a great and glorious sapphire sea, gleaming with splashes of sunlight on tiny white sails, dimmed at one point by tangles of wind-blown smoke from a departing steamship. John Diggle sat down in the heart of the hot woods, watched the humming-birds flickering on trembling wing before the flowers, noted the lizards that rustled to right and left, saw the air quivering over the hillside, and felt his recent hopeful emotions rapidly dying within him. There, alone in the lap of nature, John dimly suspected that he was but a small thing after all, and that even his white beaver and sky-blue tie might be taken in a wrong spirit and fail of success. Once he was almost tempted to relinquish the task for that day, but he braced himself to the ordeal, and allowing himself no further license, started straightway for the habitation of his love. 200 yards from the cottage, Mr. Diggle met no less a person than Jeff Solomons coming towards him. This gentleman was also in holiday garb, so John guessed, and he appeared on good terms with himself and the world in general. "Good afternoon to you, Massa Diggle. Fine day, sah." "Very fine day, sah," answered John, trying to look pleasanter than he felt. "You's plenty dress up, Massa Diggle. Where's you gwine dis afternoon?" "Dat's my business, I specs, Massa Solomons." "All right, sah, all right. I mean no 'fense. I's sorry I spoke." "You's very pertinent, nigger, to ask where I's gwine," explained Mr. Diggle hotly. "I no ask you why you's gwine." "No, sah," answered the other with a cool, most exasperating grin. "And you no ask me where I's come from, 'cause you know where dat is." "Good afternoon, sah, ha. "You's damn horrid, nigger, sah," answered John. Then he proceeded to the cottage of Aunt Elvira. Auntie sat on the floor in the living room. She was plucking a fowl and smoking her little clay pipe. "Where's Missy Smith?" inquired John abruptly, without preamble. "De gal's in de garden." "Me God, Massa Diggle, dat's beautiful, sure enough." And Aunt Elvira stopped her occupation and beamed with undisguised admiration upon Mr. Diggle. "Yes," he admitted, mopping his shining forehead and giving the beaver a final polish. "Yes, I's smart, ma'am. In de garden? I'll go right long." "Dat Solomon's fussin' 'bout somewhere dar." "No, he have gone. A most damn pertinent fellow, ma'am." Then the lover went out to meet his fate. Jane was sitting on a little wooden form under a palmetto in the garden. Her arms were folded, her head bent down, her eyes apparently fixed upon her 10 black toes. She looked a bright and comely maiden, as negresses go, with big brown eyes and teeth. Her fair sisters must have much envied her. The girl was clad in a white cotton frock extending slightly below her knees, and her crisp hair, done up in careful curls, was hidden for the most part under a big white turban with ends that flowed behind. "Good arternoon, Massa Diggle," she said, not looking up. "Same to you, missy," he answered gravely. She cast a sidelong glance at him, and his splendid attire spoke his errand. No Negro ever dressed like that, excepting he meant some great business, save on Sundays. "Shall I sit down long with you, Jane?" "Yes, Massa Diggle." He shook her hand solemnly for about half a minute, then took off his hat, placed it by his side upon a red handkerchief, folded his hands over the great knob of his stick, and sat silently gazing at her. She endeavored to show indifference, and failed. "You's great man dis evening, Massa Diggle." "I's come 'pon great business, missy." "Hab you, Massa Diggle? Just so. And I wish you no call me Massa Diggle, but John instead." "Den I call you John, Massa Diggle." "Dar you goes again." They both laughed with the quaint, pathetic Negro cachinnation one must have heard to appreciate. Then John grew very much in earnest, and spoke once more, this time to the point. "Jane, I say just dis to you, dat I lub you. I lub you eber so long since I fust see you, and I got a house and oder things plenty comfortable for 2 folks. You hab eberything if you marry me, Jane." "Dar's Marse Solomon's, he lub me too," said Jane. "Dat Solomon's damn pertinent nigger to lub you," asserted John warmly. "Him nothing on dis island. Him not even proper colored gemman." "Him no nigger at all," declared Miss Smith. "Him no colored person. Him nearly altogether white, gemman." "Shoo, him white," and John made a great pretense of being moved to uncontrollable laughter. "Am dat boot on my foot white? Am de land crabs I bring you for present white? Am de devil white? Solomon's nothing, neither black nor white. I wonder you think of a person what neither black nor white, Jane." The girl did not answer, but an angry sulky look came over her face. She moved as far away from him as the scanty seat would allow, and tore the edge of her apron peevishly. "You's colored, lady, and I's colored gemman, and I lubs you," began John again. Then she interrupted him. "Why you speak disrespectful of Marse Solomon's? What he done to you?" "I no care nothing for Marse Solomon's," explained John with extreme unconcern. "Only I's surprised you like him." I lubs him," said Jane, looking away. "Lubs him?" "Yes, I does, and I's gwine marry him right and proper at the chapel. Dar." There was a long pause, then John spoke again with a hollow voice indicative of shock and dismay. "I's too sorry to be 'quainted wid dis, Missy Jane, quite too sorry, 'cause I fought dat you lub me a little piece. You no lub me 'tall, den?" "No, I no lub you 'tall." "Me God, dat's terrible bad news, Missy Jane." She did not answer, and after a further brief period of silence, John proceeded. "S'pose dar was no Massa Solomon's, den?" "But dar is." "S'pose him not on dis island, den?" "But him am." John sighed and whined, and Jane sighed too, and they went in mournfully together to Aunt Elvira. She saw instantly the turn which matters had taken, provided some rum and water for John before he started upon his return journey, and upbraided Jane openly with her folly and obstinate behavior. "You's quite too big fool of a gal," declared her aunt, whereupon Jane grew very sulky, and said she much doubted John's love. Then she returned to the little garden alone, and hid herself in a patch of pigeon peas and wept. John, meantime, consumed his rum and water, shook Aunt Elvira by the hand, remarked that he neither knew nor cared what would become of him, hinted that the life blood of Mar Solomon's would flow pretty freely before long, and then departed. A very woe-begone face it was that peeped out between the white beaver and sky-blue tie as Mr. Diggle returned to his home. Life thenceforth, he told himself, must be a hollow farce. He thought first of killing his rival, then himself, then both. It struck him that if he took his own life and left his mango trees and other goods to Jane, she would at least keep his grave tidy and perhaps shed a tear there from time to time when she had leisure. But then a horrid vision of Solomon's in the beaver hat and sky-blue tie filled John with a stern determination not to leave the world unaccompanied. Finally he decided to live on, at any rate for the present, and watch events. So he took off his boots and hung them around his neck, for the road was stony and rough and bad for shoe leather. Then he walked home, full of gloomy reflections. John Diggle was a model Christian on Sundays, but at other times he leaned in secret towards an old African cult of Obeah. It was rather more comprehensive than Christianity, for Obeah embraced religion, psychic, law, and various nameless arts, whereas the minister of the church had no talent save in his own line. It occurred to John that the Obeah man could possibly provide a little bottle of poison at a low cost, or suggest some other definite means of dealing with Massa Solomons. He, too, might furnish a cunning dose of quote-unquote love herbs for quote-unquote Missy Smith. There were, in fact, great possibilities to be hoped for from a visit to the Obeah man. But Mr. Diggle's good sense told him that it was useless to approach his Christian pastor with these schemes. So 2 days later, having debated with himself and put the question from every point of view, John started to the residence of the priest of Obeah. It lay hidden in the fringes of the forest where, separated from the wild lands above by a lofty bamboo hedge, the sugar-cane grew. John pottered along, bearing a few big green coconuts and a fine head of bananas. These were presents for the mystic. As he turned the corner of a winding road, Mr. Diggle saw a white frock fluttering ahead, a slim straight back, a sprightly figure, and a snowy turban. These things made his heart thump briskly, for he knew to whom they belonged. It was Jane, apparently upon the same errand as himself. She started at seeing him, showed some emotion, and an inclination to run away into the woods like a wild thing, but John affected not to notice her concern. He shook hands in his usual ponderous, prolonged fashion, then asked her whither she was going. "You no love me, Missy Jane, but you no hate me, eh? We's friends, Missy Jane." "Yes, we's friends, Massa John, but I's berry sick in my heart, and I's gwine to Obeah to know the reason why," she answered. "And I's gwine to Obeah too, being berry sick in my heart, like you, Missy Jane." This was not strictly the aim of John's pilgrimage, but he felt justified in thus explaining it. They walked along in silence for half a mile, each occupied with private thoughts. Then over the hill from the other side of the island came a weary, footsore negress with a crying baby at her breast, a little boy limping before her, and a tiny girl wailing at her side. The entire party appeared extremely wretched, fatigued, and unhappy. "Who's dese?" inquired John, but Jane knew not. They all drew up, and the worn-out mother asked them for pity's sake to give her little ones a morsel to eat. They were very hungry and miserable, and had been trudging through the hot sun for hours. John, a kind-hearted man enough, readily sacrificed one of his green coconuts and broke off a dozen fat yellow bananas from the bunch he was carrying. "Where you come from?" asked Jane, after the woman had drunk from the coconut and sat down by the roadside with a great sigh of relief, while her offspring wallowed in the fruit. "From Bequia," she answered. "Dar was a sailing boat gwine round to Culinary River on dis island, and they took me long. I's terrible sad woman, massa, 'cause my husband's run away and took all de money I's saved and left me wid 3 babies, and now they say he's come long to St. Vincent." The deserted wife's experiences were an old story, and neither John nor Jane showed any particular wonder or concern at her tale. They only thought she must be a particularly sanguine sort of woman to start in pursuit of her lord. "What him name?" asked Mr. Diggle casually. "Wilson him true name, sar, but him lots ob names. I know him if I see him. Him gemman, wid big scratch down de side de nose where odder gemman hit him wid a chopper." John and Jane looked at one another. What if him go by the name of Solomon's, ma'am? Solomon's my name, sir, for I was married. Then I knows 'em, declared John, and this lady she know 'em too. Go you straight long down to Kingston and go to the police station and ask for Massa Jeff Solomons. Den go to the gub'nor's house and see the gub'nor's clerk, Jem'm, and say who you is. If you doin' well, he take me back, p'raps. Den I make no fuss, said the poor wife. After which, with a look of hope rekindled in grateful expressions, not a few, she got her family into marching order and set off once more, leaving John and Jane alone. The girl showed a stoic indifference to this tremendous chance discovery which greatly mystified Mr. Diggle. He expected she would express her sorrow in the usual feminine way, but she did not. "Terrible sad for you, Missy Jane," he said at length. "Might been sadder," she said. "How dat?" "Might been married, me and him, 'fore that lady came 'long. How den?" John was bound to admit the concentrated horrors of such a position. "And now, Jane, what do we do now?" They stood in a lonely place together, and John, dropping his present to the Obi man, turned boldly round, put his hands upon Jane's shoulders, and looked into her eyes. "And now, Jane? He come to borrow money o' me this morning," she said. "You no borrow my little money away from me, John. I gib you money, Jane, and a house and mango trees, and I lubs you plenty more than eber. Give me cocoanut, John. I's thirsty, and I's awful queer." They sat down together and ate and drank until a certain gift designed for the Obi man was much diminished. "You's mine now, Jane. Say you's mine. I wants you to say you's mine." "Yes, John, I guess I's yours now." End of Section 8. Recording by Tracy Duckett.
Section 9 of Loup Garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Doug Fajardo. Loup Garou by Eden Phillpotts. The Skipper's Bible. Devil's going to his death without no sort of sky piloting whatsoever. I looks after his body, feeds him handsome, but his soul, Lord knows, that ain't in my line," said Dick Ferris, the mate of the Flying Fish. "No, nor yet in anybody's line aboard this ship," answered the carpenter. The Flying Fish was, in truth, an ungodly vessel. From her Yankee captain, Joe Greenleaf, to Dick Ferris, an Englishman, from her cook to her cabin boy, there obtained on board an ethical night unlit by the least glimmer of dogmatic or other religion. The ship bowled briskly through the Caribbean Sea, bound for Kingston, Jamaica. She carried cargo and a few passengers, to one of whom the words spoken by Ferris had immediate reference. He was a negro decker, and a man of some importance, judging from the fact that a special erection of boards had been raised round him. But the circumstance of capital crime alone placed Black Neil in his present position. He now rapidly approached the end of his voyage and his earthly pilgrimage together. A fellow Ethiopian's blood was upon his head. Sentence of death had been passed, and the gallows waited for him at Kingston. Nobody paid the doomed man much attention, excepting Ferris. He, however, took lively interest in Black Neil, listened to the recital of his misdeeds, and considered the extent of his punishment very unreasonable. "It's like this here," Dick explained to his friends. "I don't say as how he didn't kill a man. He did, and you and me had done the same in his place. His wife went away with another nigger, and he laid wait and put daylight through the swine. He only punished the other chap for a crime what no judge couldn't punish, 'cause there ain't a law against taking a man's wife if she's agreeable." "I spoke to him yesterday," remarked the carpenter. "I said, 'You're a mortal bad lot, Neil. There's no denying of it.' And he said, 'That's so, massa.' Then I said, 'They'll hang you, old man, sure as eggs is eggs, and why shouldn't they?' And he says, 'Yes, sir, that's so. I'se a-gwine my count.'" "It's his future state as bothers him," declared Dick Ferris. "So it would any man. We may think he ain't done much of a crime like, leastways I don't, but the law says he has, so he'll die with a sin on his soul. And you bet they'll take the judge's word for it in the next world, not an old nigger's. Anyway, it's hard he can't have no sky piloting, 'cause he's a man, though black." "You won't worry yourself about niggers when you've seen a bit more of 'em, Englishman," sneered an ugly, misshapen seaman, with a hairy head like a bull and a deformed leg. "Maybe not, but they're a blamed sight better'n some whites." "'Tain't everybody as kills a fellow creature's hanged, John Droop," answered Dick sharply. It happened that Mr. Droop's past was open to grave criticism at one or two points, so the mate's remark restored immediate peace and general good humour. Then Ferris strode forward to see Black Neil. The negro was sitting in his little temporary cabin on deck, sitting chained with heavy irons, his elbows on his knees, his head down between his hands. "Well, how goes it? Did you have the grub cook sent along?" asked Dick, lighting his pipe. "Yes, thank you, massa. Plenty good grub, sar, but I don't want nothing to eat much." "No, I knows. Sky piloting's the tap what you hankers arter, boy. Natural enough, too. But blame me if there's any aboard can help you there. Have a whiff?" "Tank you, massa. Don't want no tobacco now." Black Neil shook his head and looked out over the dancing blue waters with great sunken eyes. He was an elderly negro. Deep wrinkles already furrowed his face, and his wool began to grow grey. "It's very bad to de heart, sir, feelin' you's all wrong with God Almighty. I'se damn bad lot, would never learn no prayers or nothin', and now I'd give de world to hear a minister speak up for me, or any other gentleman what could." "Just so, just so," answered Dick. Then he sucked his pipe and was silent, while the other looked far away over the sea. Presently Neil spoke again. "I'm an accomplished man, sir, in my way. I can read plenty. If you have got the word now, or a book of hymn songs, seeing there's no minister or gentleman what can pray, I might do long with them." "Ain't no good books here, my son. Devil a one of 'em, and you can read. Well, that beats anything. There's no man on this here craft can read, except me and the skipper and the cook." "Have they got good books, sir?" "Not them. Leastwise only navigation and charts. These ain't no good for your journey, I judge. Lord, it's hard. Can't you pump up a bit of a prayer nohow? You'd feel easier like if you could." The negro only shook his head again. "I no pray without somefin to start me off, sir." "Well, keep your pecker up, anyhow. I'll look around. Maybe the Deckers know a hymn, or summat of the sort, amongst 'em. But blame me, you did ought to have taken your last cruise in another ship, for sartain." Then he rolled off to see if the flying fish contained any shred or scrap of spiritual food for Black Neil. When the members of the crew found that their first mate extended such sympathy to the condemned negro, they too, for the most part, showed a fragment of humanity in their treatment of him. Men who would have kicked Black from before them like dirt, under ordinary circumstances, felt that Black Neil's peculiar position entitled him to a little exceptional respect. Moreover, they considered his punishment was altogether excessive. He suffered for an action most of them deemed more laudable than wicked. Fellow negroes, also, would peep over the partition which screened the culprit. If the black warder who guarded him was out of the way, they handed him bananas, sugar cane, and like luxuries. When the attendant sat in his place, they would simply roll their brown eyes and express pious hopes that their brother had made his peace with the Lord. But Black Neil had not done so, and was terribly anxious upon the subject. Superstitious to the heart's core, like all his race, and in a measure fatalistic also, death had now become a familiar idea, and its terrors were quite dwarfed and dimmed by the more terrific certainty of what awaited him beyond. He took his judge's word for it that he was a lost man, doomed to eternal fires for his sin. He remembered that the grim being in the black cap had urged him to make his peace with heaven, and now, with frantic desire, he yearned for some outlet to his penitence, for some religious channel through which even he might crawl within earshot of his outraged Maker. Heaven seemed blind and dumb to the poor wretch. But when Ferris had left him, the memory of an old tune fell like a wakened echo on Black Neil's ear. He could not recall the words of the song. He only recollected that they were religious, and treated of a golden shore. The air was better than nothing, and he lifted up his voice and whined again and again to himself. He was not a very bad negro, perhaps, but an unfortunate one, the victim of unhappy circumstances, of a concatenation not in the least unusual when an old man marries a young woman in the tropics. That night Dick Ferris recounted his recent conversation to an interested group. "I told him," he said in conclusion, "how to my knowledge there warn't no such thing as a Bible aboard this craft, nor yet a prayer book neither." "Yes, there is, Mr. Ferris," piped the cabin boy. "Eh? Don't say you've got one, Sprig." "No, I ain't. But you see this eye?" And he pointed to a big black bruise on his cheek. "That came along of a Bible. The boss have got one."
"The skipper!"
exclaimed 2 or 3 men in wildest surprise.
"He have. I was tidying his cabin round, putting things ship shape, and he sees me hanging on the shelf over his bunk, dusting off it. There was a book atop with a polished black cover, and I picked it up to clean it. Then he says, 'Take your dirty paws off the Word of God, boy, and stop messing around and get out of here.' So I ups and says, meaning no sauce, 'I was cleaning of the book, sir, as is a inch in dust and dirt.' Then he lathered me proper for answering."
Nobody appeared much interested in these personal experiences, but the fact that their captain, Mr. Greenleaf, possessed a Bible called for a good deal of more or less profane contempt.
"Who'll ask for the loan of it?"
inquired Ferris. Not a man answered, and he spoke again.
"I would unchance it, but it's useless. He hates me worse than poison, 'cause I'm the only Englishman aboard. I reckon you'd get it, Bell, if any of us could."
Bell, the carpenter already mentioned, was considered to be the captain's favourite. A distinction he denied. This man scratched his head and grumbled, and did not take kindly to the enterprise. The general sense of the meeting went against him, however, and he prepared to depart. "Tell the skipper it's for the nigger forward as is goin' to be hung. He can't refuse it, even to a nigger, seeing as how the poor sweep be placed," concluded Ferris.
"He will," said the cook of the Flying Fish.
"Mark my words, he'll tell Bell to go to hell, which is rhyme, if not reason."
Pretty soon Bell returned, baffled. "He says he ain't disposed to lend the word of God to a damn blackguard black man. And he also says we're to sheer off from Neil for the future. If he sees a hand alongside him again, the captain says that hand will hear from him direct," explained the carpenter. "There's a goddamn Yankee blighter!" burst out Dick. "It shows how a man may have a Bible, yet never carry on as to let other folks guess it," commented Bell. They were lost in speculation as to how the skipper ever came to possess a Bible at all. "Stole it," said one. "Reckon it was given him by some as saw he wanted the use of it," suggested another. "In that case his ship would be loaded right up with 'em," declared a third. "Why ain't he sold it and made a bid on it?" asked Ferris. "'Cause none of his choice circle of friends would ever want to buy such a thing," answered the cook, who had just returned. When the men separated, Ferris went away, his muddy brain on fire with the wickedness and unchristian horror of such a circumstance. He had a rooted conviction that the Bible would make all the difference to Black Neil's position, if not in this world, at any rate, in the next. He was firmly convinced, therefore, that Providence had placed this Bible on board for the negro's especial benefit. No matter had ever stirred his faculties so deeply. He could not get the subject out of his head, and the more he reflected upon it, the stronger grew his determination to move further and secure the book for Neil at all costs. None took the skipper's refusal to heart as he did. Indeed, their first indignation blunted, his comrades laughed at him for being in such anxiety about so trifling a business. But Dick could not regard the subject as trifling. It appeared to him that tremendous issues were involved. He was quite new to intercourse with the negroes, and their interests and welfare seemed perfectly serious concerns. He debated with himself through long moonlit watches, and his thoughts kept him awake in his bunk. Personally, he had never pretended to religion, none having come in his direction at any time. But the sight of a condemned sinner, friendless and comfortless, on the brink of the grave, the spectacle of a fellow man separated by a few days only from death and possible damnation, woke strange forces in the heart of Dick Ferris, and set his mental machinery working more briskly than ever it had worked before. He knew what a call meant. A friend of his had once received a call and joined the Salvation Army upon the strength of it, and gained benefit therefrom and passed it on to his family. And now an overwhelming impression grew stronger and stronger within him, which notion finally dominated the man and pointed to action. Black Neil, Dick told himself, must have the skipper's Bible, and Providence had evidently marked him out as a means by which the soul-saving book should reach its destination. Eternal life for a perishing creature clearly lurked in his captain's cabin, so the mate of the Flying Fish determined to secure it. If physical force became necessary, then he would fight. The fact that such a course was rank mutiny, and might be punished as such, did not particularly appeal to him just then. Indeed, the consequences of his pending action failed to weigh with him in the least.
After all, he reflected, the man's a reasonable being. Like enough he'll hand over the book and make no splutter. If he don't, well, he's been spoiling for a smack at me these 2 voyages. Now he shall have it. Anyway, it's a damn queer twist to get in the brain pan of a seafaring man. All over a blessed nigger, too, that nobody gives no count on.
That night, Dick knocked at the captain's door, was told to go in, and entered to find a very unexpected picture. The skipper lay upon his bunk smoking, and actually reading his Bible. "What do you want?" he asked shortly, glancing up. The other, from sheer amazement, clean forgot the elaborate remarks with which he had come prepared. He stood silent, irresolute, open-mouthed, gazing upon this wonder before him. "What do you want, you fool?" inquired Mr. Greenleaf once more. Then Dick found his tongue. "That, Governor," he answered, pointing to the open book. His captain laughed, then swore. "This ship's grown cussed religious of late, seems to me. You're the seconds come on the same wild goose chase. What the fury's the matter?" "'Tain't for myself. I don't want no Bibles," answered Ferris stoutly. "It's like this here. That nigger that's going to be hanged at Kingston's getting blammed low and down in the mouth. He's off his feed and taking on pitiful. 'Cause why? 'Cause he ain't got no sky piloting. You've got a Bible, and he can read, or so he says. Therefore I reckon to ask you to lend it out to him. I'll go bail he won't do no harm to it." "Oh, you reckoned that, did you? Well, I guess you'd best mind your own bloody business in the future, and not waste no more time fooling around that black sweep. I don't lend no Bible of mine to him or anyone. Ain't I reading it myself? Go forward." He went on reading, but Ferris stood his ground and twisted his hat about in his hand. "Why don't you go? Ain't the skipper's own cabin private from you devils?" "Well, it's like this here," answered Dick very slowly. "Sometimes a man finds he ain't his own boss no more. I ain't. I feels a kind of call saying how Black Neil must have that Bible of yourn. You see, blacks is calculated to have souls, same as whites, and his soul's in a proper darn fix now. That book could make a powerful sight of difference, just all the difference between aloft and below, maybe. So I asks of you, respectful, to lend it to Black Neil." "And what'll you do if I says I'll see you damned first?" "Then I guess I'll take it, Skipper." The 2 men looked at one another silently, and Ferris licked his great hands and rubbed them together in preparation. For a moment
The only sound in the cabin was the rasping of his rough palms. Then Greenleaf spoke. "Go right ahead, then. Take it, or try to. I've wanted bad to see what you were worth, with your British gas inside. Go right ahead. I'll thrash you here, and then have you flogged on deck, and then best arrange for that later, boss." There was not much room in the captain's cabin for two big men to settle a quarrel by force of arms, and with such a confined area, the battle promised to be short and decisive. Dick grabbed the Bible, and Greenleaf hit him in the face, whereupon Dick dropped the book and turned his attention to his superior officer. Both men were soon struggling upon the floor, first one uppermost, then the other. The American was tall, lithe, and very active, but the other's bulk and weight told in that narrow ring. "Stand up and fight with your fists, if you're English," gasped Greenleaf from the dust, and Ferris let the other rise, and when he was on his feet again, squared up to strike. Both were fairly set going now, but the mate had the best of the exchanges. He was as tough as leather, and Greenleaf could not hit hard enough to stop him. Down they went again, Dick letting out right and left like a kicking pony. As they rose, Greenleaf, now aware that he had more than met his match in such close quarters, lifted his hand over his head and snatched a revolver which hung upon the cabin wall. He was quick, but hardly quicker than the other. Ferris dashed in and, with all his weight behind the blow, hit his skipper full and fair upon the forehead as he fired. One man went down in a limp, senseless heap in the corner of his cabin. The other felt a red-hot stab of pain in his shoulder, and then knew something wet and warm was trickling down his arm into his hand. He picked up the Bible, however, and staggered out into the alleyway. A crowd had there collected upon sound of the shot, and Dick pushed through them, explaining as he went. "He's hit me somewheres in the shoulder, and I've about killed him. Best go in and get him on his bunk and do what's possible."
Then, leaving a line of red splashes on the deck, he went forward with his prize and handed the Bible to Black Neil. The negro clasped the book with rejoicings, but was greatly concerned to know what had taken place. "Don't talk. Read, boy, read like mad. Stick to it. There's a chance yet if you only hold on to it and soak up all you can from it. I've knocked him silly, but he may come around. It's the skipper's own. He don't understand no Bibles, else he'd have fought fair and not fired on me. But he pretty nigh missed, whereas I didn't. You just buckle to it and read like hell." Then Ferris went to the galley to see after himself and secure the cook's aid. This worthy was considered to possess no small medical ability, and presently he returned, full of importance from ministering to the captain. Fortunately for Dick, his shoulder had sustained but trifling injuries. The skipper's bullet did little more than touch him, inflicting in its progress a wound of an unimportant nature. While the cook washed his injury and bound it up, Ferris asked after Mr. Greenleaf. "How's the old man?" he said. "Bad, seemingly. There's nothing broke as I can find, and he's breathing pretty free, but he ain't come to his senses yet. Reckon you've dented it in his skull somewhere. That's death, mind you." "Guess there'll be another to swing along with Neil at Kingston, then," said Ferris.
Then the hours fled by,
and the entire ship's company grew more and more anxious to learn how their captain prospered. Sailors are not Job's comforters at best, and Dick heard enough before the dawn of the next day to depress him considerably.
"You're always right in a sense, having a call like to do it,"
explained Bell, who had a nice command of language and a luminous way of putting things.
"But the law don't take no heed of a call."
"What you've done is to mutiny, and steal the skipper's property, and maybe murder him. Time will show. If he dies, it is murder. If he lives, it's merely assault with intent to murder, and you'll get penal servitude. All for a nigger, too," grumbled the cook. "Not for him, for his soul," said Dick apologetically. "Why are you so blamed sure niggers has any souls?" inquired John Droop. "Where you going to draw any line betwixt us and them, if they has souls?" "If a drunken, dirty-hearted, mean, lopsided lout like you have got a good working soul to be saved, then I guess there's a chance for everybody and every color, monkeys included," answered the mate. "When men like Richard Ferris takes to preaching aboard the Flying Fish, after knocking the life out of the skipper, then it's weary gratifying and weary convincing, no doubt," retorted John. But the skipper was by no means dead. He recovered consciousness about 9 hours after the battle, and it happened that the cook was with him at the time. The first thing he says, mighty faint in his throat, is, "Where'd I hit Ferris?" Then I says, "You scratched his shoulder, sir, that's all." Then he grunted and put his hand to his head and says, "I know where he hit me." After that he told me to make the cabin dark and clear out, but I stuck on, knowing as how he should have food, and I made him bite a bit, owing to him being too feeble to refuse. But he swore forcibly and various. I reckon he's turned the corner." Thus the cook explained matters, and his prediction proved correct, for within 2 days the skipper had his chair brought up on deck, and presently appeared himself with a face every color of the rainbow. He sat and smoked, saying no word to anybody. Then a strange thing occurred, for Mr. Greenleaf suddenly arose, walked stiffly and lamely across the ship, and disappeared behind the partition which hid Black Neil. The negro, absorbed in his book, heard and heeded nothing. He conned his Bible at morning, noon, and night. Already he had sucked no small consolation from it, and found numerous passages and promises which appeared to have been especially written on his behalf. "How are you going on, Nig?" asked Greenleaf suddenly. "Very nice, massa," answered Black Neil. Then he looked up and saw who was speaking, and trembled as he clung to the Bible. "They be the precious words, sir. I's getting straight with de Lord fast now. De word get me into heaven if you let me him a little more. They hang me up and I no care nothing, 'cause I's going to de golden shore. So let be the precious word, massa." "Going to the golden shore by way of the... Well, I guess there's many better'n you've been hung, and many worse. I'll leave it on one condition. If you ever gets there, you can put a word in for this ship. Just a remark in a general sort of way. Needn't mention no names. Can't do no harm. Rub it into 'em up there. See, I didn't lend that book kinder easy, but now you've got it, you can hold on to it till we get to Kingston. and here's a bit of lead pencil. Just mark the notions as seems sort of best to you." Mr. Greenleaf flung down a stump of pencil and went off without further speech. Like many of the extremely ignorant, he had heard and believed in a superstition that the dying or doomed have strange powers of inspiration extended to them, and he suspected that his Bible would greatly benefit from attention at Black Neil's hands. His mind had been busy during recent hours, and his reflections had brought him to a somewhat unexpected conclusion. The men talked over this mystery of their skipper's continued silence.
"He's nursing it, mate, to keep it red hot for you in port,"
said Bell to Dick Ferris.
"Not a shade of doubt. He's lying low and letting it fester in him. He's breaking his heart to flog you afore all hands, only he knows he ain't got strength to do you justice yet,"
declared the cook. But Ferris had heard from Black Neil's warder of the recent interview between the convict and the captain. He could not make much of it. Still, the matter of their conversation seemed to argue hopefully for Dick. He was alive, however, to the enormity of his offense, and did not permit himself to be sanguine. Upon the following day the skipper resumed his duties, and soon afterwards the Flying Fish sailed into Kingston Harbor. Nothing out of the common occurred at that port. There were rumors and whisperings, but Joe Greenleaf took no official or definite move in the matter of his mate. Work went on as usual. The vessel was unloaded and filled again, and Black Neil went almost joyfully to gaol upon learning that every benefit of clergy there awaited him during the few remaining days of his existence. About a week afterwards, in the dawn of a golden morning, the Flying Fish sailed again, and as she swept away to sea, Dick stood for a moment and looked out at the shining town and a black speck that fluttered from a flagstaff. Then he found he was not alone.
"What you staring at, Ferris?"
asked somebody standing by him. It was the captain who spoke, and these were the first words which had passed between him and his mate, save upon ship matters, since their struggle.
"I'm looking at that black flag over the prison, Captain. They've strung Neil up today. He's gone, poor devil."
"We had some difference, if I remember, touching that same nigger," said Greenleaf coolly.
"We had. It's like this here. I'm main sorry I smashed you up so bad. But you didn't ought to have shoot, though I takes it right of you to have kept your mouth shut, and I humbly thanks you."
"He said how as if he gets aloft 'twill be through that Bible of mine. So I reckon to make a bargain with him. If he makes the port he tried for, I gave him the tip to put in a word for the Flying Fish, not mentioning no names, just free in general. And he promised, 'cause 'twas my Bible. Smart, huh? I hopes he'll remember. And you and me'd better shake, I reckon."
End of section 9.
Section 10 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. The Ruby Hummingbird, Chapter 1. Like a bright gem set in tawny gold and velvety green, lies Villa Caprice on the outskirts of St. George, Grenada. Among the many beautiful West Indian homes which nestle upon the noble hillsides of this island, which peep out with white roofs and twinkle of glass under the tropic sunshine, or retreat within the purple shadows of mango and palm, none enjoy a happier position and more extensive view of mountain and blue sea beyond than Villa Caprice. And certain it is that no private entertainments equal in splendour and delight those with which the master of the mansion regales his many friends. Upon a day now far past, Dr. MacDonald rose at an early hour and put final touches to his preparations for great pending diversions at Villa Caprice. A pride of dawn shower had fallen, sweetening the fresh morning air and filling the doctor's brilliant garden with liquid diamonds that flashed on flaming crotons and in the cups of the flowers. But now the raindrops shrank and died visibly under a blazing matin sun. At one point tall trellis work supported a great scented screen of stephanotis. At another a naked-footed negro busied himself in a bed of ferns and eucharis lilies. Hard by, under the shade of orange and lemon, carefully treasured and repaying the attention, with good store of blossom, stood half a dozen English roses, sweetening the air with memories of home. All about the garden and around it rose towering palms with undergrowth of nutmegs and a cocoa plant or two for ornament, while at the gate, which opened upon the road without, stood a flamboyant, a gorgeous tree with foliage akin to the mimosa and brilliant crimson blossoms that hung like fiery bells against the deep blue sky above. Another still mightier tree stood over against the flamboyant. It was clad in blossoms of purple hue and gemmed with tiny hummingbirds that hung on trembling wings before the flowers. Dr. MacDonald and his black attendants had just proved that a little fountain was in good order. It bubbled upwards in a tinkling column of light, and fell with murmuring shower of silver and gold upon the broad green leaves and pink blossom of water lilies below. Then they began hanging the lower branches of palmetto and orange with bright Chinese lanterns. They also dotted little lamps amid the flower beds and ferns, after approved modern fashion. Next the doctor swung a net hammock or two, and began dragging out great cane easy chairs from a little summer house which was full of them. The negroes fussed around in their amiable, idiotic way. They chattered and laughed and directed each other, and left all the real work to Dr. MacDonald. He loved work and was never tired of it. They did not love work, and would always take an hour of trouble to escape 10 minutes' labor. The doctor, in fact, was an ideal master. From Cauchy's point of view, he liked to do everything himself. 20 years in the tropics had not killed his energy, but it is a fact that Scotchmen generally stand a West Indian climate better than their English brothers. Dr. MacDonald was clad in snowy white, with a great Panama hat on his head and a big cigar between his teeth. His florid face, with his grey eyes, big whiskers, and comical laughing mouth, was perhaps better known and better loved than any in Grenada. He had been a fortunate, happy man, people said, but nobody grudged him his brimming measures of the things which make life sweet, for he and his wife and his only child never veered in well-doing and in effort to bring brightness to unlovely lives that lacked it. They considered that Ethiopians possessed like claims on God Almighty with themselves and a place in creation as noble as their own, a most astounding and unusual view for West Indians to take of the black man. Dr. MacDonald, having ordered matters to his satisfaction, went indoors, drank a cocktail, and then sought out his wife and daughter. They, assisted by sundry black maidens, were full of business in the kitchen, and bid the head of the house begone, for he began to steal and nibble at their dainty fare, like a big schoolboy. The negresses giggled, the doctor roared with laughter and withdrew. An hour later, breakfast was served in an ideal West Indian room, lofty and airy and decorated in pale, cool shades of grey and green. Then the buggy arrived, and Dr. MacDonald drove away down the hill to his consulting room and surgery in town. Before 9 o'clock he was hard at work, and by noon had finished his professional labours for the day. End of section 10. Recording by Harshita. Section 11 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. The Ruby Hummingbird. Chapter 2. Amongst the guests invited to the festivities at Villa Caprice were two young men, both important personages in their different ways at Granada, and each gentleman rightly deemed that the coming afternoon and evening would embrace the most tremendous moment in his life. M. Achille Gada, a wealthy, talented Frenchman of brilliant exterior and pleasing manners, approached the ordeal with considerable confidence. James Winter, a broad-shouldered, heavy-limbed youth, with faint hint of the tar brush in his big brown eyes and sallow skin, and nothing but his full pocket to particularly recommend him, came in fear and trembling. A strange, almost comic contrast the men presented. They were, in fact, alike only in their regard for Dr. MacDonald's daughter, Dulcie. Nor could the analyst have proved great similarity here, for they loved with an altogether different sort of affection. Gada was a little prince in Granada. He could ride splendidly, sing divinely, dance superbly. Men admired him. Women were said to be pliable as river rushes beneath the fire of his eyes. This young gentleman found it impossible to remain blind to the worship his handsome presence and wealth and accomplishments commanded. But he had a certain modicum of modesty. He frankly admitted, even to himself, that Dulcie MacDonald was worthy of him. It would, he contended, have been sheer affection to pretend that any girl living was too good. Men say such things, and they sound well and humble when talking to a girl, but they are only said, never meant. So Achille Gada argued. He was not ignorant of the fact that Miss MacDonald took some delight in his society. Many folks knew that too. Among small islands, the business of friends and acquaintances and other people generally secures no little attention. Perhaps, indeed, stupid, blundering Jim Winter was about the only individual in Granada who did not wait in hourly expectation of hearing a great engagement announced. It happened that these two men met on the road to Villa Caprice. With the same intention, they both came somewhat early. Gada in noble holiday attire, with a smart little brown horse beneath him, and a big white cotton umbrella over his head, laughed as he saw Jim Winter's broad back and lengthy legs. He was riding too, a gaunt animal of good qualities, and well equal to his weight. M. Gada laughed again when, overtaking the other, he observed his clumsy efforts in dress, the great bright flower in his buttonhole, the gaudy tie round his neck. A killing neckcloth, my friend. You will have the girls around you in a galaxy of beauty. Yes, it is rather swell, isn't it? I hate finery, you know. But we must launch out at parties, or people think you peculiar. You can get another like this at Johnson's store if you admire it. Truly, it is divine. and Gara cast a little contemptuous glance of conscious superiority at his companion. Mr. Winter, however, missed that. Then the Frenchman proceeded. "Why, you will cut us all out with DM. Who can tell?" The other started, and his big brown face grew hot and dark, while a broad hand clenched over his whip. "I know you men here call Miss Macdonald DM, because she's famous and the Queen of Granada," he said quietly. "But it seems to me rather a vulgar thing to do. It is lacking in respect to her." Mgada frowned, looked extremely fierce, and then laughed. "Are you also among her champions?" he asked. "It is lacking in respect to her," repeated Winter slowly, and not answering the question. Then they dismounted, for the gate of Villa Caprice was before them, and by it stood their host with outstretched hands and welcome in his voice. "The first, positively the very first. Come along in. Alfred, you black demon, where are you?" A negro came grinning out from the garden to take charge of the horses, while Dr. McDonald led his guests indoors. Mr. Winter echoed universal opinion when he called Dulcie MacDonald the Queen of Granada. Nobody questioned her right to that proud title. Her beauty was of the regal sort that chains the eyes and challenges the attention, that makes women talk and men keep silent. She was fair and tall, with a fine carriage and stately figure. In her expression centred a lasting, haunting charm, and her eyes seemed to reflect the blue waters that surrounded her home and the blue sky above it. Dulcie was 18, and had only within the past few months returned from Scotland, whither she had been sent for educational purposes. The girl possessed some cleverness and rare natural taste and delicacy of feeling inherited from her parents. She played the piano well, and was generally considered by males to accompany masculine voices upon that instrument better than anybody in the West Indies. Miss Macdonald liked gentlemen's society, and saw no harm in admitting the fact. She was a strange mixture of shyness and reserve, from which would burst forth at times fits of extreme frankness in presence of kindred spirits. She had a clever, watchful mother, which is the best thing a pretty girl can have in the West Indies, or for that matter anywhere. And now the young woman was constrained to answer a couple of somewhat exciting questions. To the first she replied in tones of soft sympathy and delicate tact, to the second with beating heart and the mist of joyful tears in her blue eyes. End of section 11. Recording by Harshita. Section 12 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. The Ruby Hummingbird, Chapter 3. Mr. Winter's opportunity came sooner than he expected. So soon that he felt wholly unprepared, and found his usual taciturn nature reduced to almost absolute silence as he walked round the garden with Dulcie. He made himself speak from time to time with customary, cumbrous modes of expression, but he preferred to keep quiet, to listen to the music of her laughter beside him. Dulcie was dressed in a gown of clinging silver grey, with a great pale pink rose in her belt, and delicate ornaments of coral that matched the flower at her wrist and throat. A sort of Albert Moore study she seemed, with just one bright flash of gold peeping from under the sun-bonnet, and a touch of crimson where her lips parted. She felt it was a happy circumstance to be so healthy, and so very much alive. She also dimly suspected the secret in that huge, quiet man's heart as he walked beside her, that she had had occasion to say no once or twice already. It was sad to do so, not in the least difficult. She knew her father thought highly of Mr. Winter. She therefore doubted not that he must be a worthy man, but he was strangely dull, strangely unaccomplished, strangely ignorant of what things young girls loved. So different, too, to some people. Her talk had reference to further festivities. "Are you going to the masquerade ball next week, Mr. Winter?" she asked. "I was not, Miss MacDonald. Out of my line, you know." "Do go," she said lightly. "But I fear it is useless your putting on a mask or fancy dress, for purpose of concealment, that is. You must be ever so much the tallest man in Granada, I should think, and I believe I am the tallest girl. I am horribly tall for a woman. Don't you think so?" "You seem a very little lady to me." Dulcie laughed. "Do you know what I'm going as?" "I should like to know." "Well, it's really a great secret, but I'm sure you'll never tell if I ask you not to. I'm going as the African goddess of the Grand Etang. You know the lake is sacred?" "Oh yes, all the niggers think the Mother of Rain lives in it." "Yes, and as the Mother of Rain I go to the masquerade. Such a lovely dress, like a great shower of silver. But I want one thing so badly. I wonder now if you could get it for me. I should be very glad if you will let me." "I will, with great pleasure," she said, laughing. "But the question is, can you? It's a ruby hummingbird. They are rare here, but I do want one for my wand so much, and I have seen them round the Grand Etang sometimes." Jim Winter knew what Miss MacDonald did not, that there was a heavy penalty for destroying hummingbirds, but that hardly struck him as in the least important just then. He said, "I'll get you one tomorrow." "How good of you! How very good!" And Dulcie smiled straight into his brown face, with frank dancing eyes that might have told him the answer to his coming question before he asked it. But he could not read them. He only knew they made his slow brains flash fire. He only felt he would give the wide world and all the hummingbirds in it to fall down and kiss the silver buckle on her little grey shoe. He only felt that here, centered in this maid, was everything life had to give him. He strangled the thought of his manifold deficiencies. He put away the vision of his own gigantic person and brown skin. He just fought to find words that he might let her know the secret, and so either end his torment or change the nature of it. Mr. Winter's pace grew slower. Then he suddenly stopped under a great tree fern and spoke in the pathetic sing-song accents of the West Indian, with a voice full of a curious, hesitating tremble that sounded strange. "Miss MacDonald, I want to say a thing to you. I won't get another chance today. It's just a few words or so, and you need only answer one. I love you, Miss MacDonald, and that's about all. Do you think there could be just a glimmer of hope? I'm not worthy, I know, a man like me, but I've got to speak it now. There's nothing I can say for myself to make me look a better figure in your eyes. But, oh Dulcie, Dulcie, my jewel, my dear, God knows how I love you. God knows." Something in his voice and the extreme humility with which he urged his plea touched the girl. Nobody had ever proposed quite like that before. He meant every clumsy word of it. His great brown hand was hurting her little white one terribly, but he did not know that. She rather liked to feel him hurting her. It seemed fair. She would have to hurt him in a moment. For the first time in her life, Dulcie felt a little frightened at herself for the possession of this strange power, this quality of hers which could make even great masculine creatures like Jim Winter shiver and shake and gasp and choke in their speech, and lose their self-control and pluck out their hearts for her. "I believe you love me," she said at last, taking her hand away. "And it makes me very proud and very unhappy too, dear Mr. Winter. I shall never forget that you have offered me the greatest honor a man can offer to a woman. But it cannot be. Forgive me," he interrupted very quietly. "I should not have dared." Her blue eyes were clouded. Her heart was sore for him. She would like to have said more, but feared to do so. She trembled lest he should ask another question, one generally supposed to be put by rejected lovers. But she did not know Jim Winter. He was not the man to press for reasons. Success might have knocked him off his balance. Perhaps defeat did not do so. He expected failure and came prepared for it. But he never guessed that Dulcie MacDonald really liked him and admired his simple, genuine nature too, in a way. There was, however, something with a black moustache and divine eyes and many accomplishments which filled Dulcie's soul quite to the brim just then. A moment later they saw the favoured being through the trees, surrounded by a little crowd. The doctor's guests were fast arriving now. "You will keep my secret, Miss MacDonald?" he asked. "It is sacred, Mr. Winter," she answered gravely, and the words seemed to comfort him. He knew not why. End of section 12. Recording by Harshita. Section 13 of Loup Garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup Garou by Eden Phillpotts. The Ruby Hummingbird. Chapter 4. Of Monsieur Carter, it need only be said that his lucky star shone brightly that night. In the evening, after some music with Miss MacDonald and a tableau vivant or two, in which he had figured successfully as something mythological and divine, Achille found himself in the garden, where great red lanterns splashed the foliage with light, and the murmuring fountain seemed to throw a shower of precious stones up into the darkness. Little tree frogs filled the air above with crisp nocturnal chirpings. Dancing fireflies spangled the night, while by our accomplished garter walked Miss MacDonald. Achille found a pleasant resting place under the stephanotis, threw away his cigar after it was finished, and flung himself down in an artistic attitude. Beside him sat Dulcie, with the red light on her silver dress, and a warm little heart thumping briskly beneath it. Then her favoured one began his version of the old story. Love is blind, and has no difficulty in imparting his blindness to the victim. M. Gada's protestations of eternal affection might not have convinced everybody. There were 2 words for himself and 1 for Dulcie from start to finish. He magnified his great significance in Granada, dwelt with unpleasing self-complacency on his past achievements and future ambitions, mentioned sundry efforts in the direction of local charities, predicted splendid possibilities for himself in times to come, but admitted that, with Dulcie to share in them, his spending triumphs would be sweeter than ever. It was a long, winding, well-worded effort, with a quotation or two from a French poet thrown in, with a happy, original phrase here and there, and a general air of careful preparation, not to say rehearsal. When he had made an end of it, the young man put his arm round Dulcie's waist, and his big moustache close to her little mouth, and poured great flow of burning glances from his black eyes into her brimming blue ones. Then the tree frogs sang bravely, and the fireflies twinkled a merry measure, and the red lamps waved where a soft breeze sighed through the night, and Dulcie was in heaven. Some hours later, when all the lamps were out and the visitors had departed, when the fountain had vanished in silence, and the great day was at an end, Dulcie cried happy tears upon her mother's bosom, and gave it as her most fixed opinion that never since the old world began to spin through space had such a glorious god of a man as her Achille appeared thereon. And her mother wept also, saying she trusted that it might be so. Meantime the glorious god drank whisky with his prospective father-in-law, and Dr. MacDonald was well pleased with the business, holding his daughter's happiness a matter next to his heart. Achille went home duly elated, looked at himself in a glass before retiring, found the sight as convincing as usual, and then withdrew beneath his mosquito curtains to sleep as became a conqueror. Dulcie too slept, but, as it sometimes happens, her dreams were occupied with trivial matters instead of the great concerns of the immediate past. She only saw a big, brown man and heard once more the words he had spoken. Jim Winter did not sleep. He walked under his coconut palms, up and down, until grey dawn awoke in the east. Then the morning found a dusty, weary-eyed, haggard youth, with his head bent down, with a dead flower in his buttonhole, and a ridiculous, brilliant necktie that had escaped from bondage and worked up under his ear. End of section 13. Recording by Harshita. Section 14 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. The Ruby Hummingbird. Chapter 5. When the morning had brightened, the sun ascended, and the soft clouds upon the mountains were blushing with rose and gold. An old negro came from Jim Winter's house and was astounded to see his master walking in the coconut avenue. "Dey Lord, sir, you go to and fro all night?" Winter started and smiled at the man. "Why, yes, John, I reckon I have, and I'm about tired of it. But there's lots to keep one's brains on the rack nowadays. You know, give the intellect a chance, sir, going to and fro all night," declared John gravely. "Maybe not. Maybe haven't got enough to hurt. You trot straight in and get my bath ready. Anyhow, there's a good boy." The old man disappeared, and the smile on his master's face died out again. He was just proceeding to the house when a black speck went dancing down through the air between the coconut palms. It flashed for a second in the sunshine and vanished, but Jim had seen the hummingbird, and the current of his thoughts was changed. "I promised her. I must get it. There can be no harm in that," he said to himself. Then going indoors he took from over his mantelpiece a light gun which hung there, and next he busied himself with some empty cartridge cases. These, to the number of a dozen, he loaded and filled with dust shot, after which, shouldering his weapon, he strode away up the valley to the hills. He remembered that Dulcie had seen ruby hummingbirds on the margin of the Grand Etang, and accordingly walked in that direction. Presently he stood at the brink of the little lake and gazed long into its dark depths. The man had poetry hidden away in him. He wished that his love was, indeed, the mother of rain, and dwelt beneath these waters. Then he had leapt down into the lake and been at peace. A bright veil of gauzy mist hung over the shore, but it was fast fading, and the tropical forest began to grow clear through curtains of film. Around him silent mountains rose, tier on tier, fringed and outlined with palms, lighted by sunshine and the fiery crimson spikes of the coral trees, while at hand, from a tangle of tawny foliage, starry blossoms of frangipani breathed incense to the morning. Winter was a good shot, and several of the little fowls he sought had presently fallen before him, but they all proved to be of emerald hue. Not a ruby-breasted humming-bird could he secure. Then where two roads met, and where a mighty cactus stood, its prickly arms hung with the delicate draperies of a white convolvulus, the sportsman saw what he wanted hanging like a star before the flowers, darting from one to another, burying its long bill in their snowy chalices. Other folks were abroad that morning too, all alone on the road, behind the cactus. A trim figure in a brown Holland riding habit was trotting briskly along over the turf at the edge of the road. Sunlight sparkled in her eyes, her lips were parted, drinking in the sweet air, and at her heart nestled an unuttered prayer, a wordless song of praise for the sweet blessings that kind heaven had poured into her young life. As Jim Winter pulled trigger, Dulcie's brown pony cantered proudly round the corner of the cactus. There was a flash and a puff of smoke. A little ruby hummingbird fell dead. A woman screamed with agony, reeled and dropped from her saddle to the ground, and a pony, taking fright, tore away down the road with great clatter and confusion and cloud of dust. It was all over in a second, and Jim, kneeling by the unconscious girl, groaned aloud to God. End of section 14. Recording by Harshata. Section 15 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. The Ruby Hummingbird, Chapter 6. So the brimming cup is snatched, as with trembling joy we raise it to taste. And 6 weeks after Dulcie MacDonald's accident, her father knew that his Queen of Granada would never see the light again. The dust shot had terribly torn her little face and dimmed her blue eyes forever. Heaven relented somewhat in this matter, for the unhappy girl only knew that she was blind, but never guessed how much of her beauty had vanished too. Jim Winter did not cut his throat or go out of his senses, though his Maker alone knew how nearly both circumstances overtook him. He lived on in a dazed, crushed condition, while from time to time, uninvited, Dr. MacDonald went down to comfort the poor wretch and assure him of his victim's forgiveness and bitter sorrow that he, of all men, should have brought her harm. "Face your life, my boy," said the old doctor. "Don't stop to think. That won't mend it. Work like a demon, and do good. It might have been even worse. You know what I mean. My precious girl's got some brightness in her life yet. Thank God. There is Achille." But though Dr. MacDonald did not know it, Granada pitied Mr. Winter a good deal more than it pitied Achille, for M. Gada had not comported himself to the entire satisfaction of his fellow men of late, nor had he shone under misfortune as might have been hoped. It created little less than a scandal when the Frenchman challenged Jim Winter to fight a duel, and asserted that his accident was not as fortuitous as it appeared. But Jim refused to fight when he heard of Gada's position. The challenge and the news of Achille's engagement reached him through the same source at the same time, and though just then he might not have minded a ready means of exit to oblivion or eternity, the second tremendous fragment of intelligence made any acceptance of the first impossible. Time hurried forward, and Garda discovered some curious facts as Dulcie grew stronger again. He found out that love is a condition largely influenced by circumstances, and that the quality of it varies very much in different hearts. He took it for granted that his own passion had been the true sacred fire, and was accordingly pained to find that love depends much more upon mere external and superficial trifles than he imagined. Dulcie once said, "You promised to think for me, Achille. Now you will have to see for me too. I am happy in that, for you find so much more beauty in beautiful things than I used to." Had she been able to note the look on her lover's face just then, the girl might have said more. He was thinking that beauty is an enormous factor, perhaps the first in love. He was reflecting that the world holds no more pitiful sight than a face which has been beautiful and is so no longer. He felt her parents did her a wrong, and him too, in not mentioning the change. It was cruel to hide it from her. He almost wished she could know it. Then, at least, Dulcie would feel that what was a satisfactory engagement before now amounted to rather a noble sacrifice on his part. It aggravated his position that the girl clung to him so closely now, and that even her parents did not seem to understand upon what a man's love naturally depended. But Achille was humane and honourable. He visited Villa Caprice with regularity and determined to raise no questions of the future until opportunity should offer, and Miss Macdonald be quite strong and well again. Then, as they sat one day where he had quoted French and explained what a glorious thing man's love can be when the heart is big and true, Dulcie settled the question for him. At any rate, he considered that she did so. "I sometimes wonder, my dearest," she said, "whether you feel quite the same to me as you did before I was blind. You see, I cannot look up into your eyes and read all they might tell me. I am going to say a terrible thing, Achille, such a terrible thing that I don't think I could say it if I wasn't quite certain what the answer would be. My pluck's all gone now, but I will say it. Then I shall be happier. Put your arm round me, love. Press me quite close while I speak. Even to think the words frightens me more than the great darkness did at first." He put his arm about her and waited for her words with an expression of painful interest on his handsome face. "There, now, I'm close to your heart. It's this, my dearest one. I can only be a dead weight round your neck through the years to come. I can never help your ambitions and hopes and achievements now. I can only listen and love to hear and glory in them. But it isn't fair to you. It's blotting your life at the very outset of it. I could only be such an encumbrance now." She waited a moment, but he did not speak. Then, with trembling haste to get the words spoken and finished, she hurried on. "So I release you. I must say it. It is right and just I should. Only right and just. If you want your Dulcie now, you must ask her all over again." She put one little hand over the arm round her waist, as if to hold it there, and smiled at him. But Garda did not kiss the scarred, upturned face. He glanced from it away to the fountain before him. A gleam of rainbow flashed in it, and liberty seemed shadowed there, beckoning. To do him justice, he felt the position acutely. The girl herself, he reflected now, saw the difficulty too. though her stupid parents were unable to do so. Of course, the love of a father and mother is so different. To them, doubtless, she was as beautiful as ever. Then he spoke. He failed to make a neat job of it, but he succeeded in rendering his meaning clear, so clear that presently he had to dip his scented silk handkerchief in the fountain and bathe Dulcie's forehead. Then he led her in to her mother and rode away, suffering considerably. End of section 15. Recording by Harshita. Section 16 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. The Ruby Hummingbird. Chapter 7. A year and a half has passed since M. Garda left Granada. People were very sentimental and illogical about his affair with Miss MacDonald. There was an unreasonable tendency to view the matter from blind Dulcie's standpoint rather than his own. So he shook the dust off the island from his yellow boots and went elsewhere for a time, until reason should reassert its sway. A long year and a half it was for Dulcie MacDonald, and her parents also. Then dawned an Indian summer of happiness for the blind girl. A chastened joy, heartfelt and real enough, but pathetic as the dim afterglow of tropical sunset, fraught with such sadness as the sight of sweet flowers on the coffin of youth. Jim Winter took Dr. MacDonald's advice and worked like a man for other men. It pleased Dulcie to hear of him, and presently it pleased her to be with him. But it was not until her mother wrote and asked him to come and see them sometimes, not until nearly a year after Achille Gada's departure from Granada, that Jim set hesitating foot on the threshold of Villa Caprice. Then he would talk to her, and read to her, and worship her, like a great humble dog, while Dulcie, by slow degrees, began to find that his voice brightened the darkness a little. In the sober light of her bitter sorrow and suffering, this man did not seem so heavy or dull. She felt he was real, and she knew he loved her still. She also knew that no words on that subject would ever pass his lips again. But one day they were sitting by the same little fountain where such great joys and griefs had fallen on Dulcie. Jim had been reading, and only shut his book when he saw that her eyes were closed. She was, however, wide awake, thinking, and when he stopped, still remained silent, with lowered eyelids. She heard him put down the book, and knew he was looking at her, looking at his handiwork. Presently he leaned over her, and so remained very quiet for a long time. Then a solitary splash, like a drop of thunder rain, fell on Dulcie's hand. It woke sleeping memories and the echo of words spoken in the past. Still there was no sound. Only the fountain made murmuring music, and it seemed to say what this man had said once, but would not again. The words came floating back. Dulcie, Dulcie, my jewel, my dear, God knows how I love you. God knows. Then she opened her eyes and smiled, and stretched out her arms to him, and he understood. End of section 16. Recording by Harshita.
Section 17 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. The Obi Man. Hidden in the heart of a tropical tangle of palmetto and mango, plantain and palm, perched on the lonely apex of a lofty hill, overlooking the Caribbean Sea, stands a hut beside a scanty patch of cleared land. The hut is thatched with dried cane tops and the broad leaves of the palm. The sky is very blue above. Hot air dances and shimmers against the baking earth and the dark green and orange tawny of the forest beyond. A narrow strip of thorny cactus hedge fences the cultivated land. Here a tamarind tree or two rear their heads. Here a clump of bananas, their broad leaves all frayed and tattered by sea breezes, bend beneath giant clusters of fruit. A goat is tethered to a little pomegranate tree in the garden. Over the cleared soil itself grows vines of the sweet potato. This lonely habitation, situate on a mountain-side in Tobago, belongs to a time-worn fragment of Ethiopian humanity, a disciple of mystery, a priest of Obeah. Glance twice at his secluded, ragged hut, and signs of exceptional character and significance become instantly apparent. It lies very far removed from all other dwellings, for no black man would care to pitch his own home within sight or sound of it. The situation is silent and mysterious. The spot is adorned with strange fragments of things dead. 2 eyeless bullock skulls ornament the entrance of the Obi man's dwelling, and his land is fenced with a fantastic ribbon, whereon hang empty bottles, bright feathers, and fragments of gaudy rag. Within this weird zone no man may enter uninvited, and certain it is that no black man would do so, for Obeah is a real terrible business still, a creed beyond the power of missionary to shatter or destroy, and a Negro would no more speak disrespectfully of it than of his own grandparents. Enter this hut and look round it, gradually observing the monstrous matters hidden in the gloom as your eyes become accustomed to the darkness. Dried mummies of beasts and men haunt the place, hang against its walls, and sit propped in corners, with a loathsome semblance of living about them. Festoons of birds' eggs and curious seeds and empty bottles hang across the roof. Skins of animals and birds litter the floor. Strange malodorous smells greet the nostrils. There is a piece of red glass in the roof, and thrown down through this falls a round flaming eye of light. The illumination centers upon a little 3-legged table, scattered over which lie strange, uncanny-looking fragments. Filth, mystery, and darkness blend in grim combination here. Across one angle of the hut hangs a curtain which hides Arcanum, the Chamber of Horrors, or Holy of Holies, whichever your attitude towards Obeah inclines you to call it. Jesse, the mystic himself, was in his garden. A great snake gourd trailed and twined over a pile of rubbish at one corner of the property, and here, hidden under the shadows of citron and lemon trees, the Obi man worked. He appeared very ancient. His old ribs made a gridiron of his lean breast. His limbs were skin and bone. His scanty wool was gray. A tangled network of furrows and deep lines scarred and seamed his face in every direction. And curiously wide apart, on either side of a flat Ethiopian nose, the man's eyes gleamed from his withered headpiece, like the eyes of a toad. Jesse was in extreme undress that afternoon. Only a few fragments of a pair of trousers covered his loins, and a band of red cloth circled his weazened throat. Despite his evident age, no little physical strength remained to him. Indeed, his present task sufficiently proclaimed the fact, for it was no simple agricultural operation. In fact, the chance observer would have said that Jesse must be digging a grave under the shadow of his citron and amongst the roots of his great snake gourd. As he worked, getting deeper and deeper, ramming the broad wooden spade home with his horny feet, and rapidly increasing the pile of earth at his side, Jesse sang to himself in a piping old man's treble, with the usual plaintive West Indian whine. A bluebird sat on a thorn, and put his head upon one side to hear the song. A green lizard with eyes as bright as Jesse's own rustled out from under the cactus fence and stopped, with palpitating, tremulous motion of his front paws, to listen also. Then the bird flew and the reptile fled, for neither enjoyed the song overmuch. This is what Jessie sang. Lo him lie, in de light ob de moon and de twinkling sky. But only de root ob de snake guard know how he come to de hole so black and low. Obia die, obia do, obia die, obia do. Lo him lie, under de light of de moony sky. But nobody see whar de snake guard grow, twining him root far down below. Obia die, obia do, obia die, obia do. Lo him lie, where de worms dey crawl in de white man's eye. But only de snake guard and Jessie know where him sleep so still in de hole so low. Obia die, obia do, obia die, obia do. The song rose and sank, and seemed to hang in the trees and creep about like a live thing, while its last penetrating notes were answered by the crisp chirp-chirp of great winged crickets. Jessie's uncanny melody truly fitted the place, the man, and his task. He worked on steadily, only stopping once, like Shakespeare's grave-digger, to address a fragment he suddenly exhumed. It was a flat-browed negro skull, with low receding forehead, and Jessie set it before him on the grave's edge and spoke to it. "Who was you, sar?" he asked, and gravely waited for a reply. "You no answer, sar? Den you most rude, imperent young fellow." Whereupon he playfully smacked the empty brain-pan before him with his spade and laughed a cracked, horrible chuckle, which greatly frightened the goat tethered at hand. Then the Obi man grew suddenly sober, and spoke to his skull again. "You larf too, eh? You larf? Me guard, I don't know what you larf for. You's Jepson. Dat's you. I 'member Jepson. Massa Ford, he want Jepson rub out, and send him wid message to Jessie. Ah, and now he want white man rub out. Why, Jessie, him berry great use to Massa Ford, he." He labored in silence and dug on until his pit extended 5 feet underground. His next task was to conceal every sign of the aperture, and he set about hiding all traces of it with most artistic neatness. He buried the pile of damp earth under dead palm leaves, broken wood, and rubbish. Then he trailed over it a scraggling shoot or two from the snake gourd. After that, he covered the whole with thin planks and piled earth upon these, until the entire concern looked to be nothing but a newly turned furrow in the aforesaid patch of sweet potatoes. Having made an end of the business, Jessie sought his outer gate, and posting himself there, screened his face from the glare of the sunshine and looked out, with his bright toad's eyes, down the steep hill before him. A magnificent tropical panorama of savage forest, distant snowy beach, and wonderful sea spread below, and winding up through the woods, struggling, as it were with difficulty, through dense undergrowth and narrow places, full of thorny cacti and trailing weeds, there ascended a bridle path, flanked by bewildering tangles of foliage, and mighty tree and volcanic boulder. Here and there the flaming flowers of Bois Immortal lighted the woods with crimson brightness. At other points, all festooned and linked together with twining and climbing parasites, or gray curtains of lace-like lichens, arose palmetto and palm and notable forest giants, some gleaming with wondrous blossoms, some bending under great wealth of varied fruits. And through the mingling draperies of green and brown, olive and gold, under the feathery crown of the bamboo, amongst the little green blossoms of the mango, or hovering before more brilliant flowers, flying like liquid gems in the prodigious glare of sunlight, did hummingbirds with breasts of emerald and ruby flash and dance. Every step or terrace in the steep acclivities of the hills was crowned with lofty trees or cabbage palms, and from point to point arose the gaunt bleached limbs of some arboreal corpse, waiting for tempest to lower its dead limbs and blot it out from the great living hillside. Far below glimmered a white beach, and through the woods, all silent in the great heat, arose a sigh of surf breaking, surf that even from this elevation could be seen lying like a band of silver between the gorgeous many-tinted sea and the pale shore. Far away on the western side of the hills extended long undulating fields of bright green vegetation. In their midst arose a building with metal roof flashing under the sun, and a tall black chimney. It was the Pelican Sugar Estate, an important and prosperous concern that stood like an oasis in a great desert of stagnation. For Tobago was a languishing island just then, and not a few different factors combined to depress and trouble the place. There was but little money moving, while black labor became harder and harder to command. Sugar culture, indeed, threatened to grow a played-out futile industry, as had cotton growing before it, and folks spoke hopelessly of the island's future, unless some new enterprises should soon be hit upon and capital from fresh sources speedily flow in. But John Ford, overseer of the Pelican Estate, laughed at this universal lamentation, and pointed to his concerns as a standing refutation of the accepted fact that no good thing could now come out of Tobago. Touching this man, and for the better understanding of what follows, a brief word must be spoken. He had labored here 20 long years on behalf of his uncle, one William Ford, merchant of Thames Street, London. He had toiled zealously, made handsome profits for his relation, gained that old man's goodwill, and won from him a promise that when the said merchant should depart this life and leave his goods to other hands, the Pelican Sugar Estate would be bequeathed to the present able overseer of it. Upon the strength of which promise, John Ford married a Creole girl, begot a long family, and prayed his uncle would make an end of living as soon as possible. Time rolled on, the estates prospered, and their owner, instead of passing away, turned his London business into a company, and wrote informing his nephew that he designed to spend a portion of the coming winter in the West Indies. John Ford, a man honest because he deemed honesty the best policy, and for that reason only, awaited his wealthy relation's advent with some interest, and discovered, when he presently arrived in Tobago, that Mr. William Ford was a pompous and powerful bachelor, hale in mind and body, sound at every point, clearly without any immediate intention of joining his ancestors. Uncle and nephew were extremely friendly. However, the elder man highly commended his overseer's conduct of affairs, and repeated his assurance that the Pelican Estate should in the future become the property of him and his heirs forever. John Ford returned thanks with humble gratitude, and lavished upon the old man such West Indian hospitality as Tobago is justly noted for. But privately the overseer grew glum and grim. He yearned for the green plantations. He was tired of making money for other people. He desired to send his growing lads home, and give them the benefit of English educations. These things grew further off than ever now. His uncle cared nothing for growing lads. Indeed, the old man proved to have distinctly miserly instincts. He even desired to cut down expenses on the estate at 1 or 2 points. And John Ford felt that Uncle William was a decidedly undesirable individual, a man whose decease must unquestionably tend to better the prospects of the entire community. He also recollected that life in the tropics is an uncertain matter, and prevailed on Mr. Ford, Sr., to extend his visit. But when May came, the old man found that the West Indies were getting too hot to hold him, and upon the afternoon of this narrative only, 2 days further sojourn remained of his stay in Tobago. Then the Royal Mail Company's packet Solon would sail for Barbados, and William Ford was going in her, about which time his nephew began to feel that desperate troubles need equally desperate remedies. Jesse saw no sign of man or beast approaching his lonely den. He left the gate, therefore went into his gruesome hut, and proceeded with preparations for coming guests. His own attire appeared to be the main and most important matter. Disappearing behind the curtain which screened his sanctum, the Obi-Man entered upon the most weird, bizarre, unlovely toilet it is possible to imagine. On his head he placed a fur cap with long black horns, between which hung tinkling trophies of empty medicine bottles and beads. Over his lean body and legs he drew hairy garments, coarsely painted with daubs of crimson and white. These things were girt upon him with a waist-belt of feathers. His arms remained bare, but upon wrists and ankles he tied links of snakeskin and elaborate bracelets of red and black crab-eye seeds. About his neck he festooned a chain of human teeth, and upon his breast he fastened a loathsome amulet, a shriveled-up human fetus, the hideous ghost of a thing that had never lived. He next painted sundry blue hieroglyphics over his wrinkled face, and then gazed at the general effect in a scrap of looking-glass. The sight evidently gave him unqualified pleasure. "Yes, Obi, somebody dis day," he said to his goat. If he looked unearthly in his own dim dwelling-house, Jessie's appearance under the sun's fierce eye was not less so. The brilliant scraps of cloth and daubs of paint now gleamed like fire. The glass bottles on his crest danced and jingled and flashed. 1,000 fantastic trifles amidst his accoutrements, not before visible, now became painfully apparent. He had secured strange bribes from sailor clients in the past. Civilization, in the shape of a big jackknife and a little brass-bound Bible, hung around his neck. Probably the word of God never dangled in such strange company before. The horrid thing on his breast had yellow eyes stuck in its head, and now they glimmered with a sort of life, whilst its shriveled little arms clung about its master and hugged him. Then down in the hot haze of the distance, partially hidden mid trees and rocks, our monsters saw indications of a small cavalcade struggling up the hill. A row of horsemen in single file were wrestling with the slippery, tortuous path, and Jessie could catch glimpses of white garments and brown horses, and hear the thud of hoofs and the sounds of human voices, raised in laugh or oath, as one or another slipped and stumbled, or sat secure and watched others in trouble. Then again, entering his home, he did all that remained to be done. He stooped low, routed amid debris in a corner, and, from a box hidden beneath it, removed a second, smaller box, which was carefully wrapped up in paper. It contained a thick, glutinous, gray substance, about the consistency of bird-lime. Taking some of the stuff upon a skewer, Jessie pulled back the ball of his left-hand middle finger, until the space was left beneath the nail. Into this he carefully plastered his compound from the box. All his nails were particularly long and dirty, so this strangely anointed middle finger was not calculated to attract the least attention. Then he polished up the edges of the nail, hid away the box again, and disappearing behind his curtain, sat quietly down and waited for the coming party. Presently the horsemen arrived and drew up before Jessie's gate. There were 3 of them, a lad, a man in his prime, and an elderly gentleman, the last very hot and very exhausted. "I fear he's out," said the adult, looking about him. It was John Ford, a tall, brown individual, dressed in white with a Panama hat on the back of his head. 20 years of tropic sunshine had tanned him dark, had streaked his black hair with gray, had killed his conscience, but thanks to his own temperate habits and fine constitution, had left his liver sound as a bell. The lad was John's son, and the elderly personage his uncle. "Jessie, Jessie!" called out John Ford, and Jessie, who knew his visitors had arrived and only waited their summons, now appeared and bowed low, while his finery made wild music. "By Jove, we're lucky!" exclaimed the overseer. "I told you that you should see an Obi-Doctor, uncle, but I never thought he would have all this war paint on." "Tell him to get out of sight while I dismount," answered the old man. "No horse alive could stand a thing like that." "Gib you good day, Massa Ford, and gib you good day, Massa Jack, and gib you berry good day too, sar," said Jessie, bowing again and again. This is my uncle, Mr. William Ford, owner of the Pelican Plantations, Jessie." The Obi man bent respectfully. "Wonderful estate, massa, wonderful cane on the Pelican land, sar. Come in, Jimin. I's proud to see you in this place." They dismounted, tethered their horses, and followed the Negro into his hut. Jessie brought fruit and a bottle of rum, and directed Master Jack Ford, with whom he was on great terms of friendship, to get some calabashes from a corner. "Wish I'd known of dis visit, sars, den Jessie'd have tings ready," he said. Mr. Ford Sr. sat and mopped his brow and breathed heavily. His climb in the hot sunlight had exhausted him a good deal. The overseer ate an orange, then lighted a cigar and began to talk. He was wonderfully cool for the time of day. "You've got to thank Jessie, I can tell you, Uncle William," he said. "Why, he's been worth pounds and pounds to you. At one time a tremendous deal of sugar cane was stolen here. The black thieves came by night—" "Hee, black thieves come by night," echoed Jessie. "And simply took tons of stuff," continued John Ford. "I placed the matter in the hands of the parson and the police, but they could do no good. Then I came to Jessie, and he had things right in no time." "Tings right in no time," said the old Negro. "You see, Jessie put your lands under obeah, Uncle William. Of course I don't believe in all that rubbish any more than you do, but obeah is a real terrible thing to the niggers. Our friend here just threw a spell over the place and hung red rags and empty bottles and feathers about on the skirts of the plantations, and devil another cane went." "Devil another cane go, hee, sniggered Jessie. Presently it transpired that this was William Ford's last excursion in Tobago. He and his nephew and the boy Jack had ridden up from the Pelican estate below to see Jessie, one of the greatest curiosities in the island. Having spent half an hour in his company, the party intended to go down to the beach and enjoy a bath before returning to Scarborough, the seaport town. John Ford knew Jessie pretty well, perhaps better even than people supposed. Curious things had happened in Tobago once or twice, and recalcitrant colored gentlemen from the Pelican estate had been unaccountably missed. But of course, individual Ethiopian lives did not command much attention, and because a man disappeared it by no means followed that ill must have befallen him. There was plenty of room on the island. "Seen any turtle on the beach lately?" asked Jack. "Plenty turtle, sar. I takes walk on moony nights and see the sand all alive with turtles." "And the sea with sharks, eh?" laughed John Ford. "We're going for a dip before dusk," he added, "but not in the open water. There's a little natural bathing place below, hemmed in with rocks. I've had the sea hedgehogs cleared out of it, and now it's perfect. You know it, Jack?" Mr. William Ford presently declared that he felt much better and completely rested. Then the entire party walked round Jessie's garden, and he showed them the objects of interest. "Dat snake guard, massa, and dem creepy guards like snakes, dey grow live at night and crawl about. And dat tree dar, him silk cotton tree, de obeah tree, sar, what Loup garou put him skin under when he go out." "A loup garou is a sort of vampire," explained Jack. "He's a terrible chap, Jessie, isn't he?" "Oh, him terrible bad fellow, sar," admitted the Obi man. Presently our visitors, having seen all Jessie's wonders, were preparing to depart. As they proceeded to his gate, their host stopped suddenly with evident dismay. "Gentlemen," he exclaimed, "why you no drink with me?" "Then we certainly will do so," answered the elder Ford good-naturedly. And this he said because, as they ascended the hill, his nephew had casually mentioned that to refuse liquid refreshment from the mystery man was a terrible affront in his eyes. They returned to the hut for a moment, and Jessie directed Jack to rinse out 4 split calabash bowls while he drew the cork from a stone bottle of rum. "Make Master Jack's very weak, please, Jessie," said the overseer. Then the Negro, endeavoring to get a look of cheery hospitality into his bright toad's eyes, poured out 4 bowls of refreshment. He handed 1 to each guest, and reserved the 4th for himself. A very acute observer might have noticed that the long, bony metal finger of Jessie's left hand rested for a brief while in one of those calabashes, that destined for Mr. William Ford. The boy, draining his weak rum and water, went out to the horses, and a minute later his father followed him. "Uncle has changed his mind about the bath, Jack," he said. "The old gentleman is going to rest a little longer, and then follow us. We have arranged to meet at the gate of the estate and ride home together. I'm not sorry he's given up the idea. Come along." And in the meanwhile, Ford, Sr., had drunk half his rum and water and then suddenly fallen forward at Jesse's feet. "Where's my nephew?" he asked feebly. "There's something wrong with me. I cannot see." "Massa Ford back in a moment, sar. Hot sun, sar. Damn hot sun. Drink, sar, quick. Jesse put you right." He handed the old man his calabash of spirit and water, and again a long black finger touched the liquid in it. Then the Obi man went out and looked down the hill. Jack's boyish laughter echoed away in the woods. Presently it grew faint and ceased. There was no further sound save Mr. William Ford's horse tethered at the gate. Sometimes it stamped its hoof or dragged at its bridle to reach fresh grass, while with unceasing swish, swish, swish from side to side its tail kept the flies off. Then the day drew to a close, and the glorious gold and crimson of a tropical sunset flamed over the hillside and painted the sea below, while Jesse took off his insignia of office, donned scanty remains of a pair of trousers again, and busied himself with sundry matters. John Ford and his merry boy enjoyed their dip in the Caribbean, and afterwards rode as arranged to the entrance of the Pelican estate, there to meet the owner thereof. But he did not come. Then, the hour growing late and the scant twilight having nearly sped, they suspected their relation, tired of waiting, had proceeded alone towards Scarborough. "His road lies straight before him. He cannot miss it. We will hurry to overtake him," said John Ford. But father and son overtook nobody, and were in some consternation on reaching home to find that Uncle William had not arrived. Jack was instantly sent off to rouse the authorities, while John Ford, with a friend or two, rode back to the Obi man's hut. It was a trying matter struggling up the hill in darkness, but they managed it. The tree frogs raised their little voices in the palms. Bigger batrachians boomed from the marshes. Fireflies spangled the darkness. Strange sounds and rustlings of nocturnal life were audible everywhere. But to West Indians such concerns appeared no more remarkable than the gleam of a gas lamp or the rattle of a cab in deserted nocturnal streets at home. The only thought in their minds was to reach Jesse's hut with all possible speed, and this they presently did. "Massa no come. Why, Jesse walked down de hill with him. He went eber so soon after you, Massa Ford. He said he catch you and go bathe. He make up his mind to bathe, sar." "Bathe? I hope to heaven he didn't," said the overseer uneasily. "There's only one safe spot on the beach, where I went with Jack." His friends soothed his alarm. They opined that an old man of 60 at least would hardly be likely to have gone bathing alone, but time proved John Ford's fears to be well grounded, and showed that Jesse had told the truth. No sign of Uncle William appeared that night. At dawn upon the following morning, however, a brown horse was found tethered to a coconut palm on the shore, and near the animal lay a pile of clothes. Uncle William had taken the wrong turn, and evidently making up his mind to enjoy a bathe at all costs, had done so. It was a wonderful performance, even for such a hale, hearty man. Doubtless the Tobago sharks could tell the sequel to it. His watch was in his pocket, his money also. Nothing had been touched. Indications of footprints ran down over the dry, soft sand to the edge of the water. That was all. John Ford appeared to be terribly prostrated. The fact that the Pelican estate presently became his own property, and that his younger sons would now be able to enjoy English educations, gave him very little pleasure. He blamed himself bitterly, and would not be comforted either by his wife or his friends for fully 6 months. Then he cheered up a little. Old Jesse continued to be a great institution at Tobago. He tended his garden and his snake gourd as of yore, and sometimes sang snatches of that curious song in the piping voice of extreme age. Lo him lie, where the worms they crawl in the white man's eye. But only the snake guard and Jesse know where him sleeps so still and the hole so low. Obia da, obia do. Obia da, obia do. The end. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Nienaber. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Pete and Pete. Chapter 1. They sat together, forward, under scant shadows, while the Star of Bethlehem, a dirty little coasting schooner, lay nearly becalmed in the Caribbean. Her sails flapped idly. Hot air danced over the deck and along the bulwarks. Away on the port bow extended a scattered panorama of the Grenadines. Each little islet shone, dotted gray or golden, against the deep sapphire of the sea, and silver surges twinkled at the lonely ramparts of them. Here and there, aboard, a spar creaked lazily, or a block went chip, chip, as the Star of Bethlehem, laden heavily, rolled on a swell. The sun blazed over the foreyard arm. The heat was tremendous, but Pete and Pete basked in it and loved it. Neither saw a necessity for a straw of head covering. Indeed, Pete the Greater wore no clothes at all. He sat, watching Pete the Less. Anon he put forth a small black hand for a banana. Then, with forehead puckered into a world of wrinkles and furrows, he inspected his namesake's work, and later, tired of squatting in the sun, hopped onto the bulwark and up the mizzen shrouds. Pete the Greater was a brown monkey, the treasured property of the skipper, and Pete the Less, now cleaning some flying fish for the cook, was a negro boy, the treasured property of nobody, a small lad with tattered trousers, from beneath which stuck clumsy, naked toes, a lean body, more of which appeared than was hidden by the rags of his shirt, and great black eyes like a dog's. He was, in fact, a very dog-like boy. When the men cursed him, as mostly happened, he cowered and hung his head and slunk away, sometimes showing a canine tooth. When they were in merry mood, he, too, frisked and fawned and went mad with delight, but the chance seldom offered. He had a grim master, and an awful responsibility in the shape of Pete the Greater, for a ship's monkey in the tropics commands a deal of attention. This active beast, under God and the skipper, was Pete's quote-unquote boss. The sailors said that he always touched his wool to it, and everybody knew that he talked to it for hours at a time. When the lad first came aboard, Skipper Spicer put the matter in a nutshell. "See here, Nig, this monkey's your pigeon. You've just got to watch it and feed it and think of it all the time. And bear in mind, as he's a darned sight more valuable than anything else aboard this ship. So keep your weather eye lifting, and remember there'll be merry hell round here if any harm comes to Pete." "I's called Pete too, massa," the boy had answered, grinning at what struck him as a grand joke. "Are you? Well, you'll sing second, sonny, and you'll wish you'd never been born oftener than you draw breath in a day if you don't get pals with Pete #1. There he is, sitting on the hatch, and you've got to watch him all the time, mind." Then the negro went in fear to make friends with the monkey, and succeeded beyond his expectations. But apes are capricious, and Pete the Less found his pigeon aboard the Star of Bethlehem no bed of roses. For that matter, the rest of the hands suffered too. Skipper Spicer was a bald-headed old fellow with a temper like a demon, a man blighted by sorrow and affliction, impossible to please, very bad to sail with. The mate of the ship had known his captain in past years when the sun shone on him. Dick Bent pretended to some philosophy with a forcible way of putting facts, and when, therefore, the rest of the little crew grumbled at their old man, he explained the position from his former knowledge. "It's like this here. Nature filled the old sweep with a milk of human kindness. Then she up and sent a thunderstorm of troubles and turned it sour. I've sailed on and off with him these past 10 year, and I've knowed when he kep his foot in his temper, and were a very tidy member of seafarin' society. But after his missus died and his kid died, then he, what had married old and was wrapped up in the woman and the child as came to him in his age, why, then he cast off all holds, and chucked religion, and wished he could see the wide world in hell, and done his little best to help send it there. Men gets that way when things turn contrary-wise. Skipper'll die in a tender, my judge. One of them black wines as wriggles on his forehead when his dander's up will go pop some day. Not but what there's good hid in him too." But Bent's shipmates, 3 mongrel negroes and 2 Englishmen, failed to find the buried treasure. Skipper Spicer was always the same, with painful monotony. Only the man Bent and the monkey Pete could pull with him. The rest of the crew suffered variously, for the captain, though no longer young, was tough and very powerful. He had outbursts of passion that presented a sorry sight for gods, a painful spectacle for men. Such paroxysms, as his mate prophesied, seemed likely enough to end life for him some day, and just as likely to end life for another body. The negro boy scraped out his flying fish and cut off their tails and wings. Then he peeled a pannikin of sweet potatoes and talked to his charge. "Massa Pete," he said gravely, "you's a damn lucky gem'um, sar. The most lucky gem'um aboard the Star Bethlehem. You friends with Captain just a ways. He nebber shop with you, nebber. But he dat shop with me, sir, that I saw all over the back all the time. I think you might say a word to Captain for me, Massa Pete, for he's mighty good nigger to you, sir." The monkey was chewing another banana. It stripped off the rind with quick black fingers, filled its mouth, stuffed its cheeks, and then munched and looked at Pete with that horrible glimmering dawn of conscious intelligence which lights the eye of the ape. It held its head on one side as though thinking and weighing each word, and Pete felt quite convinced that it understood him. The boy himself was 10 years old. He had entered the world undesired and knew little of it, save that sugar-cane was sweet in the mouth, but hard to come by honestly. Pete the Greater lived in the master's cabin, and Pete the Less often heard the skipper talking to him. If the captain could exchange ideas with his monkey, surely a nigger might do so, and it comforted the boy to chatter out his miseries and empty his small heart to the beast. Certainly no one else on board had time or inclination to attend to him. So Pete talked to Pete. "I just wish you was me and me was you, sir, for I has very bad time aboard this boat. But you has all banana and no work and don't be so spry, Massa Pete," as the monkey went capering aloft. "One day you run along them spars too often and fall in de sea to my shark. Den what the boss do with me?" It happened that Bent was lying full sprawl behind a hatchway, smoking and grinning as he listened to these remarks. Now he popped up a funny small head with big eyes and a red beard. "He'd skin you, nig, and then throw you after the monkey," he answered. "I guess he would, sir." "So keep alive. Why, you might as well steal the old man's watch as let that animal there get adrift." The skipper came on deck at this moment, and both Petes saw him at the same moment. One touched his wool and ambled forward to the galley. The other came down the ratlines head first and leapt chattering to the captain's shoulder, a favorite perch. His master had owned the monkey 5 years. It belonged once to his mulattress wife, and when she was dying she specially mentioned it and made it over to him. That and his old turnip watch were the only treasures he had in the world. With his brown wife and little home in Tobago, the man had been happy, even God-fearing, but the first baby killed its mother, and dying also left a wrecked life behind. Spicer cared for nothing now, and consequently feared nothing. It is their interest on earth, not the stake in eternity, that makes intelligent men cowards. End of section 18. Section 19 of Loup Garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Nienaber. Loup Garou by Eden Phillpotts. Pete and Pete. Chapter 2. The Star of Bethlehem, delayed by light winds, was some days overdue at Trinidad, and the skipper exploded in successive volcanoes from dawn till dusk. He was always in a rage, and, as Bent observed, "If this sight o' energy, and cussing and swearing, and to helling the ship's company, was only shoved into the hatmosphere, I judge we'd had half a gale o' wind by now. The old man'll bust his biler sure as death 'fore he's done with it." But the winds kept baffling, and swearing did not mend them, nor yet blows, nor yet occasional football with Pete the boy. There is no reason to suppose that Skipper Spicer disliked Pete overmuch, not more than he hated any boy, but he was old-fashioned and altogether brutal, and needed something to kick at times. Moreover, a kick does not show on a Negro, and many imagine that it is the only way of hurting him, or explaining that you disagree with him. Once the mate ventured to intercede by virtue of his long acquaintance. "We're old pals, Captain," he said, "and meanin' no disrespect, it's like this 'ere. You're killin' that little black devil. He's small, and you do welt that hard. It don't show. If it did, maybe you'd feel sorter struck to find how you've rubbed it in. It's 'cause he's a good boy I mention it. If he was a bad un, then I'd say lather on, and I'd help. But he minds his pigeon." "Which you'd better do likewise," growled the skipper. "All right, boss. Sorry I spoke. Meanin' no offence. Only it's generally allowed now by them as has studied the subject that nigs is human, same as us, and has workin' souls also." "Drivel and rot. I don't have none of that twaddle aboard this ship. Balderdash, all of it, to frighten women and get the money out of men. I know. Nobody better'n me, 'cause I was a psalm singer myself among the best. And what's come of it? There ain't no God in these latitudes anyway. Else why did he play it so low down on me? If there's any manner of God at all, he killed my wife and my child for fun. And I don't take no stock in a God as'd do that. I'll rip for'ard my own way now, till he calls for my checks, which he's quite welcome to, any time. Damn him." "You might ha' jined that poor lady in the Hintfant somewheres, if you'd gone on bankin' reward aloft, same as you did 'fore they was took." "As to heaven," said the skipper, "that's no mighty catch, if there is such a place. I never did fancy bawling shanties to a harp on a golden shore forever, not even in the old days. 'Pears to me that's a job as'd get deep on the nerves after a century or two." Bent sniffed. The same idea had struck him. "Maybe it's dull, skipper, but it's reckoned the hijinks of a place alongside the billet you're always alludin' of to this ship's company. There's a golden strand, you bet, and that's the point, askin' pardon again. Nigs'll get a show up there, same as us." "Not them. If there is a golden strand, as I don't believe, they won't make no Margate Beach of it anyhow. Niggers ain't got souls, and if they have, it's only enough to take 'em to hell, and chance it. Swines like them's lucky to go anywhere." Bent thought of the late Mrs. Spicer, but to have hinted that black blood flowed in her veins would have been a dangerous venture. Only he scratched his red beard and raised a terrific mental problem. If white folks had souls and black folks had none, what sort of eternity awaited the millions of mongrel people that filled the world? Nobody's got a soul, no more'n my monkey, so there's the end of the argument, said Spicer. Soul or none, he's a deal of sense for sartain, admitted the mate. Amazin' deal of sense, and he takes kind to t'other Pete. If he could talk now, I'd bet he'd say to give the boy a chance off and on, to get a whole skin over his bones for a change. Which if he did, answered the other, I should say to him same as I do to you, to mind his own business. But the men were friends in 24 hours, for that night a fair wind came up out of the sea, the Star of Bethlehem skipped along in a very creditable fashion, and Spicer thawed. Darn the old tub, she makes some of they newfangled boats look silly yet, he said complacently to Bent, as a day later they lumbered through the Dragon's Teeth to Port of Spain. After leaving Trinidad, the little coaster proceeded to Tobago for a cargo of coconuts, and the crew viewed that circumstance with gratification, for the most heavy-witted amongst them never failed to notice how a visit to his former home softened the old man. On this occasion, as upon past trips, the palm-crowned mountains of Tobago brought a measure of peace into the skipper's heart, whilst a fair wind and a good cargo tended to improve that blissful condition. All hands reaped benefit, and to Dick Bent the captain grew absolutely communicative. They walked the deck together one morning on the homeward passage to Barbados, and Spicer lifted a corner of the curtain hiding his past. Then it was good to live like, but when my missus chucked it and took the baby along with her, life changed color. Now there's only two things in all creation I care a red cent about. One's a beast, t'other an old gold watch. Pretty mean goods to set your heart on, but all's I've got in the whole world. It's a mighty fine watch, said Bent. It is, and chain too, for that matter. I was looking at 'em in my cabin only half an hour past. He brightened as he thought of the trinket, and continued, I doubt there's many better than me would fancy that chain across their bellies, but she— Lord deliver us! Look aft! Sang out the mate suddenly, interrupting and pointing to the hatch of the companion. Spicer's monkey had just hopped up on the deck, and from his black paw hung the skipper's watch and chain. Pete the Greater ambled along towards the bulwark, and a sweat burst from his master's face as he called the brute in a strange voice. But Pete was perverse. He reached the bulwark, and the skipper's nerve died in him, while Bent dared not take a step towards hastening the pending catastrophe or identifying himself therewith. It was a trying moment as the monkey made for his favorite perch on the mizzen rigging. And while he careered forward on all fours, the watch bumped against the ship's side. The sound brought the blood with a rush to Skipper Spicer's head. Patience was no virtue of his at best, and he jumped forward with a smothering curse. The man had his hand within 6 inches of the watch, when Pete squeaked and dropped it into the sea. There was a splash, a gleam of gold, and the treasure sank, flashing and twinkling down through the blue, dwindling to a bright submerged snake, then vanishing forever. A great gust of passion shook the man and tied his tongue. He tried to swear, but could only hiss and growl like an angry beast. Then he seized the monkey by the scruff of the neck as it jumped for his shoulder, shook it, and flung it overboard with a hurtling shower of oaths. A red light blinded him. He felt his temples bursting, and he reeled away below, not stopping to see a small brown head rise from the foam of the splash where Pete had fallen. The monkey fought for it, as one might see a rat driven off shipboard into deep water. 2 terrified eyes gazed upwards at his home, while the Star of Bethlehem swept by him. His red mouth opened with a yell, and his black paws began beating the water hard as he fell astern. Presently Pete sank for the first time. Then he came up again, slowly, and went on fighting. But the skipper saw nothing. He only felt the hot blood surging through his head as he flung himself on his bunk, face downwards. For a moment he thought death had gripped him, but the threatened evil passed, and his consciousness did not depart. Then thoughts came and flooded his brains with abomination of desolation. He lay with his bald head on his arms, and turned his mind back into the past, to the smart stone cottage under palms at Tobago. He remembered so much, and every shaft of memory brought him back with a round turn to the present. There was the lemon tree with Pete's perch on it. His wife had loved the monkey. He could see her now, kissing its little nose. And she had died with the gold watch ticking under her head. Her wedding ring was upon the chain of it. She had tried to put it on his little finger before she went, but it would not get over the second joint, so she had slipped it upon the watch-chain. Now God in heaven alone could tell what loathsome fish was nosing it under the sea. And her monkey, her last gift to him, a live meal for a shark. Now the wide world remained to him empty, save for the thought of what he had done. No educated being can realize the blank or the bitterness in that man's mind just then. He himself never guessed a quarter of what his vanished treasures had really been to him. Never until now, when they were gone. And the poison and the sting of it lay in conviction that his own demoniac temper was responsible for everything. One mad moment, which he would have given his soul to recall, had brought him to this pass. He lay heedless of time for nearly 3 hours. Then he sat up and looked round the cabin, a worn, aged man. As he did so, the door opened. Bent's small head peeped in, and the mate spoke. "Fit as a fiddle, boss. Only a flea or two missing." Then the man shut the cabin door again, but he left something behind. Pete the Greater chattered and jumped to his perch in the corner, and from there on to his master's berth. He was dry, warm, and much as usual, apparently, and he bore no malice whatever. Spicer glared, and his breath caught in his throat. Then he grabbed the brute to him till it squeaked, while its owner began to snuffle and swear grateful oaths. A tear or something like it dropped upon the flat nose of his friend, but Pete the Greater had suffered enough from salt water for one day. There was only one soul aboard the Star of Bethlehem who would have gone into a shark-haunted sea to save a monkey. But that soul did not think twice about it. He came on deck too late to see the catastrophe, though in time to note Pete the Greater in the jaws of death. Had he known how the monkey came into the Caribbean, he might have doubted the propriety of attempting a rescue. But he did not know, and so he joined it. The boy could swim like a duck, and as Bent lowered a boat smartly, and the sharks stayed upon their maker's business elsewhere, it was not long before Pete and Pete came aboard together. But, meantime, their master on his bunk did not even know that the ship had been hove to. They emptied the water out of Pete the monkey, and gave Pete the negro some rum. Both were jolly in an hour, and it is recorded that Skipper Spicer chose to take peculiar views of the gravity of the incident. It seems certain, at least, that he seldom kicked his cabin boy again, which fact alone argued a considerable increase of prosperity for Pete the Less. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Loup Garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup Garou by Eden Phillpotts. Tarantula. He was a Chinaman, rejoicing in the name of Tin Ling, but all men called him Tarantula. He dwelt in the heart of a little colony of coolies about 5 miles from Port of Spain, Trinidad. The community worked upon adjacent sugar estates, and the village itself, with its quaint wooden huts, coconut palms, and plantain trees, stood amidst miniature savannas dotted with cattle. Further afield extended green and tawny jungles of sugar cane sloping to the inland mountains, and from point to point iron roofs and lofty chimneys of sugar factories met the eye. From these would come mighty hootings of steam whistles, signaling the distant workers to hurry with more cane, and along the dusty roads, between hedges rustling with bright lizards, parched with sunshine, jolted tall wooden wagons, piled with the polished cane and drawn by mild-eyed oxen. Everywhere round and about the little colony fluttered dusky forms, the men in scanty garments of white, with light turbans and snaky black hair on their shoulders. The women, gay in fluttering, glowing draperies, decorated as to nose and ears with jewels, sparkling and tinkling in their flat-footed walk, with necklaces and bracelets, rings and anklets of silver. Here, within his hut, beneath the shadow of his mango tree, dwelt Tarantula. He made friends with the coolies. They were exiles from their fatherland, like himself, but that was the only point of similarity. The Indians worked hard, saved money, and looked forward to a time in the future when they should return to their homes in the Ghauts of Bombay, while Tarantula had no such ambition. After varied wanderings, chiefly in America, fate anchored the man at Trinidad, and there he pursued his avocation of artist, lived from hand to mouth, handling his brush when his stomach was empty, lotus-eating in the sun when his fortune permitted it. He painted fans and screens, in which connection came his nickname to him. For a black spider, bloated and hairy, was as much a mark of Tarantula's handiwork as Mr. Whistler's black beetle is of that more modern master. Tarantula, to be plain, lived the life of a lazy scamp, and though, like his coolie friends, he affected a profound contempt for all negroes, and the hybrid offspring of black and white that swarmed around him, yet he could point to no worthier course of life than theirs. The Chinaman stood one day before the door of his dwelling-house. Infant coolies, goats, dogs, and black John Crows were playing and feeding and wrangling in the high road. But the artist and his friends occupied themselves with a more interesting sight than the gutters presented. A new family of coolies had just arrived and were getting their household goods into an empty cottage. The old inhabitants extended helping hands and combined frank curiosity with free hospitality. Tarantula, too, presently made a show of assistance, but his aid was actuated from a secret motive suggested by his art. The latest arrivals consisted of a mother, father, and 2 children. It was one of these latter, a tall, graceful, dark-eyed maid, who attracted the Chinaman so forcibly. Already he pictured her figuring in little on fans and umbrellas, or appearing almost as large as life upon the lofty panels of some choice screen. Vayu was beautiful even in the eyes of her own people. At 14 or earlier the coolie maidens are women, and then for a period, brief as the life enjoyed by many other tropic flowers, their beauty may be extraordinary. This girl, in her crimson robe, with her sweet, refined face, braided hair, soft eyes, and delicately molded limbs, might have attracted greater artists than Tarantula. Desiring to create a favorable impression, the Chinaman came with savory mess of steaming rice and curry, sweet potatoes and ripe mangoes on a plantain leaf. His present was accepted, and from that time forth the artist ranked among the first friends of these new people. Indeed, all proved extremely friendly to Tarantula, excepting only Vayu herself. The maiden was coy, a circumstance which brought some novel sensations into our rascal's life. He set himself the task of winning her goodwill, and from a condition of passive interest, presently found emotions of active regard awakening for her in his vagabond heart. The pretty coolie girl made self-satisfied Tarantula dissatisfied. He compared his career with that of younger men, and grew jealous of the energetic Indians laboring towards their own advancement. He worked for Vayu, producing pretty things for her, and striving to delight her leisure when her day's work at the factory was done. He told her strange stories, moving adventures of varied sorts. He also taught her to fly kites, which he manufactured and maneuvered in expert Chinese fashion. Then, as she became less reserved and showed increasing delight in his society, he found that she grew essential to his own happiness. Indeed, Vayu occupied the artist's waking thoughts and tinkled her silver bangles in his dreams, while she came in brief time to think much of him too. Albeit but a plain gentleman, no longer young, he was a man of mark and skill, enveloped in an artistic haze, which, to the girl's mind, raised him above the males of her own people. But idle, improvident, and not oppressively moral, it must be confessed that Tarantula was quite lacking in qualities or prospects to justify a step so responsible, a relationship so respectable as that of marriage. This fact Vayu's parents appreciated, and they had already fixed their minds upon an individual of character far different to the artist. Hassan was a shrewd, laborious coolie, who had worked hard for many years, and hoped anon, when his contract with the proprietor of a neighboring sugar estate should expire, to return, a rich man, to India. Apart from other considerations, Tarantula's case was hopeless. Had he been the most desirable inmate of the village, the iron law of caste could not have been broken for him. But meanwhile, Vayu herself decided for the Chinaman on an occasion of kite flying, and when upon the eve of the same day she heard how Hassan had asked for her hand behind her back, and had received it from her parents, the poor girl was in great concern. She knew Hassan and respected him, but she fancied that upon such a mighty issue he should have approached her first, and her father afterwards. She wept for some hours, then, of course, obeyed her superiors, and agreed to wed Hassan in a week. But the next day, conceiving that such a matter would fall less terribly from her lips than another's, she secretly visited Tarantula to explain the circumstance. He was working on a handsome screen designed as a present to Vayu's mother. 4 of the panels were decked with the foliage of bamboo, and with great white storks catching little fishes. But upon the 5th and central panel blazoned forth a notable portrait of Vayu herself, clad in crimson garb, with a glorious background of gold. Tarantula spread a mat for his love, and laid aside his brushes. Then he placed fruits before her, and bade her eat and be happy. But she would not, rather choosing to plunge straight to the heart of the harrowing matters that brought her. "No," said she, I am come in evil hour on evil errand. The child of the coolie must bend to its parent, and the caste of a coolie maid must determine her lot. My father has made choice, and my mother has chosen. Upon Hassan have they looked. From Tarantula they have turned away their eyes. So our hearts bleed, but presently they will grow whole again. It cannot be good that I should wed Tarantula, for my people are not his people. My God is not his God. I have no God any longer, he said in her language. His hands shook, and his little narrow eyes almost disappeared. He turned from her and looked silently upon the screen. Then, suddenly, he faced round in a furious hurricane of rage. His teeth were set, his thin hands clenched, with their long nails crooked like a bird's claws. His wrinkled yellow forehead was drawn and dragged in a tangle of deep furrows over his flashing eyes. If your God hears, may he curse you and yours for this. Treacherous, fickle, untrue, Vayu, rightly called, faithless as the winds of the air. May you... He stopped and beat his breast. His passion died in a moan, and he fell on his knees and wept and abased himself before her. She had risen and looked down sadly upon him. Curse me not, Tarantula, for the curse of the rage-stricken avails not. I am in the hands of them that brought me into life, and their will must I do. Hassan... You love him not? He interrupted. He shall be my lord, and I must learn to love him. Swear now to me that you love him not, he repeated fiercely. I love not Hassan overmuch, but he shall be my lord, and I must learn to love him. He rose slowly and flung open the door that she might depart. Truly the sun of my being hath set, and night henceforth enfolds my goings, he said drearily. Grieve not for one poor maid, Tarantula. Your eyes are blinded, else you would quickly spy more beauty elsewhere, and other maids with brighter eyes and smaller hands than Vayu has. I have lived long enough, he replied. Depart now to your house, and forgive the angry word wrung from my heart by the sting of this sudden agony. Depart, and hear me ere you are gone. May Vayu's footsteps ever fall on scented flowers. May the great world love her. May her God open his right hand to her, and crown her days with all that is good. Farewell. Fare thee well, Tarantula. She vanished silently, and he fastened his door and rolled up the mat whereon she had sat, and put by the fruit he had placed before her. Then he stood by the screen, and his brow became black again, and his thin mouth grew hard as iron. The work of his hands was finished. That day he had designed to present it to Vayu's mother. Presently Tarantula put on an old straw hat, and went to meet the coolies returning from their labors. He singled out Hassan, a dark, good-looking Indian, with a gleam of gold in his ears, and an expression of conscious superiority upon his face. Tarantula asked for a few words in private, and the other made no objection, so they turned aside down a deserted roadway. But Hassan had not been blind to Tarantula's wooing. He knew his rival must doubtless know of his success, and deeming it but a mad thing to trust a man in such a case, looked to it that the long knife in his waistband was ready to his fingers. It appeared, however, that the artist's intentions were most friendly. Doubtless the matter of my thoughts is known to Hassan, he began. Today, having speech with Vayu, I learn of her parents' decision betwixt Hassan and Tarantula. It is enough. I cannot question such wisdom. You are, Hassan, born of their race, a laborer in the same field, a model of manhood. I am only Tin Ling, a waif, a man of no repute, unlovely, unloved. So be it. I drink the sour cup of the vanquished, and, as a token of peace between Hassan and Tarantula, as a sign of friendship between Tarantula and Hassan, I would have him take at my hands a gift of the best fruits of my labor. Set forth in crimson and gold, in a heaven of all the stars, I have depicted your love, standing midst such devices as I use. I have portrayed Vayu. Come with me tomorrow, eat and drink, and bear the screen to your abode when you shall depart, so that men may know Hassan has a big heart, and Tarantula harbors no guile. The coolie was perfectly ready to accept such terms. You speak with the lofty bearing of the Vedas, he made answer, and I rejoice that no star of evil discord has risen between us. For in the matter of maidens, sure many there are, and none worth strife between good men. Hassan accepts the noble art of Tarantula. Great is the wonder of it, for there goes abroad a saying on many tongues that never was such cunning ordering of colors. After further exchanging of mighty compliments in which each tried to outvie the other, the men separated and returned to their homes. Hassan came in due course, supped under the shadow of Tarantula's mango tree, and departed at a late hour, as it was supposed, carrying with him the screen. But on the morning of the day that followed, the coolie's hut was found to be empty, nor could any trace of him be discovered. Tarantula's beautiful gift stood in the corner of Hassan's home, but the solemn storks peering from it spoke not, nor could the fair presentment of Vayu explain the mystery. It wanted but 3 days to Hassan's wedding, and upon every side of his little hut appeared preparations for the reception of the coming bride. Then Tarantula told all he knew. Truly, he was with me last night, said the artist. We ate and drank and were merry, and when dawn raised white fingers above the mountains, he departed from me with a gift. Great search was made for the missing man. The canes, the woods, the savannas were all explored, but no sight of him, living or dead, rewarded the searchers, and mighty sorrow fell upon his fellows. The house of Vayu mourned deeply, and in Tarantula's hut there was sorrow too. For, he said, on the faces of those around me I read their thoughts. Tin Ling is not counted innocent in this matter, albeit Hassan was his own close friend. White words rise from black hearts, answered an old gray-headed coolie. Love is a giant, of the gods indeed, but balked love begets devils. Time powders a rock and strips naked the secrets of men's lives. We leave Hassan in the hand of time. The young coolie's disappearance grew to be a 9 days' wonder. His place knew him no more, and others took up his work where he had left it. For Tarantula, whatever might be the truth, he held his hand hidden, dressed himself in spotless white, the color of mourning in China, kept carefully away from Vayu, and conducted himself with extreme propriety. The hearts of the people had already begun to soften towards him, when nature, in her processes, brought a sudden explanation of Hassan's mystery, an explanation terrible in kind, and of a sort to swiftly sweep away the main actor of this drama. A week after the coolie's disappearance, two negroes, standing on a little bridge outside the village, noticed a strange sight outlined against the sunset. Over a distant cane plantation there flocked and flew an ink-black crowd of John Crows, the vulture scavengers of Trinidad. They fluttered and fought, balanced themselves on the swaying canes, and filled the air with cries. Such an incident spoke louder than words of a definite circumstance. "Somefin dead down dar," said one negro. "Somefin plenty dead in de cane," answered the other. "One dem coolie boys kill his wife again," he added. "I spects dat's so. Dey awful wicked, dem coolies." A crowd presently noticed the eager vultures below, and amongst them stood Tarantula and an English overseer from a neighboring factory. "Man or beast dead there," said the Englishman. "Some of you niggers bustle down and see what's amiss. Gad, it may be that poor devil Hassan." Several blacks hurried off full of importance. Then the overseer turned to Tarantula, who was looking out where the John Crows fluttered screaming under a fiery tropic sunset. "I'll buy your screen for $5, Johnny." "You likee screen? Pretty screen, boss? No spiders? Not one. But pretty gal and whitey storks. Pretty value." "I'll come tonight after dinner. You live by the big mango tree, don't you?" "Pretty gal, whitey storks. Pretty value, boss." Tarantula's thoughts were down in the cane. The men parted, and as the artist hurried home, he nearly fell in the gloaming over a John Crow. Then he stopped and smiled a bitter smile, and stooping down, looked into the evil face of the vulture and spoke to it. "Tin Ling forget you. Tarantula forget John Crow, the black policeman. Only one way for him now." The bird fluttered off, and the man, reaching his home, passed through the doorway and disappeared. Meantime, a noisy crowd started to the plantations, emptying cottage after cottage as it passed onwards, and filling the roadway with chattering negroes and coolies. Under the last glimmer of daylight, a handful of natives and two negro policemen entered the cane, and after a brief while came forth again with all that was left of a dead man. They carried the corpse to the village, and half an hour later poor Hassan's fate was known. He had been stabbed in the back, and then dragged down, naked, into the sugar cane. When the crop came to be cut, nothing but bleached bones would have been found, bleached bones that tell no certain tale. Then spake up the ancient coolie who had shown such suspicion in the past. His words pointed in direct fashion to one man, and scarce were they spoken before a whirling, shrieking crowd of Indians, under lurid torchlight, sped to wreak red revenge upon Tarantula. The door of the Chinaman's abode was locked, but the mob quickly tore it down and tumbled in. For a moment the dusky group stood motionless, turned to black marble before the sight that met them, under the waving flame and smoke of the lights they held aloft. Only crickets chirruped in the hush. Then a savage yell of disappointment grated out of 100 throats, and the hindmost coolies thrust forward so that the feet of their leading companions stood in dark liquid snakes that wound over the wooden floor. In front of the Avengers stood a tall screen, and at the foot of the portrait of fair value lay the artist, humped up and stone dead. Tarantula had saluted the world. He had made the happy dispatch after the hideous manner of his native land. End of section 20. Recording by Narrator J.
Section 21 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Winterburn. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Fer de Lance. Chapter 1. A Frenchman sat in his bath eating mangoes. The crystal waters were pleasant and cool after a terribly hot night. The fruit was luscious and juicy to perfection. But neither one nor other gave Monsieur Marbeau much apparent satisfaction. His bathroom alone might have smoothed the cares of a less troubled mind. It was an ideal spot, full of white marble, with a widely opened window at the edge of the bath itself. Here, twining on trellises, a bright tangle of purple and yellow convolvulus fringed the aperture and extended graceful sprays even to the water's edge. Without, tall coconut palms met the view, and red mountain roses also, gleaming in a setting of dark green. Here waved feathery branches of lofty tamarinds, and still more fairy foliage winnowed the sunlight above great polished canes of the bamboo. Faint odors from jasmine and orange blossoms scented the soft breeze, while beyond garden and forest, mellowed under fast-dying mists of morning, rose the noble acclivities of a mountain, clothed in tropic robes of blue shadow, emerald light, and tawny gold, fringed by the tiny habitations of man, crowned with a silver cloud. Jacques Marbeau's West Indian home stood in a spot greatly favored by nature at some distance inland from Port Castries, St. Lucia. And the lofty eminence he beheld, bold and bright against the blue of heaven, was Morne Fortuné, now an English fortress, formerly, in times long past, the theatre of fierce war. Neither his marble tub nor choice fruits brought pleasure to Jacques. He splashed the mango juice from his face, flung away the stone, and turned in his bath to look abroad. His brown, restless eyes wandered from one fair vista to another, but their glance always came back and fixed upon the same object, those distant verdure-clad terraces of towering Morne Fortuné. The man grumbled an oath to himself, grit his teeth together, and went so far as to extend a hairy arm and shake his fist at the mountain. Because he was English and a soldier, that was all the reason, only because of that, he said aloud to himself over and over again. Monsieur Marbeau's lack of self-command and self-restraint in the affairs of life had certainly placed him in many an awkward position, but for a significant circumstance. He chanced to be one of those lucky or unlucky mortals who reach quite a ripe age without reverses, trials, or considerable sorrows. Life with him had been the happiest, most successful, sunshiny business in the world. Indeed, since his advent at St. Lucia, he had enjoyed a measure of prosperity and good fortune almost unexampled in the island's history. His ventures all turned out well. His estates flourished as far as any can be said to do so in the English West Indies. His store and emporium were the features of Port Castries, and worth a Jew's eye, so people said. Marbeau was the universal provider of St. Lucia, and it is not too much to say that his career, up to the present time, had been absolutely triumphant. For this cause the man's inner nature and disposition were unknown even to himself. Spoiled children of fortune may easily gain a reputation for mingled strength and sweetness of character, because to strike a high note and preserve a lofty and even religious tone when fate and chance conspire to make your existence a blessed dream on a bed of scented flowers, is fairly simple. But no man mistakes this world for heaven more than once or twice in his life. The brighter the sunshine, the darker the cloud that suddenly blackens it. And Monsieur Marbeau was now writhing under his first great rebuff. A bolt from the blue had fallen, wounded him in a particularly tender spot, and wakened possibilities in his nature that had slept unknown, even unsuspected until then. These forces were leaping, armed and adult, from the man's head, were obscuring the vision of past prosperity and success, were uniting to magnify the present bitter wrong, were altogether blinding the memory and blotting the judgment of their Creator. A woman, greatly blessed in the undivided love of Jacques Marbeau, a woman as beautiful as God need make to fire the senses and break the hearts of her masters and her slaves, had refused him and married somebody else. That anything feminine could have so far dammed and deflected the placid currents of his life was more than Marbeau's philosophy had power to accept. He had regarded the matter as accomplished from the first. He had taken his conquest as a foregone conclusion, and even crowed rather long and loud in male company before the event. But some of these clarion notes, unfortunately, coming to the lady's ears, induced her to make decision quicker than she might otherwise have done. It happened that one Lieutenant Field crossed her life just then. He was an Englishman, quartered with his regiment at Morne-Fortuné. In addition to being handsome and possessed of a private income, and a measure of intelligence beyond that of the average warrior, a British title loomed as a pleasant possibility in the dim future of the lieutenant's life. So Claire Garnier became Mrs. Claude Field, and our friend Marbeau imagined, when the first news of the tremendous event crushed him, that never since the world began to spin had anybody before found themselves faced with such a heart-rending, unexpected, and mortifying catastrophe. So he sat in his bath, and used intemperate language, and cursed a very happy couple. For himself he regarded existence as a thing that was now finished. Broadly considered, it appeared to him that life was an invention of a demon, while, as for conscious intelligence, it must certainly be considered the supremest act of that fiend's malignity. The mangoes, with sweet juices streaming from their yellow flesh, were but as ashes and dust in his mouth. His cigarette smacked of sulphur. Processions of little blue devils walked along the edge of his marble bath, and some fell in. These climbed up to his shoulder, and, standing upon tiptoe, buzzed their poison into the man's ear. So he continued, and might have sat there until the evening, shaking his fist at Morne-Fortuné, but for an incident. Something rustled in the foliage that twined over the window ledge on Marbeau's right hand, and glancing down he beheld a little snout on a thin neck, and two small steely eyes cold as a fish's. The thing twisted its flat head here and there, while from time to time a quiver, as of a tiny flash of black forked lightning, played in and out of its jaws. Our Frenchman bounded from his bath, perhaps quicker than ever he had done so before. Then, in a state of nature, he sped out of the apartment and shouted for a black boy. In the note of his voice was a sound that showed the man had been a good deal frightened. A young negro came pattering down the passage, and his master accosted him. "Get a stick, and be sharp. There's a fer de lance in the bathroom. The devil came in from the garden, and I found it within 2 feet of me. Another moment, and I might have been a dead man." "Fer de lance, him too turrible, massa. Me no likey wicked poison snake. Me fetch de udder boy, sar." "You'll go yourself, Dan, and at once. He's in there, or else out under the convolvulus again. Anyway, you've got to kill him, and be smart, too. So set about it. And mind, I must see him dead, or I'll have something to say." Monsieur Marbeau retired to his dressing-room, and Dan, not particularly liking the task before him, whined to himself, used one or two of his master's favorite expressions, and went to get a stick. He found a long cane, then, opening the bathroom door, walked very cautiously in. And truly the Ethiop had need of caution, for Fer de Lance, Trigonocephalus lanceolatus, to give him his scientific appellation, is the most poisonous creature nature breeds throughout the West Indies. Death lives in him, hid as Satan of old. About the first thing that Dan saw on entering his master's bathroom was the snake he came to kill. It crept along the edge of the bath as he watched it, then fell suddenly to the floor, and with graceful undulations wound across the chamber. The surface of the ground was covered with open woodwork in a lattice of squares, and, at the negro's first careful and half-hearted approach, Fer de Lance made a dive and disappeared, whereupon Dan, fearing the possible proximity of the deadly thing to his naked feet, mounted upon a chair with all possible dispatch. From this commanding point he watched his foe creep hither and thither. There was no egress below the wooden frame, and presently Fer de Lance came sliding and gliding up again. Now he curled inquiringly along the junction of the floor and wall, seeking an outlet, and once Dan made a feeble poke at it with his cane. But the creature flashed away in an instant, and so lightning quick were its movements when roused that its pursuer began to grow alarmed for himself. "If he catch me, I's a gone nigger," he reflected. But just then, by the luckiest accident possible, Dan's chance came to him and he utilized it, with ready presence of mind scarcely to have been expected. The snake, continuing his sinuous progress, met a cigar box, open in a corner. It contained a piece of soap and some fragments of old flannel. Into the box and under the flannel crawled Fer de Lance, evidently designing to rest a while and mature further plans for escape. Then did Dan, with admirable courage, seize his opportunity, leave his chair, and, from a safe distance, with the help of his stick, tilt over the lid of the box and so capture the reptile within it. After a Negro has done anything he considers in the least clever, his pride and egotism become supremely ridiculous. Dan, upon this successful issue to his task, held his head high in the air, made his prisoner quite secure, and then marched off to Monsieur Marbeau. "You told me kill dat old Fer de Lance, sar. Har him am, all libe." "Alive? Have you caught it?" "Yes, sar. Me no fraid of nassy snake. I cotch him. I cotch him with my own hand, sar. I just cotch him by de throat, and he twine and twist and wriggle, but I no care. I put him in de cigar box, and har him am." "How do I know he's there? You're such a liar, Dan." The Negro appeared greatly hurt. "De solemn truth for de Lord, sar. Dat Massa Fer de Lance in dar. Wish I die if I no speak solemn truth dat he cotch in dar. You get shotgun and shoot him through de box if you no trust Dan." "Yes, I believe you," answered the master. He was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "Leave it there for the present, and here's $1 for you. You're a plucky boy to attempt such a thing, and a fool to boot. If I find presently you have told me a lie, then I shall give you something else besides the $1. "Right, sar. Tank you, sar. I's a plucky boy, dat's de word, sar. Tank you plenty, sar." Then the elated Dan withdrew to lord it over less fortunate friends. He already quite believed himself that he had captured Fer de Lance by sheer force of arms. It was a historic achievement that he would some day hand down to his children. Monsieur Marbeau, meanwhile, completed his toilet, waxed the points of his heavy mustache, thanked heaven for his recent escape, as became a good Catholic, then adjourned with Fer de Lance to another apartment, and here placed the cigar-box upon a table. Hard by were already arranged the materials for manufacture of a gin cocktail. Jacques himself mixed the ingredients of spirit, crushed ice, syrup, and so forth, after which, with a swizzle stick, he bubbled the decoction into a mass of white creamy foam and drank it at a draught. Then, turning for something to smoke, he actually attempted to open the snake's prison. It stood where he had placed it, beside similar receptacles. One cigar box is certainly very much like another. The same idea struck Marbeau and set him thinking. He sauntered into a glorious veranda, alive with light and scent and color. Far below, where his private glades and forests ended, stretched vast acres of sugar cane, and the breeze brushed and danced over their green tops in little waves of light. Beyond towered Morne-Fortuné, but Monsieur Marbeau shook his fist no longer. His brains were busy, his eyes saw nothing. He became quite full of amazement at the tenor of his own reflections. Disappointment and adversity are, no doubt, among those circumstances which will sometimes suddenly introduce a man to himself. Marbeau had dived into his own heart and made a new acquaintance. Presently Dan arrived with biscuits, coffee, brandy, and a request. "Please, sar, may I hab Massa Fer de Lance what I cotch in barf room?" His master started, and angrily refused. "Certainly not. What should you want with it?" "For Obi man, sar. He gib me somefin good for him." "Don't you know better, Dan? But you're like the rest. What's the good of hammering Christianity into your thick heads? We drive you to church like cattle, but let us turn our backs for an instant, and away you go from the holy place to your own superstitions and gods and evil spirits. No, I want the snake for a friend of mine in Barbados. Be off with you." The baffled Dan disappeared, and Monsieur Marbeau resumed a certain savage train of most curious, if not idle, reflections. All cigar boxes are so very much alike, he thought. It would be such a natural, such an obvious error. And the little blue devils were at his ear again, clustering each over the other to get in a word, like bees at the mouth of a hive. End of section 21. Recording by Stephen Winterburn. Section 22 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Winterburn. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Fer de Lance, Chapter 2. On the evening of that day, Mrs. Field trotted up the great winding road that rises from Port Castries to the fortified mountain above it. Her white pony was strong, and his burden a fairy weight, so he cared little for the steepness of the path. At intervals the negroes' cottages, flanked by cocoa trees and plantains, capped with rough thatch, marked the way, and here and there, down through a break in the woods, came a vision of dark waters streaked with brightness from the flaming sunset sky above them. Nocturnal insect life already began to hum and chirrup, for night flies on speedy wings in the tropics, and the day dies in an hour. Claire Field was a typical French beauty, with a charm of distinction that attracted some men even more than her physical glories of figure, dark hair, violet eyes, and infinitely sweet expression. She had not overmuch intelligence, but possessed a striking gift of tact, which latter commodity, perhaps, best becomes a married woman, and is of the greatest practical value, more especially if her husband happened to be clever and unsociable and superior to mere amenities in small things. Young Lieutenant Field rode 20 yards behind his wife, but her white pony speedily increased the distance between them as he proceeded, for the small creature had nothing to carry, whereas the big black horse behind, though quite up to his master's weight, was not prepared to hurry against such a tremendous hill. "I'm going on to dress, Claude," cried the little lady ahead. Her husband assented, and away she went. Presently Field overtook his colonel, a tubby officer on a tubby steed. Both man and horse were extremely warm, despite a fresh evening breeze that now swiftly brought night and cooling dews. Colonel Walters began grumbling at Morne-Fortuné, according to his custom. "Positively," he said, "these fearful heights grow steeper and steeper every time I struggle up them. I shall have to protest. It's wearing me out, not to mention my horse. He was a plump, comely beast once. Look at him now. We are becoming mere skeletons, the pair of us. Physically, I'm ill-adapted to this climate and these precipitous districts. My liver and my temper are not what they were. There is little doubt I was meant to shine in a flat country and a temperate latitude, not on the top of a tropical mountain. Field sympathized and touched a pleasanter subject. I saw a fat turtle being conducted up the hill to camp as I rode down, he said. The colonel brightened up. I rejoice to hear it. Green turtle is one of my few consolations in this island. They surmounted the hill and entered camp in 20 minutes. But Claire had reached her home and departed again before her husband arrived. It happened thus. Mrs. Field stopped the white pony at a little gray-walled villa with a red roof. Here, dismounting, she gave her steed into the keeping of a black man, and, picking up her habit, tripped into the house. Just within a wide hall hung a whip-rack, and below it stood a big turtle shell, held upside down upon a cane tripod. It was a general receptacle for chance matters, gloves and the like, but just now it contained a somewhat bulky parcel that had evidently come by post. Glancing at it, Claire was startled to see that, even through the gathering gloaming, the broad and bold scrawl of direction upon this parcel was quite familiar to her. Moved with curiosity and no little surprise at such an unexpected event, the girl made further scrutiny, and took the packet to a lamp in an adjoining room. There any shadow of doubt vanished. Jacques Marbeau had sent the package to her husband. That Claire should wait for 15 minutes for an explanation to the mystery struck her as being quite out of the question. So she set about opening the parcel herself without any delay whatever. She tore off the outer covering, then another, and was finally about to lift a very ordinary-looking cigar-box from the papers when its lid, which was unfastened, fell upon her hand. The girl could see nothing but some old fragments of white flannel. She noticed a faint smell of scented soap also, and then put her hand into the box to find what this strange gift might mean. Something cold and alive wriggled round her wrist in a second. She felt a sharp prick as of a pin, and rapidly drew back her hand. With it came the source of her surprise, a bright, slender, shining thing that looked like a live necklace. Monsieur Marbeau's present fell silently and vanished, as Claire, dimly guessing the nature of her accident, screamed with terror and cried for her husband. Poor little white, wild-eyed woman! Nothing upon God's earth could undo what was done. 10 short, agonized minutes were all that remained to her, all that remained of a life that had looked quite full of years and sunshine only a moment before. When Field entered his home with leisurely stride, a wilderness of horror-stricken, babbling blacks broke the news. His wife was dead. It is a mistake for any woman at any time to open communications intended for her husband. End of section 22. Recording by Stephen Winterburn. Section 23 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Winterburn. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Fer de Lance, Chapter 3. Everybody was very sorry for the poor widower, and many pitied Monsieur Marbeau no less. That unfortunate gentleman, so it had appeared, had fallen victim to the most deplorable and unhappy accident it is possible to imagine. After further reflection upon the morning already mentioned, Jacques finally put base thoughts away and determined upon a very noble line of conduct. He decided to let his reverse rankle no longer. He even set himself the task of securing Lieutenant Field's friendship and burying the past for all time. As an earnest or pledge of this great resolution, He wrote to his victorious rival and also sent the man a present. The gift was a box of the best cigars that Mother Earth had ever produced. But knowing that letters travel faster through the post than parcels, Monsieur Marbeau had delayed his note for a few hours, in order that missive and packet might reach their recipient together. Upon the same morning he had written to a scientific friend at Barbados to inform him that a live fer-de-lance, imprisoned in a cigar-box, would reach him by the next mail. In this case, however, he kept the snake back, for fear of any accident arising from its reaching its destination before the scientist was prepared to welcome it. By deliberate intervention of the devil, as it seemed, Jacques had made the awful mistake of mixing the two similar parcels, and dispatching fer-de-lance to Lieutenant Field. The letter he wrote at the same time was read at the inquiry. Everybody agreed that it was a very high-minded production. So history was made, and a simple poisonous worm changed the current lives of not a few, and ended one particularly beautiful existence. Lieutenant Field sold out and returned to his native land, while within the space of a short month after his departure from St. Lucia, Jacques Marbeau took a definite step also. There is no doubt that conscience is the worst companion in the world. Job's comforters are mere cheerful optimists compared to it. The Frenchman's unfortunate error preyed upon his spirits like a vampire. It even unsettled his reason, for, one morning, Dan found him quite dead in his beautiful bathroom. He had fired a pistol into that self-same ear the blue devils were wont to buzz at. End of section 23. Recording by Stephen Winterburn.
Section 24 of Loup Garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Loup Garou by Eden Phillpotts. Bully Bottom. You marked that man what were at the bar when we came in? The big, noisy chap with the red face and bull neck. He must stand 6 feet 2 if an inch. So he do, or maybe more. And you seen how he skipped out into the fresh air when his eye dropped on me? He had certainly departed somewhat abruptly from the little noisy drinking saloon in Port of Spain. The chap rather bustled out, I admitted. Yes, and he always bustles when he sees me. He'll bustle in Kingdom Come likewise if I'm down his alley, though I hopes I shan't be. You didn't see his left hand, did you? No, I noticed nothing particular. Ah, but it's the darndest queer hand in Trinidad for all that. He don't flourish it much now, but it was along of flourishin' it too free that he came by his accident. I'll tell you the yarn if you're minded to listen. Bully Bottom, that cuss is called. I judge he've got the biggest body and the dirtiest heart in the West Indies. But it was me as found him out and figured him up and subtracted what was bad and showed there weren't nothing left. He says he's 'Merrican, which is a lie. He comes from one of them God-forgotten republics on the mainland, I judge. Left it sudden when they took to shootin', reckoning himself too big to be about where lead was flyin' around. However, here he came and soon found pals by virtue of his size and his side. He talked so darned large and bounced so fierce that our boys guessed he must be a big bug down on his luck and just come over to Port of Spain to lie low till his pards were in again over the water. But not he. He was a meaner, viler cuss than the beastliest bum in New York, a common card-sharpened black-legged thief. He is now, and maybe his carroty head'll be white afore the devil's done stokin' under his gridiron. It was this way. After he joined our party, and afore he was known for what he is, the authorities got sick over the gambling that went on in certain quarters, and reckoned to stick up our show and shut down on the whole party of us, especially on Sunday. The Sabbath was, and is, a tidy sportin' day in these parts, but 'twas reckoned 6 days a week were enough to paint the old town red, and that we'd best rest ourselves on the 7th. Well, we were industrious parties, and times being hard in Trinidad, as they mostly is, we reckoned we couldn't be idle on the Lord's day, 'cause you see, Satan's round busier that day than most any other. The question was how to best the powers, and I, single-handed, were the man would solve the riddle. 'Twarn't no manner of use stoppin' ashore to play. That only meant free lodgin's, without the drink what's necessary to a man's constitution in these parts. But there was the Gulf of Paria a-staring us in the face, and that give me the tip. A man's a right to take his day of rest aboard a steamboat if it pleases him so to do. That's what I says to the boys, and they tumbled, bully bottom quicker'n any of 'em. We made a preliminary experiment or two on the strict quiet, and it worked miraculous. Then, findin' it was a snip, we started the thing on a regular business track and ran it for all it was worth. The authorities seemed kinder pleased. Maybe they judged Port of Spain could thrash along without us one day in 7. Maybe they guessed we was playin' right into the hand of the Lord, and would probably start some day and not come home. Anyway, they winked, and we had our bouts aboard outside the Dragon's Teeth, which is them islands you comes through into the Gulf. It was cool and pleasant and businesslike also, because our boat, the Pearl, were small and compact, and a difference of opinion had to be settled mighty smart, it being impossible to keep out of range if a firin' party was determined. We had merry times aboard for a month of Sundays, a-sailin' away that quiet and respectable as one might have guessed we was just a cargo of missionaries a-gwine to convert the mainland, a-lookin' at nature's tropical picture books spread around us, and breathin' the fresh air and talkin' pretty. That was till we got through the Dragon's Teeth. Then, you bet, the scene changed, like a 2-dime panorama. 'Twas the devil's picture books as we looked at then, and not nature's no more. Liquor and language and the rigor of the game were the watchword. We played most everything, poker and euchre for choice. My holds euchre. I've played it 30 years, and I know the game better'n you know your alphabet. Others went for nat, or what not. But we was all busy mighty soon, making hay whilst the sun shone. Now I'm comin' to Bully. He was particular spry on them trips, and talked big enough for thunder. But he were no great shakes when it came to handlin' the pictures. You might have judged he could bluff, but he weren't even equal to that, not clever. I sized him down in 2 trips, not but what others hadn't already ashore. But I judges all men by personal acquaintance only, and I'd never played with this one afore we went out into the Caribbean in the Pearl. Poker was his fancy, so he said, and we played brisk, 5 of us under an awning for'ard. All went merry as a bell, and Bully lost $50 'fore we'd got properly seated. Bimby he lost 50 more. Then he dried up for that journey, and went and soaked in the bar aft, and made a remark or so as he'd better have thought than spoken. There was a misunderstandin' in consequence, and my chum Brad's got his hair off along of something unkind what Bully said of me, and went for Bully all ends up. Brad's is only an 8-stone man, you see, and Bully Bottom's weight might be 15 stone or so. Therefore my party Brad's, who trusted to nature's weapons, as the sayin' is, got badly left, and when I comed aft to catch the speaker's eye, I found Bully, crowing to his pals, and Brad's mighty cheap, spitting his teeth into Neptune's bosom, with his nose in a new pattern, and his frame of mind frightful. But I'd done just nothing. I heard both sides, and sat tight, merely saying, as I took no stock on second-hand stories, "If you've got anything on your chest agin me," I says to Bully, "get it off, sonny, and let both sides lie low while we have it out with the weapons provided by civilization." But he swore Brad's was all wrong, and had insulted him something terrible, and he lied to me that he'd never said a word about my manner of play. One or two what had heard him smiled as loud as a Royal Mail steam whistle, and the subject dropped. I'd done nothing, as I says. The day was Sunday. Besides, it weren't the last opportunity, so I waited to round till I'd got a better game, and just tied Brad's and mopped him up and cooled him down. Things simmered, and Bottom lost again next Sunday, but kept me out of his conversation as though I'd been a decent word. Then on the third picnic, a darned remarkable thing happened. Bully brought a strange pal, and didn't play hisself, but introduced his pard to our set, and hoped we'd extend the hand of friendship, which we done, the pard, Greenleaf by name, being a tidy, quiet sort, and mighty agreeable in his manners. Well, he skinned us. There's no other word you can use for it. Poker were the pastime. He played smilin' and slow and deliberate, and Bottom, who sat over against him, merely looking on, chaffed us and asked him where he'd learnt it from, and such like. I was playing myself, and I smelt a rat. Bluff's all right, but a man must fly into it sometimes, and Bully Bottom's pard never done so. He was always on the right side of the fence. Of course we seen the game, but not the trick. But the boys knew me, and findin' I kept my mouth shut, they did the like, and went on losing as cheerful as kittens till I stopped. That was not till we started for home. Then I saw Brad's, and we had a parliament, and I carried my bill, which was simple. Sunday come round again, and sure enough, when the pearl started, peaceful as a worm, for us hard-working souls to suck the fresh air as usual, there were Bully and his pard taking stock of the weather and whistling hymns together. It made me feel good to look at 'em. Bully wouldn't play, being broke, so he said, and his pal let on as he was mighty unwilling, and only yielded to pressure 'cause he wanted to let us have our revenge, being a sportsman. Then I said I wouldn't play neither, but Brad's, he showed for me, and I just bummed round looking at the different parties and watching the fun. Bully, he comed with me at first, but seemed kinder absent, and I observed he kept turning his eyes to where his pal sat playing, calm as ever, but not doing so well, by no means, as on the Sunday before. Presently I sits down with the party right aft, and then, as I expected, Bully, seeing me grounded, sailed forward and squatted over against his pal, same as he done before. From where I sat, I could see him flourishing his hands as per usual, and fidgeting with his cigarettes. And I also observed that his pal pulled himself together straight away, straight on end, mind you, from the time that Bully left up. I dawdled round behind a cigar, looking out the corner of my eye, and then I dropped on it. The dodge was not too new, but he certainly done it remarkable natural, and his slow-going pal, dreamy and sleepy in his manner, and never apparently looking off his hand, helped him wonderful. Of course, Bully were signalling like a shipwrecked crew in mid-ocean when a steamer sighted. He'd done it with his fingers and his eyes on the opposite joker's cards. I watched his fat hand, and seen his pal looking at it too, under his eyelids. He had 3 fingers up when I concluded to protest. You see this knife? Heavy and sharper than 3 razors or 30. I was wearing it as usual, and I hesitated between that and a shooting iron. Being a merciful man in a small way, I judged the knife was the right ticket for that journey, and I got behind Bully and didn't lose no time. He had his 3 fat fingers sprawling at Brad's elbow, and the little one tucked in out of the cold. Lucky for it were so. My knife come down like the stroke of doom just half an inch above Bully's knuckles, and his remark, which was loud and forcible, drew everybody's attention to his trouble. What they seen was 3 fingers lying in a neat row on the table, and Bully hopping round with his left hand under his right flipper. Everybody knew what them 3 fingers meant. A volume of sermons couldn't have spoke louder. Of course, Bully judged lead would be his next dose, and he went down the hatch to get in a cabin and make a fight of it if he could, naturally guessing his time was ripe. But owing to its being the Lord's day, I guess, a kinder peace settled over everybody when they seen them fingers lying there. I flicked Bully's cheating, swindling claws into the Caribbean one after the other to feed sharks. Then I wiped my knife and went round for a word with Bully's pal. He changed to more colors than a rainbow, but them colors died speedy and left him white as foam. He just turned out his pockets without a word and pushed the money he'd won away into the middle of the table. Then he says, "Thank you, boys, for not shooting. We both's in fault, me as much as him, but I guess we'll l'arn better. He's my husband anyhow. I'll go now if you'll permit, and tell him there won't be no shooting." We blinked, I can tell you. That slim and slight she were, but she bolted down below to him, and nobody did anything more, as a kind of protest like, and they was the first to go ashore when we got back. A pretty down-in-the-mouth procession, too. The woman's dead now. Been dead these several years for what I've told you happened a longish while ago. But Bully's left, and the longer he's left, the bigger balance he's running up against hisself for his next billet. We never spoke after that little matter upon the Pearl. He's an unforgiving cuss, and I'm darned if I don't think he'd do me an injury tomorrow, supposing he could engineer it safe and peaceful from behind in the dark. End of section 24. Recording by Narrator J.
Section 25 of Loup Garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cook. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Section 25. The Enigma of the Doubloons. Chapter 1. Enoch Wedderborn's Cryptogram. A stout, good-tempered-looking man sat wrestling with accounts. Beside him stood a big lime squash with ice and straws in it. From the corner of his mouth protruded a massive cigar. Mr. Hargan was clad in white ducks. He had taken off his collar and tie and turned up his shirt sleeves to facilitate the mathematical processes which his task demanded. But it was blazing hot, too hot even to cast the highly satisfactory columns of the Bonanza store cash book. He pushed the ledger away, rang a bell by his elbow, drank the squash at a draught, and mopped his round, red face. A colored man answered his summons. "Massa Bell?" "Yes. Why don't the letters come along? The mails must be landed by now. I heard the ship's gun fire more than an hour since." "To sell it in the harbor, sir, this long time." "Well, get me another squash, and crush the iceman. Don't bring me an iceberg in the stuff like last time." Mr. Hargan fanned himself, and, going to the open window, glanced between a palm tree and the white walls of his store to where the blue waters of a noble bay extended. The merchant dwelled at St. Thomas in the Western Indies. He was a Dane, owned much land, prospered in his business, and took more hopeful views of life than many of his fellow countrymen who, like him, lived exiled from the home of their fathers, but who, unlike lucky Alexis Hargan, wooed fortune unsuccessfully. Though the coming letters promised to be particularly interesting, something happened before their arrival which made the old merchant forget all about them for a time. His servant returned, brought with him the liquid refreshment, and made an announcement. "Young gentleman in the office want to see you, sir. He come from the servant from Barros, and with him come to Barros right from England. You tell me always say busy, so I say very busy, did disposed, but if no care, he see for all that. Then he shall send him in." The negro disappeared, and a moment afterward a sharp tap fell on Mr. Hargan's door. He bid the stranger enter, and a lad appeared. He was quite youthful, perhaps not more than 17, but he had a determined air about him, and a bright, straight glance in his eyes that rather attracted the older man. "Take a seat," he said. "Dane or Englishman?" "English, sir," answered the lad, sitting down and depositing a leather bag between his feet. "Traveller?" "Rather. I've just come from home." "What's your line?" asked the merchant. The boy looked puzzled, and then he laughed. "I'm not that sort of traveller. My line is peculiar, extraordinary, in fact. I've come out on a wonderful business altogether." "Any money in it?" "Something like £10,000, I hope." Mr. Hargan laughed. "I doubt you're getting £10,000 out of St. Thomas." "I reckon I shall, in less than a lifetime, too." "You're sanguine. Money doesn't grow on hedges here. It wants a good deal of making. Where are you to begin?" "With you, sir." "Go ahead, then. Have you the philosopher's stone in your bag?" "Something like it, I hope. By the way, you have not asked my name yet. I'm called Tom Wedderburn. Does that suggest anything to you?" The other thought and fanned himself with an amused expression on his broad face. "It does, and yet it does not," he answered. "I've certainly heard the name and seen it too somewhere, but I know of no Wedderburns in St. Thomas, excepting your worshipful self." "There were Wedderburns in the olden days, though." "Right. Now I remember the name. A man called Wedderburn once owned much land here, but that is 100 years ago." "More than 100. He was my great-great-uncle, Mr. Hargan, and the facts are these. The land you now possess here, which has been in your family for generations, once belonged to this ancestor of mine. I have not been able to learn the nature of the bargain, nor does it matter in the least." "Ah, that is a good thing. You haven't come to take my acres away, then," laughed the merchant. "Oh, no," answered Tom, quite seriously. "Things were carried with a high hand in those old troublous times. Nobody would be fool enough to question a point of possession. But there is no doubt about the fact that the territory here, once my relation's property, is the same territory which now belongs to you?" "None. I remember the name on the old papers handed me by my father nearly 50 years ago." "That's all right. Now, before we come to business, Mr. Hargan, I want you to give me your word, as a man of honor, you'll do the fair thing, sir. I'm youngish, but I've seen bad times and suffered a bit at the hands of my elders. I come to you and say that I believe I have in my head a way of making £10,000 or thereabouts out of St. Thomas. I must, however, secure your aid, or I cannot get on. I've come right out from England just to ask that. I'm certain you are not the man to go back on your word, certain of it when I look at you. I may fail in this business, or I may strike the right nail on the head. What I want to know is, how much of the £10,000, supposing it turns up, will you require for helping me?" "Depends on what sort of help you're looking for, my boy. I don't find a cent of capital, if that's your game." "It isn't. I've come to make money, not to borrow it. The help I need is a simple permission to have a look at your land with a view to some experiments. You may look at the land and welcome. Half of it is wilderness down on the north side of the island somewhere. The more a wilderness the better for me. It's in a wilderness I hope to make my fortune." Mr. Harkin looked at his visitor suspiciously. "It's hot," he said. "Better have something cooling." "Don't think the climate's turned my head, sir. I never was more ready for business than today. The terms, that is the point." "Bless you, I don't want any of your £10,000. I've got that, and perhaps twice that, but it has taken me a lifetime to pile up. Your fortune, I fancy you say, was to be made pretty quickly?" "Very quickly, I hope. 3 months, if all goes well. 6 or 7 at the outside. If it isn't made by then, it never will be." "Well, my lad, now to your riddle. Crack straight on with it, and I'll try not to laugh. But I expect to see your keeper come after you every minute." "I do, indeed." He chuckled ponderously, flung himself back in his chair, fanned himself, and listened to the eager youth. Tom Wedderburn took a pile of papers from his bag and then told his story. "The great-great-uncle of mine I speak of was called Enoch Wedderburn, and these memorabilia and data were written out by him before his death. He died in England, leaving no issue, and his fortune, which was very considerable, drifted by will into divers channels and ultimately vanished, as fortunes do. He made his money in the old slave days, and seems to have thriven upon this island in an atmosphere of yellow jack and rum. He evidently regarded himself as a worthy member of society, but I should think that could only have been by comparison with others. By his own account, he must have been a fearful ruffian. Well, he left St. Thomas when the times grew wild, and perhaps the island too hot to hold him. In fact, toward the last he appears to have made a bolt of it. On reaching England, he seems to have had some dealings with the Danish government, and finally to have sold his property to your family, when Svensson Hagen completing the purchases. These matters are all set down here, and these old papers themselves were handed to me by my late father's solicitors upon his death 6 months ago. I am an orphan, and the last young branch of the family. In fact, I am almost the last of the Wedderburns. I may be absolutely the last, for all I know. These papers had no particular interest for me, but not long ago I rummaged through them with a view to clearing out an old trunk for other uses. By the merest chance, one attracted and interested me. I read it through, then turned to others. All are at your disposal, Mr. Hagen, but 2 only am I now particularly concerned with. This is the first, written, as you will see, by old Enoch Wedderburn shortly before his death in London. The lad found a manuscript and read as follows: "Being now like to die, and that right soon, I shall here set down a grave matter, much importing those of my blood that survive my going. When it came about that war and rumour of wars fell upon the Isle of St. Thomas, the seat of my home and fortunes, I straightway bethought me of the danger to my goods. For pillage followeth on the heels of carnage, and at such times it ever groweth hard with the godly Christian man who seeketh peace and abideth by the law. I possessed great store of slaves, a blight on the old women who would free them, and of land also a pretty packet of Spanish doubloons, mighty fine and numerous, being in value above 30 shillings apiece. This money, with sundry precious jewels, I put where no one should chance upon them, and then happening by devilish and malicious sleights to be myself accused of considerable offences, the clamour of events moved me to speed from the midst of such unchristian usages. To England I came, no beggar, but poorer than I should be by 5,000 gold doubloons, and choice jewels not a few. And here I shall abide till I die, but the doubloons are there. It is not meet I should set out the enigma of the hiding place in plain language, yet Wedderburns were wont to have brains of stout stuff, and let him, therefore, who hath the wit to do so, untwine the cryptical conceit that shall repose. with this and other scripts and scrolls at my banker's house in Lombard Street, and let him who hath the pluck fathom the secret when he shall have read the riddle. This is the original enigma, said young Wedderburn, handing to Mr. Hargan an old and much stained fragment of paper. I found it after a long search. The bewildering document ran as follows. It was composed of 11 lines of continuous, random, and nonsensical letters, with a few capital letters, 2 dashes, and 7 asterisks also at seemingly random locations, and the number 86 in the middle. Mr. Hargan glanced over this lubrication and sniffed. "The doubloons are pretty safe, I should judge, young sir," he said. "Wouldn't it have been wiser to wait on the other side till you had solved this rigmarole, or proved there was no solution?" "I didn't start on a wild goose chase, believe me," answered Tom Wedderburn. "I got to the bottom of this thing first, be sure." Mr. Hargan's respect for the lad increased slightly. "Was there a bottom to it?" he asked. "Oh dear, yes, and a very shallow one, too. It's simply a riddle, really, though I dare say it amused the old chap to make it. Strangely enough, though, I solved the thing by a succession of flukes. A sharper man would, perhaps, have taken longer than I did." "I should be sorry to have to clear the puzzle." "Well, I had a bit of knowledge, you see, and that proved enormously valuable in straightening the thing. I knew the name of the man who wrote it. I also observed that this document, together with that I have read to you, evidently written about the same time, was unsigned. It struck me, therefore, that the old chap had probably ended his riddle with his own name. I thought the 15 letters between the last 3 asterisks might be 2 complete words, and if they were, they contained just the number of letters which my great-great-uncle's 2 names contained. Thus, by the happiest chance, I started on the right road. See here." He took a piece of paper and wrote thus upon it: ENOCHWEDDERBORN, and underneath it the letters VMLXS which were the letters found between those last 3 asterisks. Fortunately, it was a long name, you see, embracing 9 different letters. If the letters of the cipher were consistent, and if the letters in my relation's name corresponded in every case with those that represented in the puzzle, then I had no less than 18 letters to work with. I made the experiment, with some eagerness, you may be sure, and the result, though not as striking as you may have expected and as I expected, nevertheless convinced me my supposition must be correct. He produced another paper showing the cryptograph in its second stage of disentanglement. "The name comes out all right now," said Mr. Hargan, "but you don't seem to have done much for the rest of the thing. Looks worse than ever, if possible." "Yes, I was disappointed, and yet more than 2/3 of the letters are in their right places now." "I can see what there was about the affair to convince you of that." "Look at the second line. There towards the end you will find the word vehicle. This remarkable fact confirmed my belief in my original discovery. Such a peculiar collection of letters as form the word vehicle could hardly, I fancied, have happened by chance. Here and there, too, if you examine the puzzle at this stage, you will see well-marked fragments of words and several words of one syllable. Where clearly begins the 4th line, whole occurs in the 7th and again in the 9th. A phrase in the last line but one told me the rest of the secret. It looks pretty much like the rest. I refer to the 18 letters between the 2 asterisks on that line. I had already suspected that these asterisks were merely full stops. I therefore took the letters DEZDMENQELLNOQZLES and tried to spell them into words. In this passage I had already got, as I believed, all the right letters, with the exception of Z and Q. Both occurred twice, and after an experiment or 2 I found one which told the other, and by telling the other confirmed itself. Substitute A for Z, and we get Dead men quel no quales. You will see yourself what Q must stand for. "Of course," exclaimed Mr. Hargan, catching a little of the detective spirit. "Q stands for T. Dead men tell no tales. There it is, plain as the nose on my face." "Exactly. So my next step was to substitute these letters, A and T, for Z and Q. At the same time, of course, I was prepared to put Z in place of A and Q instead of T, but here a great difficulty met me. The letter A does not once occur in the cryptogram, so I had not to trouble any more with the Z, but the letter T does occur 5 times, and I found that by placing Q instead of it I did not add to the sense of the clearness in one of these 5 cases. In the next stage of the puzzle, therefore, while making A stand for Z and T for Q, I have not made Q stand for T, but left the 5 original T's in their places, marking them, however, in italics. Now I think you will find daylight everywhere." The mysterious enigma of the doubloons certainly lost much of the puzzling nature in its third guise. Now it ran thus: "On a day o'ercast I rose betimes, called me, and troll to hasten dem flesh to vehicle, and went abroad to the continues my estate, where 3 tane stones, and in a train land, at a distance 86 yard, surum the most northern Hempelarbed me comhuence, I set my slave to dit, full stop. He ma die whole of the 2 durinten, deck to hand, therein I laid me wealth. Then the back pulled the whole, and scattered dara where earth remained. Dead men tell no tales. I returned with myself alone, Enoch Wedderburn." "Now I think we see what we're coming to," said Mr. Hargan, wiping his spectacles and screwing up his eyes. "The mystery clears up fast. What did you do next?" "My next step was occupied with the T's of the original manuscript. Those I have here marked in italics. The fact that these were not Q's, as they should have been, bothered me a good deal, and led to a discovery that settled what little difficulty remained. In the first case, the letters ANETROLAD looked remarkable, but the third T and the letters triantle told me, as they doubtless tell you, the truth. Triantle must be triangle, for the word 3 occurs just before. Make the italicized T's into G's then, and we get the words negro, giant, triangle, dig, and good. Then it was that in looking carefully at the results now reached, and trying to find upon what system, if any, the old man had constructed his puzzle, that I suddenly came upon the absurd truth. I found that Z stood for A, Y stood for B, and X stood for C. This transparent transposition obtained throughout. Look here." Tom Wedderburn wrote the alphabet, and beneath it a reverse of all the letters. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Z, Y, X, W, V, N, T, S, R, Q, P, O, N, M, L, K, J, I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. There you are in a nutshell. It holds in every case excepting J and Q. By a slip of his pen, the writer of the enigma wrote Q for T instead of G for T. Doubtless, in his original plan, as above, he had made the letter G look like Q, and so put it down wrongly from the beginning to end. But when he wanted G, he looked for it at the top line and found that T stood for it clearly enough. The remarkable fact is that he did not use the letter J once. If he had done so, he must have instantly discovered his mistake. Wonderful, to be sure. And that clears it all up? Completely. Use the above childishly simple code, where it is still necessary to do so, and you will find the baldest, most concise statement possible. Here is the full solution. It requires no genius, after all, to come at it. I have only added a comma here and there." He gave Mr. Hargan a final paper from his bag. The enigma appeared clear enough now. "On a day past, I rose betimes, called me a negro lad, fastened mules to a vehicle, and went abroad to the confines of my estate, where 3 giant stones stand in a triangle, and at a distance of 86 yards from the most northern," he marked M upon his face, "I set my slave to dig. He made a hole of 4 good feet in depth, and therein I laid my wealth. Then the black filled the hole and scattered afar what earth remained. Dead men tell no tales. I returned with my mules alone. Enoch Wedderburn." The wicked old chap shot this wretched slave evidently, probably left him where he fell, and then went home, having made his secret absolutely secure. I have told you such of his subsequent history as I know myself. The question now is, are there any means of knowing what constituted the confines of his estate? If they are now built over, of course the quest is doomed. "If they were built over, the money would probably have turned up," said Mr. Hagan. "No, the confines of the estate are pretty much as they were when my grandfather became possessed of it. As to the giant stones, there are enough of them to make your search rather hopeless, I should fear. Still 5,000 doubloons might be worth a little trouble. I want no help. In fact, the quieter the thing is kept, the better. That I may have your permission to pursue this enigma to the end is all I ask. Then, forgive me for being so businesslike, but what share shall you claim, sir?" Mr. Hargan was a rich man, with 1 daughter only, and she being already engaged to an affluent Barbados merchant, the elderly Dane had few cares. Moreover, Tom Wedderburn took his fancy. The lad was bright, resolute, clever, and modest before his betters. "As to that, my lad, as I have told you, we shall not quarrel. I have only 1 chick, and she is provided for. I'll be businesslike too, and write a statement which will place you quite safe, even though the doubloons, when they do turn up, make me feel greedy." Tom thanked his new friend, and there were tears in the young fellow's eyes as he did so. He was already building castles in the air. It struck him that in addition to the money, there might be among the precious jewels, also alleged to be hidden, some of a nature to please Mr. Hargan's daughter. End of section 25. Section 26 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cook. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Section 26. Enigma of the Doubloons. Chapter 2. The Finding of the Triangle. Tom set about his great task in a steady and methodical fashion. He found that Mr. Hargan's property extended considerably beyond the confines of the old Wedderburn estates, but the limits of the latter were clearly enough marked upon the map put before him. Of this he made a careful copy, then engaged a room at St. Thomas, and spent the first few days in long excursions over Mr. Hargan's lands. The old Dane took no little interest in the youth, and offered him aid of every sort, but Tom declined all help. "I'm going to thrash the thing out with no assistance but yours, sir," he said. "You have already done more than I had a right to help. For the rest, I'll tackle the job alone. I mean digging up those doubloons myself." "You'll find spade and pickwork poor fun, lad." "Grand fun. Remember what I'm digging for." In the early dawn of the day before Tom started upon his preliminary task of clearly marking out the boundaries of his ancestor's estate, Mr. Hargan lent him a pony, and himself accompanied the youth on a long ride. The trip was uneventful save for one incident. The older man's knowledge of the island enabled him to show Tom the ruined foundations of an old dwelling. "Sic transit, etc.," said Mr. Hargan. "Look well at this rubbish heap, young sir.
This is where Enoch Wedderburn once lived in pomp and state and savage blackguardism. From here he started on that fateful morning more than 100 years ago. Probably he sneaked off quietly at a very early hour indeed, put his mules into the shafts of his vehicle himself, and only divulged his purposes to one poor devil of a slave, whose knowledge presently cost him his life. Then the old rascal came clattering back home, got out of his cart and marched indoors to a sumptuous breakfast, and something strong with it. The mansion itself must have stood hard upon the northwestern boundary of the estate. This point the map showed clearly. It seemed probable, therefore, that Enoch had pushed for the more distant northeastern borders of his territory on that bygone morning. Or the calloused old gentleman might, after all, have merely gone round the corner, as it were, and buried his doubloons close at hand. In that case he had doubtless put his murdered slave underground too. For the adjacent regions of the property, so near the great house itself, were, of course, well known and more or less frequented. The young explorer's first task was a difficult one, and seemed likely to take him longer than he had bargained for. The margins of the old estate turned and twisted a good deal, and the greatest care and accuracy would clearly be necessary in following and defining them. Finally, it was upon the northern mountain side that Tom Wedderburn began his work. 4½ good miles of strong twine would be needed to mark the boundary. So 4½ miles of twine he purchased at Mr. Hargan's Bonanza store. Then he entered on his labors with a stout heart. Older heads would have taken more thought before action. Older hands would not have refused Mr. Hargan's offer of negro labor for the preliminary arduous duties, but Tom had his own ideas and all his life before him. The knowledge gained from a sight of Enoch Wedderburn's mansion had modified to some extent our treasure hunter's scheme. He had finally determined that the confines of the estate, in the cryptogram, must really denote a spot as distant from the house as possible. And this spot he found, first on the map, then in the forest. Here he set up a landmark and began working back from there. He traced out the boundary for half a mile on either side of the landmark, and determined thoroughly to search this tract, a mile in all, before proceeding. If, as he suspected, the triangle of giant stones lay somewhere within the 1,760 yards he now traced out, further labor with the boundary line itself would be unnecessary. He soon found that the more the wit of his brain saved the sweat of his brow, the better. Eventually Tom investigated 300 yards the first day, and a like extent of difficult land upon the second. Towards the evening of the third day there came an answering object to his quest, for he chanced upon 3 boulders, one a pointed crag, the others even larger in bulk, but less prominent, being lower and broader. Tom's discovery was made from a perch in a tree. He had already climbed many, under the impression that the giant rocks, when visible, would be better seen, and the relative positions more nearly appreciated, from such a position. And here at last appeared a definite triangle, each corner of it situate at about equal distances from the other 2, with the tallest rock jutting up above the dense undergrowth, and standing due north from its fellows. Young Wedderburn nearly broke his neck tumbling down the tree. Then he made for the base of the adjacent boulder, praying very heartily on his way that this, in truth, might be him marked M on his face. But the day was done. He had no time to make any search that night. The 3 rocks stood at a distance of 24 yards apart, and noting their positions with care, Tom departed, weary enough, but buoyed by grand hopes and fluttering on the verge of triumph. He slept little that night, and tramped back to the rocky triangle by 4 o'clock next morning. With the dawn he began his search again, and by breakfast time came upon what he so greatly desired to find. Time had eaten away the stone, dimmed the outlines, and roughened the edges of the scratched and deeply cut record, but a sort of yellow lichen grew within it, and the feature of the cryptogram was thus preserved. Only, instead of the letter M graven upon the lonely rock, the letter N appeared. There was no possibility of making any error here, and the circumstance occupied young Wedderburn's brains entirely until he found an obvious answer to it. M stood for N in his dead and gone relation's puzzle. Doubtless it did so in the case of this particular letter, as elsewhere. Thus, after a century of silence, that secret sign came to the eye of one who could gaze with knowledge upon it and read its inner significance. Tom made a tremendous search in the immediate neighborhood through the rest of that day, but not so much as a bleached bone or a rusty pick rewarded him. This, however, was a matter of little moment. He had found the very center and egg of Enoch Wedderburn's conceit. So, light at heart, he went back to his lodging, and during the evening detailed to Mr. Hargan the result of the day's work. "After only a fortnight's labor, I am almost in touch with the doubloons," said he. Poor lad! He did not know how often fate helps the earlier stages of an enterprise, that subsequent rebuffs shall taste the more bitter. He had still to learn the fact that ambition half gratifies brings worse torture into life than complete failure. End of section 26. Section 27 of Loup Garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cook. Enigma of the Doubloons, Chapter 3. The Digging of the First Circle. Tom Wedderburn had landed at St. Thomas with 113 pounds in his pocket. It was all he possessed, and his original calculations led him to believe that such a sum would amply suffice to clear his expenses if matters turned out fairly well and his speculations proved successful within a reasonable time. He found, however, that the money began to dwindle, and accordingly changed his plans to some extent, and took a step of an extremely practical nature. With Mr. Hargan's permission, he hired some black labor and set up a rough wooden hut at the theater of his operations. One of the rocks in the triangle made an admirable back wall for this cabin, and here it was erected and furnished with a few scanty requirements. Tom arranged for a daily supply of vegetables, fish, and meat, purchased an iron pot for cooking, and half a ton of coke for fires. Then, with no little satisfaction and delight, he dismissed the wondering negroes and entered upon a lonely life of steady toil. A week was occupied in the erection of this temporary home, and then the lad, armed with measures, billhooks, picks, and spades, began the digging of a mighty circle. Taking the northern apex of the triangle as a cornerstone of his task, he drew from it a line 86 yards long. He knew that the gold was buried somewhere at exactly this distance from the rock, and therefore a circle with the rock for center and a radius of 86 yards must embrace in its circumference the hiding place of the treasure. But as the circumference of a circle is, roughly, just over 6 times as long as its radius, Tom's great ring would have to stretch more than 500 yards round. Such an orbit he carefully measured and marked out. Then he set about clearing the surface from bush and brushwood. Here and there great primal boulders blocked the way. At other points venerable forest trees shot from the direct path of the circle, and these impediments the worker rightly determined to leave alone, suspecting that they must have existed in their present position long before Enoch Wedderburn buried his doubloons. Asking himself in which direction his old relative probably proceeded from the marked rock, Tom decided that he had gone west from it, and he therefore began his digging of the circle at that point. The measurements and preliminary clearance of ground had occupied a week. The nature of the soil would determine all further rate of progress. Tom designed to dig his trench of 1.5 yards across, and the cryptogram chronicled the necessary depth. He had, therefore, before him the operation of fashioning a circular pit about 541 yards in circumference, 4 feet deep, 4.5 feet broad. The soil varied considerably within narrow limits. At some points it proved very hard and stony. At others it was formed of light gravel. Sometimes the bright sparks flashed from the pick as it fell on the solid rock but a trifling distance beneath the surface, and in such places he pursued his task no further. The explorer rated his progress as represented by 8 or 10 yards a day, a speed only obtained by tremendously hard work. This pointed to the fact that the circle would take rather more than 3 months to complete, supposing health enabled Tom to preserve a steady rate of advance. Upon the other hand, any day, any hour, any moment might put a happy period to the great task. Tom worked with a will from the onset, and his first fortnight of labor produced nearly 120 yards of 4-foot trench. It also wrought dire havoc on the lad's hands, and took the fight out of him to no little extent. The muscular strain of such unwonted toil produced considerable physical pain at first, and the undue tax upon his strength affected the lad's nerves. He grew a good deal thinner and lost something of his former bright, happy expression. An older and more careworn look took its place. He lacked discretion in sundry particulars. He worked at times when he should have escaped from the sun's fierce eye, and often after dark, when he might have proceeded with a lantern, he stopped to rest. His old confidence, too, waned as he proceeded. Suggestions, chance possibilities, dim fears troubled his hours of leisure, and kept him awake by night. These mental conditions of endless anxiety and unrest told upon Tom Wedderburn's temperament, and left their mark to such an extent that when Mr. Hargan rode over one morning before the heat of day, he noticed with regret a perceptible alteration in the bearing and manner of the boy. "You're going ahead too fast, young sir," he said, as Tom, who was at work, came out of his trench and shook hands. "Don't dash at this thing like a mad bull at a gate. Slow and steady is the plan. Go on quietly, or you'll work yourself into a fever." "I've need to work. This business is pretty well life and death to me. If I fail, I'm stranded worse than one of the lame ducks in St. Thomas Harbor. That's not a fix you can look forward calmly to, is it?" "Why anticipate any such catastrophe? Time enough to sing out, Tom, when you're hurt. And you will be hurt sharply, too, at this rate. Think of your health first, lad. A fat pocket won't take the place of a wretched constitution, believe me. Good health's worth more than any doubloons in the world." "I'm all right, sir. Pardon me, but I must get back to work now." "Not a bit of it. Where are your manners? Drop your spade and show me your cabin. I've come to breakfast. It's no good looking black. You're not up your West Indian modes of hospitality yet. You must put personal matters aside when friends come to call here. Jump along and light a fire and get me some tea or coffee if it's handier." The good-natured old gentleman dismounted and tethered his horse. He had ridden out at some personal inconvenience to see young Wedderburn, distract the lad's thoughts a while and cheer him up. Tom blushed at the rebuke, begged pardon, and was himself again in an instant. He set to work to light a fire and spread the best refreshments he had before his visitor. There were meal cakes, biscuits, and fruit, with a big cup of coffee, hot and strong. Mr. Hargan noticed with some concern that the explorer drank rum himself. "Why don't you have coffee too?" he asked. It's a good deal better for you, and certainly better to work on. It takes such a time in the making. I generally have a fire and coffee going after dark, but not by day. Rum's handier and suits me all right. You see, in this wild climate it gets dark so quickly when the sun sets. Same thing in the morning. There's no twilight much and only a brief dawn. The sun roasts the skin off you in less than an hour after he's up. Well, don't put your trust in rum, lad. You've done splendidly, but it wasn't rum that helped you, I'll wager. More haste, less speed, remember. That's a good old English maxim for you.
The worthy man prosed on in a kindly way, and Tom returned civil answers, though his replies began to grow rather short as the visit extended. Presently, therefore, realizing that his departure would afford his host some satisfaction, the merchant lighted a cigar and prepared to mount. He thanked Tom for his hospitality with a delicate shadow of irony which the impatient youth quite missed, then rode thoughtfully away. Mr. Hargan reflected that wealth, ill-gotten in the first place, might perhaps exercise a baleful influence over generations to come. Of course, there was nothing to show that the bygone slave owner who buried his gold had dishonestly acquired it. But such a circumstance seemed probable. One thing at any rate was plain. Tom Wedderburn's character appeared to be already changing. Meantime the treasure hunter toiled steadily on, with no companions but birds and lizards. His days were very uneventful, and another fortnight slowly wore itself out, bringing no sign of the hidden money, but writing marks of increased anxiety on the searcher. He varied his labors at times, attacking the circle from different points. Nearly 300 yards were now explored, though quite unsuccessfully. Then a stranger came upon the scene. Tom started one morning to do the 2 hours' work he always set himself before breakfast, and found a white man sitting on the pile of earth he had turned overnight. This was a most unusual sight, for Mr. Hargan had kept his promise and not divulged the lad's business to anybody. Negroes brought him his daily rations, and other wandering Ethiopians would occasionally look at him in silence and then go their way. But white faces were getting quite rare objects. A chance horseman sometimes rode up from the road below and asked him his business, but his answer was always the same, that he was making private experiments upon Mr. Hargan's estate with that gentleman's permission. The Dane himself, when interrogated, avoided making any definite reply. So upon the morning in question, Tom regarded the new arrival with some astonishment, and set him down for a queer customer altogether. He was a tall, very thin person, with a long nose, a little slit of a mouth, and bright steel-blue eyes. His face was furrowed and tanned, his hair long, scanty, and gray. A mere wisp of beard hung from his chin, and his cheeks and upper lip were bare. Lastly, of him it may be said that he was clad in dirty duck trousers, a decayed frock coat, and a gray shirt. He sat calmly amid the remains of many cigarettes, and had just rolled a fresh one as Tom appeared. "Hello! What do you want?" asked the young Wedderburn sharply. "Prospecting, I judge?" said the lean man inquiringly, waving his hand around at the piles of upturned soil. "That's my business, and a mighty unprofitable one most times. Got a light anywheres?" "You may not be aware of the fact you are trespassing," said Tom, producing a light nevertheless. "That's so," admitted the other, lighting a cigarette. "Well, if you know it, perhaps you'd better make tracks before there's a row. What do you think?" "There won't be no kind of row here, sonny. You see, Alexis Hargan's an older pal of mine than of yourn, anyway." "He never told you of my job here, I know," answered Tom. "He's the right sort." "Rightest sort you'll see in this island or anywheres. Nobody told me nothing. I guessed it." "'Tisn't your business, is it, whatever I'm doing?" "No, but it used to be," drawled the man. "See, I'm a neighbor,
and lives not 100 miles from here, all alone in my glory, same as you do. I'm a disappointed devil who's played his game and lost it. See? I watched you and wished you luck. You put your back into it properly. Do you guess why I take so much stock in you? No, and I'd rather that you didn't if it's all the same to you. 'Tain't often I don't take no for an answer, and it's blame seldom I'd offer my friendship. If you're too big a bug to change ideas with a fellow man old enough to be your father, then I'll track mighty sharp, of course." "Forgive me," said Tom instantly. "I'm sorry I spoke like that, but you see, time is precious, and I want to be working." "Go right ahead, then. Don't mind me. I'll clear pretty soon. My name's Jagger, working name Matt. A man that near broke his heart and turned his hair gray and twisted his backbone crooked, looking for buried gold he never found."
Tom Wedderburn started and gazed at the speaker with an open mouth, while a great fear fell upon his heart that Matt Jagger's experience might have some reference to his own treasure hunt.
"'Twasn't in these parts. I played my game down California way. Some diggers struck a big thing, a very big thing, and cleared with it. There were 3 of them. They pushed along, and by night they buried their pile underground for fear of accident. 2 days out they were shot by certain parties, and the news came along to us. Then me and a few went along, and we rode plumb upon the murderers digging like death for the buried stuff. Next thing they dug was the air with their heels, and then we reckoned, having done the fair deal by our pals, that the hidden pile was ours by right. There were 4 of us, going on working, boy, and we set about it and stuck to it for 6 months. You see, there was a sight of gold at stake. Then one man chucked it up, and 3 digged on. Another caved in pretty soon, but me and my old mate kept there for near 2 years. We extended our field of operation till we worked the place into a burying ground, a cemetery of 1,000 hopes, so they say. Then a day comes, and we ups and says a prayer over that spot and clears. We heard afterwards the man who gave up digging first had found the money after all, but he didn't get no solid satisfaction out of it when it came to be known. I made my little bit afterwards at another place, and chance anchored me in St. Thomas. I live 2 miles away to the east of this, and being accustomed to my own company and pretty bad society for everybody else, I just hang out there all alone with a dumb black man, which sort of niggers best. I don't reckon I'm on any fool's errand here, though," said Tom suddenly, after a lengthy pause. "I didn't reckon I was, but when stuff's judged to be buried, and you ain't got any direction what'll fetch straighter than a 541-yard circle, there's a chance of failure." "How did you know about the measurements?" asked John Wedderburn suspiciously. "'Cause I took 'em when you were down in town last Sunday. You've got no call to be scared of me, lad. I don't want to help, you bet your life, but I catch the drift of your game, being an old digger, see, and I'd just be pleased if you won where I lost. S'long." Without another word the lean man arose and departed. He was bent in the back, but swung along pretty fast, and speedily disappeared in the direction of his home. Tom liked him, though he felt none too trustful, and determined at least to be cautious. A week afterwards he saw Mr. Hargan, and that gentleman confirmed much of the stranger's statement. "He's an American, I fancy," the merchant explained. "It leaves where he told you, and just as he told you. The man's a queer sort of hermit, and some consider he is not quite right in his head. I know little of him excepting that he is very taciturn and shy. He deals at my store and pays ready money for everything. 2 points much in his favor, of course." When Matt Jagger turned up again, which he did 4 or 5 days after his first appearance, Tom greeted him with a greater approach to friendliness. He was sitting just as before, smoking cigarettes in the dawn, at a spot where the explorer left his tools the preceding night. "Any luck, laddie?" "Not yet, Mr. Jagger." "Don't Jagger me. Matt's my working name. Well, you're lessening the orbit, anyway." "Yes, but there's a month's more work yet. I'm slacking off a bit. It takes it out of you." "See here," said the other abruptly, I brought you along a box of cigars. They're good. If you doubt, pick out one from anywhere and I'll smoke it." "Thank you very much. Why should I fear them?" The other shrugged his shoulders. "'Cause you might fear me. I've known Dr. Smokes in my time." Then he sat down and pulled the tails of his old frock coat over his knees and watched Tom at work. "You ain't free enough with the pick, boy," he remarks presently. "You'll make your job harder than it need be. Break up the stuff first." Tom laughed. "Do you know, I begin to find the pick rather heavy. Getting lazy, I think." "Let me see your hands." Tom showed them. One was tied up, and Jagger, undoing the bandage, revealed an ugly raw blister of long standing. The other palm was little better. "You're a fool, boy," he said sharply. "Your hand should be as hard as iron by now, and would be if you'd understood your game." Then he marched off and did not return for an hour and a half. When he came back, Tom was working. "See here, 'tis an old digger's remedy, and I have made it fresh." He produced some dark-colored ointment on a piece of plantain leaf. "Don't touch it if you doubt me. There's nobody a man can trust nowadays. I shan't blame you if you won't use it." The man looked with his bright, steel-colored eyes into Tom's eyes. He did not move a muscle, and Tom gazed back as fixedly, trying to read the truth, if possible. "I'll trust you," he said at length, "and you're a brick to take such trouble for a duffer like me." "Open your hands, then." The lad, sore and weary enough, did as he was told, and the thick, cold pelester fell pleasant upon his galled palms. Jagger spread the mixture, then bound up Tom's wounded fingers in such a way as would by no means prevent free use of them. "If you're wise, you'll chuck work for today and give your paws a rest. They need it. Come over and see me this afternoon and forget your work for an hour or so. I'll wager I'll make you forget it if you step over. I've seen funny doings one time and another, and I'll pitch you a yarn or two that'll make you blink, see? 'Tis straight down to the beach, then right along by the dry water coast to 3 old naked ribs of a wreck sticking out of the sand. From there you'll find my shanty above you, the only house in sight. Wash that grease off and put on more before you turn in." And away he went. Tom did not visit his new friend that day. He took a long rest and followed Mr. Jagger's advice in the matter of doing no more work. As a result, he felt considerably better on the following morning. His hands, too, had not been so comfortable for a month, and he went to work in a happier mind and with better confidence. Days followed days with uneventful regularity. 3 months were passed, and early summer simmered in a hot haze over the wild northern hillsides of St. Thomas. The unexplored region fast grew smaller, and Tom Wedderburn's stock of hope dwindled in like measure. Then came a morning when 2 hours would complete the digging of the great circle, and failure stared into the treasure-seeker's face. As he went that day to his toil, at a more than usually early hour and full of desperate anxiety, Tom found Mr. Jagger sitting in his old position as though he had never moved therefrom. It was barely light, the birds had not yet begun to salute the morning. Matt's cigarette glimmered red in the dawn. "Struck?" "No." "You'll finish presently?" "Yes, in a couple of hours." "Does that end your show?" "Yes, no, at least, yes. It's all I can do. I'm beat, I'm afraid." "See here, it's the Lord's Day. Put off to finish till tomorrow. Give the Lord a chance. 'Tisn't reason He'd help you today. 'Twould be setting dead against His own commandment." "I forget to count days now," said Tom. "Chuck it then. Come along with me. We work Sundays in California, but it never was business somehow. Never was. Step along." Tom obeyed, threw down his tools, and went home with the old digger. He spent an interesting day enough, and heard strange, wild stories sufficient to make a book. Jagger spoke of men and women, of laws and customs, of fortunes and failures, of savage doings in lonely places, of the great gold lust and the life of the gold hunters. "Human nature's exactly similar. whether it flashes out from blood and passion and bad language, or comes along with its boots blackened and a clean collar. I've seen a man talk like a devil, and then the next minute do something a bishop might be proud of doing. There's two sorts of men, the hot-blooded and the cold. The first sort makes the worst noise and does the least harm, and has the most human nature in 'em. Give me them for pals. The cold-blooded kind's got crooked hearts. If they shoot a man, it's generally in the back. Mr. Jagger's tongue ran on till evening, and certainly took his listener's mind away from private thoughts now and then. Finally he quite conquered Tom, and the lad let his heart go out. Something told him that this was a genuine man, a fantastic, time-worn piece of humanity viewed from the outside, but the right sort, one of the warm-blooded men he himself described, despite his withered, dried-up exterior. "Come back now to my cabin, Matt," said young Wedderburn suddenly. "I've only got one little story in exchange for the 100 you've spun for me, but it's just a yarn you'll like. Come on, and I'll tell you what's brought me here, and what I came for." Then they strolled back together, and presently Tom laid bare his secret as formerly he had done for Mr. Hargan's benefit. Jagger followed every step of the problem with the deepest interest. Then he borrowed all the papers and took them away with him. "I'll bring 'em back tomorrow," he said. "I just love a tricky thing like this. I'll go through the puzzle tonight, step by step, so as to check you. Turn in now. You won't sleep much, I guess, but lie quiet and don't take on if you'll fail tomorrow. You ain't beat yet." Next morning, with a tremble of anxiety and a mighty thumping of heart against ribs, Tom finished his great circle. As the last spadeful of earth was thrown up, and the tremendous monument of futile labor completed, the boy dropped his spade, took a long, shivering breath, tried hard to gulp down his failure and be stoical. But he could not quite manage it. A mist filled his eyes, his head swam around, he crawled out of the trench and flung himself down beside it, with his face upon his arm. "No luck?" asked somebody a few minutes later. Jagger had been hiding 50 yards off to watch Tom finish his task. Young Wedderburn looked up, shook his head, and put it down on his arms again. "Cheer up, laddie, and come into the house. There's a wag on the dog's tail yet. You ain't struck, but I have. See?" Tom roused himself and looked with amazement at the speaker. The lad's eyes were bright, and the blood had slipped away from his sunburnt cheeks, leaving him faint. "Give me all, Matt, and don't try and wake up hope again. It's dead, and it's died hard and hurt me." "Stuff! Hope dead and a digger? You made a mighty mistake in this puzzle, that's what's the matter. Choke it down, boy, and come indoors and have some rum and begin again. Why, bless your life, you couldn't find the gold dirt in this 4-foot circus ring anyway, even if you're right in the pitch, which you ain't." He gave the bewildered Tom his arm, took him to the cabin, made him drink a stiff dose of spirits, and then produced all the papers relating to Enoch Wedderburn's cryptogram. End of section 27. Section 28 of Loup Garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cook. Loup Garou by Eden Phillpotts. Section 28. Enigma of the Doubloons. Chapter 4. Matt Jagger's Circle. "First place, Sonny," exclaimed Matt Jagger to Tom, who gazed wistfully at him, "even if your ring's pitched true, you'd have to dig maybe a foot lower than you've done. 100 years of fallen branch and rotting leaf and wear and tear generally would build up on top of the ground some inches of soil at the least, so I judge. See? You didn't allow nothing for that. Besides, the earth on the top of the treasure might stand a bit higher than that around it. There was lots to spare, 'cause the puzzle says how they scattered afar what was left over. But that's nothing. You've made a blame sight worse error than that in the riddle itself. See here, how'd you know this measurement's right? How'd you know these two figures, 8 and 6, is put where they look to be?" "They're the only straightforward point in the puzzle," said Tom. "Just so. And for that reason I wouldn't put a cent's worth of faith in 'em. I figured this thing out last night when I left you, and I judge the old cuss that built it was no fool. He turned everything backwards, didn't he? Yes. Then why should he leave a telling point like two figures plain sailing? Not he. He muddled 'em like the rest, and I reckon I've cornered him on it, too." Tom breathed very excited, and breathed hard. "Go ahead," was all he could say. "You found the secret out yourself," continued Jagger quietly. "Bet your life I hadn't the wits to solve it. You didn't carry through your own notion, that's all, and I went on where you stopped. It's like this. He turned the alphabet backwards, didn't he?" "Yes." "And that's just what he did with figures. He treated them likewise. I'd bet a bank to a red cent I've tracked him. See this." Mr. Jagger produced a sheet of paper and laid it before young Wedderburn. There was nothing upon it save 2 rows of figures, placed orderly beneath each other, thus: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Where's your 86 now?" asked the elder man with great glee, rubbing his hands. "I reckon it's turned into 35 mighty sharp, what?" Tom could only stare and gasp. "I never thought of it. I never dreamed of it. I'm a dense, helpless fool, and you're a genius." "Why, 2 heads is better than 1. You guessed the trick, not me. But I'm blamed gladder than I've been in late years, I tell you," answered the other with a pleased laugh. "Half the stuff is now yours, Matt. We're pals forever now. Half the stuff. Mind that," said Tom, shaking the old digger's hand. Something dimmed Mr. Jagger's little steel eyes for a moment. He sniffed and chuckled and twisted a cigarette. "Lord love you, boy. What's the good of money to me? A man lonelier than a lighthouse. I've cheated Mother Earth this journey anyway, so we're quits now till she gets me for good. Stick to the dirt, laddie, and do the right thing by it. But we ain't banked yet. There's many slip 'twixt the gold and the pick, as we used to say." A new circle, Matt, with a 35-yard radius." "That's the game. Child's play after this giant ring. But we'll make the new one broader and deeper. And I'm going to help in the digging of it, boy. I guess I'm getting fat and lazy. So's my dumb nigger. We'll trot him out, too." Overwrought, Tom could not trust himself to speak just then. He turned to be busy with preparation of food, and Matt rose up and strolled out of doors. Presently after a meal, both went to work on Matt Jagger's circle. It proved a very different affair to the first, and only extended over a circumference of about 225 yards. The new ring was marked out that day, and Tom felt greatly surprised to see what 2 pairs of hands can achieve in the execution of a task by contrast with 1 pair. So the new circle widened steadily out. It was broader and deeper than Tom's original venture, and its rate of progression varied, as the first had done, with the nature of the soil. A fortnight passed, leaving rather less than 50 yards unexplored, and bringing no hint or suggestion of success. Tom began to grow grave and taciturn again, but Mr. Jagger never hesitated for a moment. He preserved a happy, sanguine mind, denied the possibility of any further miscalculation, and when but 28 yards were all that remained to complete his circle, he still sounded a note of hope. "Like your luck if it's hid away in the last yard we cut out," he declared. "Don't grizzle and fret yourself to fiddle strings anyway. If we're beat here we can just begin again where you started and dig deeper. It's sheer ridiculousness that gold can be hid beyond the finding on a one-horse island no bigger than St. Thomas." Then, almost upon the expiration of this portion of the treasure hunter's labors, a sudden disaster, not wholly unforeseen by the older man, fell upon Tom. Jagger arrived betimes upon the morning that was to see the second circle completed, and he found his friend already laboring wildly, digging at random, jabbering to himself, and quite delirious. A low fever, born from the poisonous mists that sometimes wandered like evil ghosts upon the hillsides by night, had gripped Tom Wedderburn. He was in no condition to tackle any illness just then. The great topic of his brain, distorted and magnified by the ailment from which he suffered, became an ever-present source of excitement and added fuel to the flame. Indeed, Tom grew seriously ill. So at least Mr. Jagger believed, and he lost no time therefore in communicating with the town, in summoning medical aid, and in acquainting Mr. Hargan with the occurrence. The old merchant and a medical man arrived together to find Tom tossing about half asleep in his cabin, and Jagger hard at work outside. Dr. Tarrant saw no great cause for alarm. He pronounced his patient altogether below par, and therefore ill-equipped to fight any ailment. The fever, however, was not malignant, and unlikely to become worse if treated promptly. On learning the reason for Tom's rambling utterances, he deemed that it was important that he should be moved from a scene which would remind him of his search every time he opened his eyes. But the field of the lad's labor was not such that any vehicle could approach within a considerable distance of it. Mr. Hargan made a suggestion, and the two men were occupied with the subject when Matt came in. He had finished the second circle and found nothing. But he was cheerful as ever, and showed considerable gratification at hearing sick Tom was not as ill as he appeared to be. "He must be taken from this place, and the sooner the better," said Dr. Tarrant. "Everything here keeps his brain in a rack and whirl." "Let him come along with me, then," suggested Mr. Jagger. "My place is handier than town, and it's easy going along the sea sand most ways. I'm not a bad nurse, either. Some of them loitering niggers can help me with a litter and carry it afterwards." The medical man approved of the suggestion, and presently a light palanquin was improvised, with a cool green curtain of plantain leaves above it. Within this, between blankets, the sufferer, after a sharp ague fit had passed off, was comfortably conveyed to Matt's lonely home. Jagger went on ahead to get matters shipshape for Tom before the sufferer should arrive. A negro was sent to St. Thomas for physic. This presently arrived, and though Dr. Tarrant had already departed to his business, Mr. Hargan stayed on until the patient slept quietly, and a setting sun warned him that he must be hastening homewards. Matt had already explained how affairs were standing in the search for the doubloons, and the old Dane determined that, when the adventurer's health mended, he would pay his passage home again. Tom slept far into the next day and woke better. He had no recollection of his recent journey, and was at a loss to know how he had come to occupy his present position. But he perfectly remembered the exciting point at which Matt's circle had been left, and as the evening came, he poured a tumbling torrent of questions into the other's ears. Jagger avoided the direct answer, and, as a result, Tom guessed the truth. "You tell me quick enough, Matt, if there was any luck. Don't think I'm not the right stuff, Matt. I can bear it. I can face it." He lay back quietly, and his friend sat beside him and smoked and comforted him. Tom's eyes were like stars, his face thin and drawn. His hair, sadly in want of the barber's scissors, shone bright as gold in the light of Matt's candle. The window was open, with a gauze over it. The night was very hot. A strange, faint noise of frogs arose without, and the sigh of the distant sea below could be distinctly heard, breaking the nocturnal silence. Then the fever crowded down on Tom Winterbourne with the hand of a giant. He suddenly started up, laughing wildly and hugging some precious airborne treasure to his breast. "Found!" he cried shrilly. "Found at last! I knew it! I knew it! Thank God! Kneel down, Matt! Kneel down, I tell you! Oh, it's crumbling! It's sinking lower and lower! Help me, Matt! Help me, man! Stop praying! See! It's got legs! It's got wings! Gone! All gone! And devils laughing at me! Hark at them! Hark! Hark!" He moaned and cried, while Jagger sat beside him, grim and silent. The old man had his watch out and was waiting for the moment when the medicine must be again administered. "Curse the clock, it crawls," he said to himself. Presently his patient began to shiver. "It's a trick! It's a lying trick!" he hissed out, speaking thick and fast with his teeth chattered. "You're deceiving me! You're fooling me! You found it, Matt, and you're keeping it all to yourself. You wouldn't do that, Matt. You wouldn't rob a man that's trusted you like I have. Give me just my half. Only my half, Matt. I'm young, and I've worked very hard for a youngster. Very hard, very hard." "Lie down, you little fool," said Jagger hoarsely. "Lie down and be good. Don't you fret. We'll find the stuff, you and me. You wait till you are on your pins again. Never fear. Me steal your money? Why, we're pals, we are. See? Pals. That's what we are." "We're pals. We are, yes. That's it. We're pals," echoed Tom, looking dreamily at the man who was holding his hand. "You wouldn't play it low down on a pal, would you, Matt?" The reflection seemed to comfort him, and he grew quieter. Then Matt Jagger gave him his medicine, and presently the boy slept. The doctor came early next morning and stayed a considerable time. Tom had suffered a relapse, but was a shade better again, though very weak. The difficulty lay in his mental condition. The ruling passion of his life had got a hold there was no shaking. It haunted his sleep and tormented his waking moments. Dr. Tarrant gave Jagger all necessary directions, urged him to watch his charge like a cat, and offered to send a nurse from town. This, however, the other would not permit at present. He declared himself quite equal to looking after Tom, and undertook to do so. The ailment, aggravated from start to finish by the sufferer's mental condition, ran its course, and a time came when young Wedderburn was on the high road to complete recovery. Then, in an evil hour, Matt supplied him with pencil and paper. He had been quiet for a week, had listened to his nurse's stories, and abstained from even alluding to his own interests. But no sooner were the pencil and paper in his hands than the cause of his anxieties reappeared. He set to work at the cryptogram, and wearied his weak brains with helpless and aimless struggles upon the problem. Still the boy grew stronger, very slowly, although he persisted in secret experiments on and investigations of the Wedderburn enigma. Then happened a thing for which Matt Jagger's black servant was to blame, though the old digger afterwards bitterly accused himself. Leaving the negro within sight of his patient, as he often did, Matt retired for a rest. He slept a couple of hours, and meanwhile dumb Morris, the said Ethiop, seeing that Tom was quiet as a lamb and busy with his pencil and papers, walked out to take the air and see a friend. He intended to be back before his master should rise, but chance retarded the man's return. Anon Matt awoke and strolled to the invalid's room. The door was open. The black watcher had disappeared, and the apartment itself proved to be quite empty. Tom had clean vanished, leaving no sign save a stump of lead pencil and a scattering of papers, some on the floor, some on the table by which he had been sitting in a big easy-chair with a rug over his knees. End of section 28. Section 29 of Loup garou. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cook. Loup garou by Eden Phillpotts. Section 29. Enigma of the Doubloons. Chapter 5. Eureka. Matt strode off with his old frock coat fluttering. He felt no doubt as to where Tom had gone, and made accordingly at his best pace for the lad's cabin. A negro was able to give some information in answer to hurried questions.
"Yessah, I me gentleman gwine long terrible fast. I say, where you going so quick, massa? And he say, out of the way, nigga, I's in a mighty hurry, or something like that. A wild fanatic, wild Genjamin, sah, young with yellow hair. Long time now since I see him."
Mr. Jagger pushed forward rapidly, and presently found himself by Tom's cabin, near the center of the two great rings that encompassed it. Tom was not in sight, but he or another had evidently been there quite recently. The door of the hut was open, some new digging operations were in progress just outside it, and a yard measure trailed along the ground from the marked rock of the triangle almost to the door of the cabin. Tom had apparently been galvanized into some frenzy by a sudden discovery, fancied or real. 24 yards were marked off on the tape, the exact distance at which the three rocks of the triangle were situate apart. It was at the base of the second rock that the hut stood where the boy had set out to work. Why he had desisted and where he was now, the searcher could not guess. As a matter of fact, poor Tom had seen his companion approaching, and had hidden himself at hand until Matt should depart again. This the old digger presently did, and wandered hither and thither calling to his friend. No answer came to the summons, however, so he went home again, trusting that the sick boy might have already come to his senses and made his way back. But only the dumb negro met Matt, and wasting no words, Mr. Jagger started once more, this time for town. The night was far advanced when he reached Mr. Hargan's private dwelling, and quickly aroused that gentleman. 2 hours later, with the old merchant's aid, he had gathered half a dozen young men together, and returned through the night to the northern borders of the island. They all carried small arms, and Matt arranged a signal to be used in the event of success. Each man worked with a will, risking his own neck in the search, and Jagger, though his elderly limbs began to tire, toiled harder than any amongst them. He labored on, out of sight and out of sound of the others, but it was long hours before any glimpse or hint of the missing boy rewarded him. Then, when the morning broke, the old digger made his arduous way through the forest down to his friend's cabin, and there came face to face with what he sought. Silent and unconscious by his work lay Tom Wedderburn. The dew glimmered in his bright hair. By his side was a pick and shovel. Near at hand a considerable aperture extended in the soil. Matt fired his pistol thrice to let the distant searchers know their task was ended. Then, raising the cold form of his chum, he carried him with all haste into the adjacent cabin, and set about every means of restoring life that he knew. Tom had evidently returned to his labor when Matt last left it, and there he had toiled wildly until his overtaxed strength gave way, or some sudden shock deprived him of consciousness. Soon a scorching August morning set the hot air dancing, and flooded the wild mountainside with light. Then, in response to Mr. Jagger's summons, his fellow searchers, weary and bedraggled, arrived upon the scene. With them a crowd of chattering negroes, and as Dr. Tarrant happened to be amongst the volunteers who had spent the night on the hills, he was now able to direct Matt's despairing efforts.
"Gone, I judge,"
said the old man hoarsely, looking up from where he sat, chafing Tom's cold hands.
"Can't be sure, though it looks bad. We'll fight death for him yet," replied the other.
He set about further expedients, but Jagger felt only too certain that hope was idle. He left the doctor and went forth to where his party were making a hasty breakfast. "Gone," he said shortly, in answer to their hurried queries. "Gone to a goals no account." They were for making a litter and carrying poor Tom back to the town, but his friend had another notion. Guess not. 'Pears to me that here where he fought his little fight and got beat and broke his heart, here in this hole of his own diggin's, the place most fitting to let him rest. Let Hargan know what's befallen him when you get back, and maybe 'twould be well to send a minister along also." Then he directed some of the loafing negroes to enlarge the pit at their feet, and the white men, knowing Matt's eccentric nature, and not caring to argue about his suggestion, soon departed to obey his wishes when they should reach the town. Mr. Hargan started immediately for the theater of the tragedy upon hearing what was reported to have happened, but long before he could arrive, although he lost no time in so doing, two marvelous, strange things had come to pass. Matt, leaving the graveside for a moment, went in to see Dr. Tarrant, and that worthy, being in a state of profuse perspiration, working like the Briton he was, shouted to him that there were fast ripening signs of life in the still figure upon the ground. At the same moment a negro rushed after Mr. Jagger, and the Ethiopian was even more excited than the medical man. "Please, sah, come find have been found, sah. Nudder gemman, him belly in de pit, sah." Matt, nearly torn in two, but aware that the lad was safe in Dr. Tarrant's hands, hastened out again, to find all the black men had stopped working and were standing jabbering upon the bank. Looking down, he saw, sticking from the earth, two corners of some coffin-like receptacle that certainly justified the negro's suspicions. Taking a pick himself and getting into the hole, Mr. Jagger speedily laid bare a deep oblong box, the timbers of which had rotted to touchwood, and were only held in their places by rusty iron clamps at its corners. The old digger stuck his pick through the lid and wrenched off one side. It crumbled in dust, and a great glittering, tinkling stream of broad gold pieces came tumbling out after it. The money had apparently been cased in canvas bags, but the fabric of them had long since rotted. The blacks began dancing and yelling like demons. They swarmed round the treasure, and some jumped into the pit to snatch for themselves, but Jagger had them out again in a twinkling, and proved quite equal to the great occasion. Then, as Dr. Tarrant rushed from the cabin with a wild shout of "Alive! He's alive!" Matt drew his revolver and took a seat on the bank above Tom Wedderburn's doubloons. "Now, nigs," he said grimly, with a tear on his wrinkled cheek, which he did not know was there, "you hear what the boss says. The boy's alive, thank the Lord. So keep your legs still and your thick heads shut, or like enough you'll have something to sing and dance for. This stuff ain't yours, and it ain't mine, see? It's the boy's, every fat shiner of it. So stop your row and behave like men, not monkeys. First black paw that comes over the pit edge will have a hole in it mighty sharp anyway. Now you know." Then, under his direction, a blanket was procured from Tom Wedderburn's cabin and spread out upon the ground. Matt then set two negroes to work, and watched them like a hawk the while. A great shining heap glimmered in the sunshine and grew upon the blanket. Then, when Mr. Hargan and others presently arrived from town, Matt was able to leave his position and enter the pit again himself. Soon being convinced that nothing remained, he scrambled out again with the last of three small tin cases that had apparently been buried beneath the larger box. The blanket was strengthened against the heavy burden it had to sustain. Ropes were bound round it, and anon a rough, stout vehicle, perhaps just such as one as old Enoch Wedderburn had himself used in the far past, was dragged to the spot and loaded with the doubloons. But long before the precious mass of gold started under armed escort for town, Tom Wedderburn, with Mr. Hargan and Matt Jagger riding beside him, had been conveyed on a comfortable litter slung between mules to the Danish merchant's private house. Matt stayed a while, until Dr. Tarrant was able to speak with something approaching a note of hope as to the future. Then, pretty well exhausted in mind and body,
The old man trudged wearily and happily homewards. There he was too sleepy and worn out to trouble himself with the papers which Tom had scattered round in his recent departure. But after 12 hours' dreamless sleep, Mr. Jagger rose again refreshed, collected his friend's notes and memoranda, and examined them with interest. It was not easy to trace the explorer's progress, for his discoveries seemed to be reached by no very regular stages. He had wandered at random amid useless ideas until inspiration suddenly came, and the enigma of the doubloons gave up its last secret. One incomplete note on a fragment of paper told the tale. Thus it ran: "Try Matt's plan without ciphers 0 at end of figures. Take numerals only. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 over 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here 86 equals 24. A ring with 24 yards Tom had broken off abruptly here in a tempest of excitement. No hand was by to stop his mad flight, and possessed for a brief space of time with unnatural strength, he had hurried away to verify his discovery. Fate, unkind so long, ordained that by strange chance his first wild attempt should be directed to the identical spot beneath which the treasure reposed, for the doubloons lay exactly 24 yards from the marked rock at the base of one of the other boulders which went to complete the triangle. And Tom had actually got within 6 inches of the money when he fell, senseless and beaten, where he had lain by night, tossing and troubled on his couch in the cabin. The doubloons were but 8 or 10 feet from his own curly head. When young Wedderburn recovered consciousness, the first fellow creature he saw was Matt Jagger, and the first thing he particularly noticed was a little pile of fat golden doubloons beside him on the table. Dr. Tarrant said that a sight of the money would do more good than all his medicine, and it certainly contributed no little to the invalid's recovery. His mind found rest and relief in contemplating the fact that his fight was over and won, and his body soon felt the results of his mental condition. Time flew, and the boy, restored to health, began to look over the blue sea towards home. None amongst his friends would take a share of the doubloons, and Jagger simply insulted Tom when he suggested such a thing. But the youngster was even with them all, for he left an unopened tin box to Mr. Hargan, Mr. Jagger, and Dr. Tarrant, and each of the said receptacles was found to contain jewels and antique settings, which represented property of considerable value. So Tom sailed away, and the land of his adventure knew him no longer. But 1 or 2 people heard pretty regularly of his doings. Folks said that Matt Jagger grew more and more eccentric and unsociable after his chum left St. Thomas. There are times, however, when a glimpse of the digger in his tattered frock-coat can still be had. Where the 2 great circles stretch out round a rocky triangle, circles now only faintly visible under fresh wealth of tropic vegetation, there, at dawn, in the center of them, by the tumble-down remains of Tom Wedderburn's cabin, may an uncouth, bent old man be frequently observed. And as the day breaks, as morning flushes the wild land, and the gray mists of night rise and vanish on golden wings, Matt rolls another cigarette and slouches off. The end. End of section 29. End of Loup Garou by Eden Phillpotts.
Thanks for visiting Timeless Audiobooks. Please remember to like, comment, share and subscribe for our latest audiobook uploads.